Justine, by Marquis de Sade. Chapter 1. O thou my friend, the prosperity of crime is like unto the lightning, whose traitorous brilliancies embellish the atmosphere, but for an instant, in order to hurl into death's very depths the luckless one they have dazzled. Yes, Constance, it is to thee I address this work, at once the example and honor of thy sex, with a spirit of profoundest sensibility combining the most judicious and the most enlightened of minds. Thou art she to whom I confide my book, which will acquaint thee with the sweetness of the tears virtue sore beset doth shed and doth cause to flow. Detesting the sophistries of libertinage and of irreligion, in word and deed combating them unwearingly, I fear not that those necessitated by the order of personages appearing in these memoirs will put thee in any peril. The cynicism remarkable in certain portraits they were softened as much as ever. They could be as no more apt to frighten thee, for it is only vice that trembles when vice is found out, and cries scandal immediately it is attacked. To bigots Tartuffe was indebted for his ordeal. Justine's will be the achievement of libertines, and little do I dread them, they'll not betray my intentions. These thou shalt perceive thy opinion as sufficient to make my whole glory, and after having pleased thee, I must either please universally, or find consolation in a general censure. The scheme of this novel, yet 'tis less a novel than one might suppose, is doubtless new, the victory gained by virtue over vice, the rewarding of good, the punishment of evil. Such is the usual scheme in every other work of this species. The lesson cannot be too often dinned in our ears, but throughout to present vice triumphant and virtue a victim of its sacrifices, to exhibit a wretched creature wandering from one misery to the next, the toy of villainy, the target of every debauch, exposed to the most barbarous, the most monstrous caprices, driven witless by the most brazen, the most specious sophistries, prey to the most cunning seductions, the most irresistible subornations for defense, against so many disappointments, so much bane and pestilence, to repulse such a quantity of corruption, having nothing but a sensitive soul, a mind naturally formed, and considerable courage, briefly, to employ the boldest scenes, the most extraordinary situations, the most dreadful maxims, the most energetic brushstrokes, with the sole object of obtaining from all this one of the sublimest parables ever penned for human edification. Now, such were, 'twill be allowed, to seek to reach one's destination by a road not much travelled heretofore. Have I succeeded, Constance? Will a tear in thy eye determine my triumph? After having read Justine, wilt say, oh how these renderings of crime make me proud of my love for virtue. How sublime does it appear through tears. How 'tis embellished by misfortunes. O Constance, may these words but escape thy lips, and my labors shall be crowned. The very masterpiece of philosophy would be to develop the means Providence employs to arrive at the ends she designs for man, and from this construction, to deduce some rules of conduct acquainting this wretched, two-footed individual with the manner wherein he must proceed along life's thorny way. Forewarned of the strange caprices of that fatality they denominate by 20 different titles, and all unavailingly, for it has not yet been scanned nor defined. If, though full of respect for social conventions, and never overstepping the bounds they draw round us, if, none the less, it should come to pass that we meet with nothing but brambles and briars, while the wicked tread upon flowers, will it not be reckoned, save by those in whom a fund of incoercible virtues renders deaf to these remarks, will it not be decided that it is preferable to abandon oneself to the tide, rather than to resist it? Will it not be felt that virtue, however beautiful, becomes the worst of all attitudes when it is found too feeble to contend with vice, and that, in an entirely corrupted age, the safest course is to follow along after the others, somewhat better informed, if one wishes, and abusing the knowledge they have acquired, Will they not say, as did the angel Jezrad in Zadik, that there is no evil whereof some good is not born? And will they not declare that this being the case, they can give themselves over to evil, since indeed it is but one of the fashions of producing good? Will they not add that it makes no difference to the general plan whether such a one is by preference good or bad, that if misery persecutes virtue and prosperity accompanies crime, those things being as one in nature's view, far better to join company with the wicked who flourish, than to be counted amongst the virtuous who founder? Hence, it is important to anticipate those dangerous sophistries of a false philosophy. It is essential to show that through examples of afflicted virtue, presented to a depraved spirit in which, however, there remain a few good principles. It is essential, I say, to show that spirit quite as surely, restored to righteousness by these means, as by portraying this virtuous career ornate with the most glittering honors and the most flattering rewards. Doubtless it is cruel to have to describe, on the one hand, a host of ills overwhelming a sweet-tempered and sensitive woman who, as best she is able, respects virtue, and on the other, the affluence of prosperity of those who crush and mortify this same woman. But were there nevertheless some good engendered of the demonstration, would one have to repent of making it? Ought one be sorry for having established a fact whence there resulted? For the wise man who reads to some purpose so useful a lesson of submission to providential decrees and the fateful warning that it is often to recall us to our duties, that heaven strikes down beside us the person who seems to us best to have fulfilled his own? Such are the sentiments which are going to direct our labors, and it is in consideration of these intentions that we ask the reader's indulgence for the erroneous doctrines which are to be placed in the mouths of our characters, and for the sometimes rather painful situations which, out of love for truth, we have been obliged to dress before his eyes. Chapter 2. Madame la Comtesse de Losange was one of those priestesses of Venus, whose fortune is the product of a pretty face and much misconduct, and whose titles, pompous though they are not to be found but in the archives of Cythera, forged by the impertinence that seeks, and sustained by the fool's credulity that bestows, them brunette, a fine figure, eyes of a singular expression, that modish unbelief which, contributing one further spice to the passions, causes those women in whom it is suspected to be sought after that much more diligently, a trifle wicked, unfurnished with any principle, allowing evil to exist in nothing, lacking, however, that amount of depravation, in the heart to have extinguished its sensibility, haughty, libertine. Such was Madame de Lurson. Nevertheless, this woman had received the best education daughter of a very rich Parisian banker. She had been brought up, together with a sister named Justine, by 3 years younger than she, in one of the capital's most celebrated abbeys, where, until the ages of 12 and 15 years, the one and the other of the two sisters had been denied no counsels, no masters, no books, and no polite talents. At this period crucial to the virtue of the two maidens, they were in one day made bereft of everything. A frightful bankruptcy precipitated their father into circumstances so cruel that he perished of grief. 1 month later, his wife followed him into the grave. 2 distant and heartless relatives deliberated what should be done with the young orphans. 100 crowns apiece was their share of a legacy, mostly swallowed up by creditors. No one caring to be burdened with them, the convent's door was opened. Their dowry was put into their hands, and they were left at liberty to become what they wished. Madame de Losange, at the time called Juliette, whose mind and character were to all intents and purposes as completely formed, then as at 30, the age she had attained. The opening of the tale we are about to relate seemed nothing but overjoyed to be put at large. She gave not a moment's thought to the cruel events which had broken her chains. As for Justine, aged as we have remarked, 12, hers was of a pensive and melancholy character, which made her far more keenly appreciate all the horrors of her situation. Full of tenderness, endowed with a surprising sensibility, instead of with her sister's art and finesse. She was ruled by an ingenuousness, a candor that were to cause her to tumble into not a few pitfalls. To so many qualities this girl joined a sweet countenance, absolutely unlike that with which nature had embellished Juliette, for all the artifice, wiles, coquetry one noticed in the features of the one. There were proportionate amounts of modesty, decency, and timidity to be admired in the other, a virginal air, large blue eyes very soulful and appealing, a dazzling fair skin, a supple and resilient body, a touching voice, teeth of ivory, and the loveliest blonde hair. There you have a sketch of this charming creature, whose naive graces and delicate traits are beyond our power to describe. They were given 24 hours to leave the convent into their hands. Together with their 50 crowns, was thrown the responsibility to provide for themselves as they saw fit. Delighted to be her own mistress, Juliette spent a minute, perhaps two, wiping away Justine's tears. Then, observing it was in vain, she fell to scolding instead of comforting her. She rebuked Justine for her sensitiveness, she told her, with a philosophic acuity far beyond her years, that in this world one must not be afflicted save by what affects one. Personally, that it was possible to find in oneself physical sensations of a sufficiently voluptuous piquancy to extinguish all the moral affections whose shock could be painful, that it was all the more essential so to proceed, since true wisdom consists infinitely more in doubling the sum of one's pleasures than in increasing the sum of one's pains, that, in a word, there was nothing one ought not do in order to deaden in oneself that perfidious sensibility from which none but others profit, while to us it brings naught but troubles. But it is difficult to harden a gentle good heart. It resists the arguments of a toughened bad mind, and its solemn satisfactions console it for the loss of the bellesprit's false splendors. Juliette, employing other resources, then said to her sister, that with the age and the figure they both of them had, they could not die of hunger, eh? She cited the example of one of their neighbor's daughters, who, having escaped from her father's house, was presently very royally maintained and far happier, doubtless, than if she had remained at home with her family. One must, said Juliette, take good care to avoid believing it is marriage that renders a girl happy, that a captive under the hymeneal laws she has, with much ill humor to suffer, a very slight measure of joys to expect, instead of which, were she to surrender herself to libertinage, she might always be able to protect herself against her lover's moods, or be comforted by their number. These speeches horrified Justine. She declared she preferred death to ignominy, whatever were her sister's reiterated urgings. She adamantly refused to take up lodging with her immediately. She saw Juliette bent upon conduct that caused her to shudder. After each had announced her very different intentions, the two girls separated without exchanging any promises to see each another again. Would Juliette, who, so she affirmed, intended to become a lady of consequence, would Juliette consent to receive a little girl whose virtuous but base inclinations might be able to bring her into dishonor? And on her side, would Justine wish to jeopardize her morals in the society of a perverse creature, who is bound to become public debauchery's toy and the lewd mob's victim? And so each bid an eternal adieu to the other, and they left the convent on the morrow. During early childhood caressed by her mother's dressmaker, Justine believes this woman will treat her kindly now in Thiers. This hour of her distress, she goes in search of the woman. She tells the tale of her woes. She asks employment. She is scarcely recognized and is harshly driven out the door. "Oh, heaven," I cries the poor little creature. "Must my initial steps in this world be so quickly stamped with ill fortune? That woman once loved me. Why does she cast me away today? Alas! 'Tis because I am poor and an orphan, because I have no more means, and people are not esteemed save in reason of the aid and benefits one imagines may be had of them." Wringing her hands, Justine goes to find her cure. She describes her circumstances with the vigorous candor proper to her years. She was wearing a little white garment, Her lovely hair was negligently tucked up under her bonnet. Her breast, whose development had scarcely begun, was hidden beneath 2 or 3 folds of gauze. Her pretty face had somewhat of pallor owing to the unhappiness consuming her. A few tears rolled from her eyes, and lent to them an additional expressiveness. "You observe me, monsieur," said she to the saintly ecclesiastic. "Yes. You observe me in what for a girl is a most dreadful position. I have lost my father and mother. Heaven has taken them from me, at an age when I stand in greatest need of their assistance. They died ruined. Monsieur, we no longer have anything. There," she continued, "is all they left me," and she displayed her dozen louis, "and nowhere to rest my poor head. You will have pity upon me, monsieur, will you not? You are religion's minister, and religion was always my heart's virtue in the name of that God I adore, and whose organ you are. Tell me, as if you were a second father unto me, what must I do? What must become of me?" Chapter 3. The charitable priest clapped an inquisitive eye upon Justine, and made her answer, saying that the parish was heavily loaded, that it could not easily take new charges unto its bosom, but that if Justine wished to serve him, if she were prepared for hard toil, there would always be a crust of bread in his kitchen for her. And as he uttered those words, the god's interpreter chucked her under the chin. The kiss he gave her bespoke rather too much worldliness for a man of the church, and Justine, who had understood only too well, thrust him away. "Monsieur," said she, "I ask neither alms of you nor a position as your scullion. It was all too recently I took leave of an estate loftier than that which might make those 2 favors desirable. I am not yet reduced to imploring them. I am soliciting advice, whereof my youth and my misfortunes put me in need, and you would have me purchase it at an excessively inflated price." Ashamed thus to have been unmasked, the pastor promptly drove the little creature away, and the unhappy Justine, twice rejected on the first day of her condemnation to isolation, now enters a house above whose door she spies a shingle. She rents a small chamber on the 4th floor, pays in advance for it, and, once established, gives herself over to lamentations all the more bitter, because she is sensitive, and because her little pride has just been compromised cruelly. We will allow ourselves to leave her in this state for a short while, in order to return to Juliette, and to relate how, from the very ordinary condition in which she sets forth, no better furnished with resources than her sister, she nevertheless attains, over a period of 15 years, the position of a titled woman, with an income of £30,000, very handsome jewels, 2 or 3 houses in the city, as many in the country, and at the present moment, the heart, the fortune, and the confidence of Monsieur de Corville, Councillor to the State, an important man much esteemed, and about to have a minister's post. Her rise was not, there can be no question of it, unattended by difficulties. 'Tis by way of the most shameful, most onerous apprenticeship that these ladies attain their objectives, and 'tis, in all likelihood, a veteran of unnumbered campaigns one may find today abed with a prince perhaps. She yet carries the humiliating marks of the brutality of the libertines, into whose hands her youth and inexperience flung her long ago. Upon leaving the convent, Juliette went to find a woman whose name she had once heard mentioned by a youthful friend. Perverted was what she desired to be, and this woman was to pervert her. She arrived at her house with a small parcel under her arm, clad in a blue dressing gown nicely disarrayed, her hair straggling carelessly about, and showing the prettiest face in the world. If it is true that for certain eyes indecency may have its charms, she told her story to this woman, and begged her to afford her the sanctuary she had provided her former friend. "How old are you?" Madame Duvergier demanded. "I will be 15 in a few days, madame," Juliette replied. "And never hath mortal," the matron continued. "No, madame, I swear it," answered Juliette. "But, you know, in those convents," said the old dame, "sometimes a confessor, a nun, A companion. I must have conclusive evidence. You have but to look for it, Juliette replied with a blush. And having put on her spectacles, and having scrupulously examined things here and there, the duenna declared to the girl why you've only to remain here. Pay strict attention to what I say. Give proof of unending complaisance and submissiveness to my practices. You need but be clean, economical, and frank with me. Be prudent with your comrades and fraudulent when dealing with men. And before 10 years' time, I shall have you fit to occupy the best second-story apartment. You'll have a commode, pier-glass mirrors before you and a maid behind. And the art you will have acquired from me will give you what you need to procure yourself the rest. These suggestions having left her lips, Duvergil lays hands on Juliette's little parcel. She asks her whether she does not have some money, and Juliette having too candidly admitted she had 100 crowns. The dear mother confiscates them, giving her new boarding guest the assurance her little fortune will be chanced at the lottery for her, but that a girl must not have money. It is, says she, a means to doing evil, and in a period as corrupt as ours, a wise and well-born girl should carefully avoid all which might lure her into any snares. It is for your own good I speak, my little one, adds the duenna, and you ought to be grateful for what I am doing. The sermon delivered, the newcomer is introduced to her colleagues. She is assigned a room in the house, and on the next day her maidenhead is put on sale. Within 4 months the merchandise is sold successively to about 100 buyers. Some are content with the rose. Others, more fastidious or more depraved for the question, has not yet been decided, wish to bring to full flower the bud that grows adjacently. After each bout, Duverdier makes a few tailor's readjustments, and for 4 months it is always the pristine fruits the rascal puts on the block. Finally, at the end of this harassing novitiate, Juliette obtains a lay sister's patents from this moment onward. She is a recognized girl of the house thereafter. She is to share in its profits and losses. Another apprenticeship, if in the first school, aside from a few extravagances, Juliette served nature. She altogether ignores nature's laws in the second, where a complete shambles is made of what she once had of moral behavior. The triumph she obtains in vice totally degrades her soul. She feels that, having been born for crime, she must at least commit it grandly and give over languishing in a subaltern's role, which, although entailing the same misconduct, although abasing her equally, brings her a much slighter profit. She is found agreeable by an elderly gentleman, much debauched, who at first has her come merely to attend to the affairs of the moment. She has the skill to cause herself magnificently to be kept. It is not long before she is appearing at the theatre, at promenades amongst the elite, the very cordon bleu of the Cytherean order she is beheld, mentioned, desired, and the clever creature knows so well how to manage her affairs that in less than 4 years she ruins 6 men, the poorest of whom had an annuity of 100,000 crowns. Nothing more is needed to make her reputation. The blindness of fashionable people is such that the more one of these creatures has demonstrated her dishonesty, the more eager they are to get upon her list. It seems that the degree of her degradation and her corruption becomes the measure of the sentiments they dare display for her. Juliette had just attained her 20th year when a certain Comte de Losange, a gentleman out of Anjou, about 40 years of age, became so captivated by her, he resolved to bestow his name upon her. He awarded her an income of 12,000 pounds, and assured her of the rest of his fortune, were he to be the first to die. He gave her, as well, a house, servants, lackeys, and the sort of mundane consideration which, in the space of 2 or 3 years, succeeded in causing her beginnings to be forgot. It was at this point the fell Juliette, oblivious of all the fine feelings that had been hers by birthright and good education, warped by bad counsel and dangerous books, spurred by the desire to enjoy herself, but alone, and to have a name but not a single chain, bent her attentions to the culpable idea of abridging her husband's days. The odious project once conceived, she consolidated her scheme during those dangerous moments when the physical aspect is fired by ethical error. Instance when one refuses oneself much less, for then nothing is opposed to the irregularity of vows, or to the impetuosity of desires. And the voluptuousness one experiences is sharp and lively, only by reason of the number of the restraints whence one bursts free, or their sanctity. The dream dissipated, were one to recover one's common-sense mood, the thing would be of but mediocre import. 'Tis the story of mental wrongdoing everyone knows very well. It offends no one but, alas, one sometimes carries the thing a little farther. What? One ventures to wonder, what would not be the idea's realization, if its mere abstract shape has just exalted, has just so profoundly moved one? The accursed reverie is vivified, and its existence is a crime. Fortunately for herself, Madame de Losange executed it in such secrecy that she was sheltered from all pursuit, and with her husband she buried all traces of the frightful deed which precipitated him into the tomb. Once again become free, and a countess, Madame de Losange returned to her former habits, but, believing herself to have some figure in the world, she put somewhat less of the indecent in her deportment. 'Twas no longer a kept girl. 'Twas a rich widow who gave pretty suppers, at which the court and the city were only too happy to be included in a word. We have here a correct woman who, all the same, would to bed for 200 louis, and who gave herself for 500 a month. Chapter 4. Until she reached the age of 26, Madame de Losange made further brilliant conquests. She wrought the financial downfall of 3 foreign ambassadors, 4 farmers-general, 2 bishops, a cardinal, and 3 knights of the king's order. But as it is rarely one stops after the first offense, especially when it has turned out very happily, the unhappy Juliette blackened herself with 2 additional crimes similar to the first one, in order to plunder a lover who had entrusted a considerable sum to her, of which the man's family had no intelligence, the other in order to capture a legacy of 100,000 crowns, another one of her lovers, granted her in the name of a third, who was charged to pay her that amount after his death. To these horrors Madame de Losange added 3 or 4 infanticides. The fear of spoiling her pretty figure, the desire to conceal a double intrigue, all combined to make her resolve to stifle the proof of her debauches in her womb, and these misdeeds, like the others, unknown, did not prevent our adroit and ambitious woman from finding new dupes every day. It is hence true that prosperity may attend conduct of the very worst, and that in the very thick of disorder and corruption, all of what mankind calls happiness may shed itself bountifully upon life. But let this cruel and fatal truth cause no alarm. Let honest folk be no more seriously tormented by the example we are going to present out. Disaster everywhere dogging the heels of virtue, this criminal felicity is deceiving. It is seeming only independently of the punishment most certainly reserved by Providence for those whom success in crime has seduced. Do they not nourish in the depths of their soul a worm which unceasingly gnaws, prevents them from finding joy in these fictive gleams of meretricious well-being, and, instead of delights, leaves naught in their soul but the rending memory of the crimes which have led them to where they are? With what regards the luckless one fate persecutes, he has his heart for his comfort, and the interior ecstasies virtues procure bring him speedy restitution for the injustice of men. Such was the state of affairs with Madame de Losange when Monsieur de Corville, 50, a notable wielding the influence and possessing the privileges described further above, resolved entirely to sacrifice himself for this woman, and to attach her to himself forever. Whether thanks to diligent attention, whether to maneuver, whether to policy on the part of Madame de Losange, he succeeded, and there had passed 4 years during which he dwelt with her, entirely as if with a legitimate wife, when the acquisition of a very handsome property, not far from Montagus, obliged both of them to go and spend some time in the Bourbonnais. One evening, when the excellence of the weather had induced them to prolong their stroll beyond the bounds of their estate and toward Montargis, too fatigued both to attempt to return home as they had left, they halted at the inn where the coach from Lyon stops, with the intention of sending a man by horse to fetch them a carriage. In a cool, low-ceilinged room in this house, looking out upon a courtyard, they took their ease and were resting when the coach we just mentioned drew up at the hostelry. It is a commonplace amusement to watch the arrival of a coach and the passengers descend one wagers on the sort of persons who are in it. And if one has gambled upon a whore, an officer, a few abbots and a monk, one is almost certain to win. Madame de Losange rises. Monsieur de Corville follows her from the window. They see the well-jolted company reel into the inn. There seemed to be no one left in the carriage when an officer of the mounted constabulary, stepping to the ground, received in his arms, from one of his comrades poised high on top of the coach, a girl of 26 or 27, dressed in a worn calico jacket and swathed to the eyes in a great black taffeta mantle. She was bound hand and foot like a criminal, and in such a weakened state she would surely have fallen had her guards not given her support. A cry of surprise and horror escaped from Madame de Losange. The girl turned and revealed, together with the loveliest figure imaginable, the most noble, the most agreeable, the most interesting visage. In brief, there were there all the charms of a sort to please, and they were rendered yet 1,000 times more piquant by that tender and touching air innocence contributes to the traits of beauty. Monsieur de Corville and his mistress could not suppress their interest in the miserable girl. They approached. They demanded of one of the troopers what the unhappy creature had done. "She is accused of 3 crimes," replied the constable. "'Tis a question of murder, theft, and arson, but I wish to tell your lordship that my comrade, and I have never been so reluctant to take a criminal into custody. She is the most gentle thing, I know, and seems to be the most honest, too." "Ah, said Monsieur de Corville. "It might easily be one of those blunders so frequent in the lower courts. And where were these crimes committed?" "At an inn several leagues from Lyon. It's at Lyon she was tried in accordance with custom. She's going to Paris for confirmation of the sentence, and then will be returned to Lyon to be executed." Madame de Losange, having heard these words, said in lowered voice to Monsieur de Corville that she fain would have from the girl's own lips the story of her troubles, and Monsieur de Corville, who was possessed of the same desire, expressed it to the pair of guards and identified himself. The officers saw no reason not to oblige. Everyone decided to stay the night at Montargis. Comfortable accommodations were called, for Monsieur de Corville declared he would be responsible for the prisoner. She was unbound, and when she had been given something to eat, Madame de Losange, unable to control her very great curiosity, and doubtless saying to herself, "This creature, perhaps innocent, is, however, treated like a criminal, whilst about me all this prosperity. I who am soiled with crimes and horrors, Madame de Losange, I say." As soon as she observed the poor girl to be somewhat restored, to some measure reassured by the caresses they hastened to bestow upon her, besought her to tell how it had fallen out that she, with so very sweet a face, found herself in such a dreadful plight. "To recount you the story of my life, madame, this lovely one in distress," said to the Countess, "is to offer you the most striking example of innocence oppressed, is to accuse the hand of heaven, is to bear complaint against the supreme being's will, is, in a sense, to rebel against his sacred designs. I dare not." Tears gathered in this interesting girl's eyes, and, after having given vent to them for a moment, she began her recitation in these terms. "Permit me to conceal my name and birth, madame, without being illustrious. They are distinguished, and my origins did not destine me to the humiliation to which you see me reduced. When very young I lost my parents provided with the slender inheritance they had left me. I thought I could expect a suitable position, and, refusing to accept all those which were not, I gradually spent, At Paris, where I was born, the little I possessed the poorer I became. The more I was despised, the greater became my need of support. The less I was able to hope for it. But from amongst all the severities to which I was exposed at the beginning of my woeful career, from amongst all the terrible proposals that were made me, I will cite to you what befell me at the home of Monsieur Dubourg, one of the capital's richest tradesmen. The woman with whom I had lodgings had recommended him to me as someone whose influence and wealth might be able to ameliorate the harshness of my situation. After having waited a very long time in this man's antechamber, I was admitted. Monsieur Dubourg, aged 48, had just risen out of bed, and was wrapped in a dressing gown which barely hid his disorder. They were about to prepare his coiffure. He dismissed his servants and asked me what I wanted with him. "Alas, monsieur," I said, greatly confused, "I am a poor orphan not yet 14 years old, and I've already become familiar with every nuance of misfortune. I implore your commiseration. Have pity upon me, I beseech you." And then I told in detail of all my ills, the difficulty I was having to find a place. Perhaps I even mentioned how painful it was for me to have to take one, not having been born for a menial's condition. My suffering throughout it all, how I exhausted the little substance I had, failure to obtain work. My hope he would facilitate matters, and help me find the wherewithal to live in some. I said everything that is dictated by the eloquence of wretchedness, always swift to rise in a sensitive soul. After having listened to me with many distractions and much yawning, Monsieur Dubourg asked whether I had always been well behaved. "I should be neither so poor nor so embarrassed, monsieur," I answered him, "had I wished to cease to be." "But," said Dubourg upon hearing that, "but what right have you to expect the wealthy to relieve you if you are in no way useful to them? And of what service are you speaking, monsieur? I ask nothing more than to render those decency, and my years will permit me fulfill. The services of a child like yourself are of no great use in a household," Dubourg replied to me. "You have neither the age nor the appearance to find the place you are seeking. You would be better advised to occupy yourself with giving men pleasure, and to labor to discover someone who will consent to take care of you, the virtue whereof you make such a conspicuous display is worthless in this world and vain. Will you genuflect before its altars? Its ridiculous incense will nourish you not at all. The thing which least flatters men, that which makes the least favorable impression upon them, for which they have the most supreme contempt, is good behavior in your set here on earth. My child, nothing but what brings in gain or ensures power is accounted. And what does the virtue of women profit us? It is their wantonness which serves and uses us, but their chastity could not interest us less. When, to be brief, persons of our sort give, it is never except to receive well. How may a little girl like yourself show gratitude for what one does for her, if it is not by the most complete surrender of all that is desired of her body? "Oh, monsieur," I replied, grown heavy of heart and uttering a sigh, "then uprightness and benevolence are to be found in man no longer." "Precious little," Dubourg rejoined. "How can you expect them still to exist, after all the wise things that have been said and written about them? We have rid ourselves of this mania of obliging others gratuitously. It was recognized that charity's pleasures are nothing but sops thrown to pride. And we turned our thoughts to stronger sensations. It has been noticed, for example, that with a child like you, it is infinitely preferable to extract, by way of dividends upon one's investment, all the pleasures lechery is able to offer. Much better these delights than the very insipid and futile ones said to come of the disinterested giving of help. His say, reputation for being a liberal man, an almsgiving and generous man, is not, even at the instant when he most enjoys it, comparable to the slightest sensual pleasure. Chapter 5. Oh, monsieur, in the light of such principles the miserable must therefore perish. Does it matter? We have more subjects in France than are needed, given the mechanism's elastic capacities for production. The state can easily afford to be burdened by fewer people. But do you suppose children respect their fathers when they are thus despised by them? And what to a father is the love of the children who are a nuisance to him? Would it then have been better had they been strangled in the cradle? Certainly. Such is the practice in numerous countries. It was the custom of the Greeks. It is the custom in China there. The offspring of the poor are exposed, or are put to death. What is the good of letting those creatures live who, no longer able to count upon their parents' aid either, because they are without parents, or because they are not wanted or recognized by them, henceforth are useful for nothing and simply weigh upon the state that much surplus commodity, you see. And the market is glutted already, bastards. Orphans, malformed infants should be condemned to death immediately they are pupped the first and the second, because no longer having anyone who wishes or who is able to take care of them. They are mere dregs which one day can have nothing but an undesirable effect upon the society. They contaminate the others because they cannot be of any usefulness. To it, the one and the other of these categories are to society what are excrescences to the flesh, fattening upon the healthy members' sap, degrading them, enfeebling them, or if you prefer, they are like those vegetable parasites which, attaching themselves to sound plants, cause them to deteriorate by sucking up their nutritive juices. It's a shocking outrage. These alms destined to feed scum, these most luxuriously appointed houses they have the madness to construct quite as if the human species were so rare, so precious, one had to preserve it down to its last vile portion. But enough of politics whereof, my child, you are not likely to understand anything why lament your fate, for it is in your power, and yours only, to remedy it. Great heavens! At the price of what? At the price of an illusion, of something that has none but the value wherewith your pride invests it. Well, continued this barbarian, getting to his feet and opening the door, that is all I can do for you. Consent to it, or deliver me from your presence. I have no fondness for beggars. My tears flowed fast. I was unable to check them, would you believe it, madame? They irritated rather than melted this man. He shut the door, and, seizing my dress at the shoulder, he said most brutally he was going to force from me what I would not accord him voluntarily. At this cruel moment, my misery endowed me with courage. I freed myself from his grasp, and rushed toward the door. Odious man, said I, as I fled from him. May the heaven you have so grievously offended some day punish your execrable heartlessness, as it merits to be. You are worthy neither of the riches you have put to such vile use, nor of the very air you breathe in a world you defile with your barbarities. I lost no time telling my hostess of the reception given me by the person to whom she had sent me, but what was my astonishment to have this wretch belabor me with reproaches, rather than share my sorrow. You idiotic shit, said she in a great rage. Do you imagine men are such great dupes as to dole out alms to little girls such as you without requiring something for their money? Monsieur Dubourg's behavior was far too gentle in his place. I should not have allowed you to leave without having had satisfaction from you. But since you do not care to profit from the aid I offer you, make your own arrangements as you please. You owe me money. Pay it tomorrow, otherwise it's to jail. Madame, have pity. Yes, yes. Pity, one need only have pity, and one starves to death. But what would you have me do? You must go back to Dubourg. You must appease him. You must bring home money to me. I will visit him. I will give him notice if I am able. Ill repair the damage your stupidity has caused. I will convey your apologies. But keep it in mind, you had better improve your conduct. Ashamed, desperate, knowing not which way to turn, seeing myself savagely repulsed by everyone, I told Madame Desroches, that was my landlady's name, that I had decided to do whatever had to be done to satisfy her. She went to the financier's house, and upon her return advised me that she had found him in a very irritable mood, that it had not been without an effort she had managed to incline him in my favor, that by dint of supplications she had at least persuaded him to see me again the following morning, but that I would have to keep a strict watch over my behavior, because, were I to take it into my head to disobey him again, he himself would see to it. I was imprisoned forever. All a-tremble I arrived. Dubourg was alone, and in a state yet more indecent than on the previous day. Brutality, libertinage, all the characteristics of the debauchee glittered in his cunning glances. "Thank Desroches," he said harshly, "for it is as a favor to her I intend to show you an instant's kindness. You must surely be aware how little you deserve it after your performance yesterday. Undress yourself, and if you once again manifest the least resistance to my desires, 2 men, waiting for you in the next room, will conduct you to a place whence you will never emerge alive." "Oh, monsieur," say I, weeping, clutching the wicked man's knees, "unbend, I beseech you, be so generous as to relieve me without requiring what would be so costly. I should rather offer you my life than submit to it. Yes, I prefer to die 1,000 times over than violate the principles I received in my childhood. Monsieur, constrain me not. I entreat you, can you conceive of gleaning happiness in the depths of tears and disgust? Dare you suspect pleasure where you see naught but loathing? No sooner shall you have consummated your crime than my despair will overwhelm you with remorse. But the infamies to which Dubourg abandoned himself prevented me from continuing that I was able to have believed myself capable of touching a man who was already finding, in the very spectacle of my suffering, one further vehicle for his horrible passions. Would you believe it, madame? Becoming inflamed by the shrill accents of my pleadings, savoring them inhumanly, the wretch disposed himself for his criminal attempts. He gets up, and exhibiting himself to me a state over which reason is seldom triumphant, and wherein the opposition of the object which causes reason's downfall is but an additional ailment to delirium. He seizes me brutally, impetuously snatches away the veils which still conceal what he burns to enjoy. He caresses me. Oh, what a picture! Great God, what unheard-of mingling of harshness and lewdness! It seemed that the Supreme Being wished, in that first of my encounters, to imprint forever in me all the horror I was to have for a kind of crime whence there was to be born the torrent of evils that have beset me since. But must I complain of them? No. Needless to say to his excesses, I owe my salvation had there been less debauchery in him. I were a ruined girl, Dubourg's flames were extinguished in the fury of his enterprises. Heaven intervened in my behalf against the monster, before he could commit the offenses he was readying for, and the loss of his powers, before the sacrifice could occur, preserved me from being its victim. The consequence was Dubourg became nothing, if not more insolent. He laid upon me the blame for his weakness mistakes, wanted to repair them with new outrages and yet more mortifying invectives. There was nothing he did not say to me, nothing he did not attempt, nothing his perfidious imagination, his adamantine character, and the deprivation of his manners did not lead him to undertake. My clumsiness made him impatient. I was far from wishing to participate in the thing. To lend myself to it was as much as I could do. My remorse remained lively. However, it was all for naught. Submitting to him, I ceased to inflame him in vain. He passed successively from tenderness to rigor, from groveling to tyranny, from an air of decency to the profligate's excesses. In vain, I say. There was nothing for it. We were both exhausted, and happily he was unable to recover what he needed to deliver more dangerous assaults. He gave it up, made me promise to come the next day, and to be sure of me he refused absolutely to give me anything above the sum I owed Desroches. Greatly humiliated by the adventure and firmly resolved, whatever might happen to me, not to expose myself a third time, I returned to where I was lodging. I announced my intentions to Desroches, paid her, and heaped maledictions upon the criminal capable of so cruelly exploiting my misery. But my imprecations far from drawing the wrath of God down upon him, only added to his good fortune, and a week later I learned this signal libertine had just obtained a general trusteeship from the government, which would augment his revenues by more than £500,000 per annum. I was absorbed in the reflections such unexpected inconsistencies of fate inevitably give rise to, when a momentary ray of hope seemed to shine in my eyes. Des Roches came to tell me one day that she had finally located a house into which I could be received with pleasure provided my comportment remained of the best. "Great heaven, madame," I cried, transported, throwing myself into her arms. "That condition is the one I would stipulate myself. You may imagine how happy I am to accept it." The man I was to serve was a famous Parisian usurer who had become rich, not only by lending money upon collateral, but even by stealing from the public every time he thought he could do so in safety. He lived in the Rue Quincampoix, had a third-story flat, and shared it with a creature of 50 years he called his wife, and who was at least as wicked as he. Therese. This miser said to me such was the name I had taken in order to hide my own, Therese. "The primary virtue in this house is probity if ever you make off with the 10th part of a penny. Ill have you hanged, my child. Dicey. The modest ease my wife and I enjoy is the fruit of our immense labors, and of our perfect sobriety. Do you eat much, little one?" "A few ounces of bread each day, monsieur," I replied. "Water, and a little soup when I am lucky enough to get it." "Soup! Bleeding Christ! Soup! Behold, dearie," said the usurer to his dame, "behold and tremble at the progress of luxury it's looking for circumstances. It's been dying of hunger for a year, and now it wants to eat soup. We scarcely have it once a week. On Sunday, we who work like galley slaves, you'll have 3 ounces of bread a day. My daughter, plus half a bottle of river water, plus one of my wife's old dresses every 18 months, plus 3 crowns' wages at the end of each year. If we are content with your services, if your economy responds to our own, and if finally you make the house prosper through orderliness and arrangement, your duties are mediocre. They're done in jig time 'tis, but a question of washing and cleaning this 6-room apartment thrice a week, of making our beds, answering the door, powdering my wig, dressing my wife's hair, looking after the dog and the parakeet, lending a hand in the kitchen, washing the utensils, helping my wife whenever she prepares us a bite to eat, and daily devoting 4 or 5 hours to the washing, to mending stockings, hats, and other little household odds and ends. You observe, Therese, 'tis nothing at all. You will have ample free time to yourself. We will permit you to employ it to your own interest, provided, my child, you are good, discreet, and above all thrifty. That's of the essence." Chapter 6. You may readily imagine, madame, that one had to be in the frightful state I indeed was in to accept such a position. Not only was there infinitely more work to be done than my strength permitted me to undertake, but should I be able to live upon what was offered me? However, I was careful to raise no difficulties and was installed that same evening. Were my cruel situation to permit me to amuse you for an instant, madame, but I must think of nothing but gaining your compassion, I should dare describe some of the symptoms or avarice I witnessed while in that house, but a catastrophe so terrible for me was awaiting me during my 2nd year there that it is by no means easy to linger over entertaining details before making you acquainted with my miseries. Nevertheless, you will know, madame, that for light in Monsieur Duharpin's apartment there was never any but what he got from the street lamp which happily was placed opposite his room. Never did Monsieur or Madame use linen. What I washed was hoarded away. It was never touched on the sleeves of Monsieur's coat, as well as upon Madame's dress, were old gauntlet cuffs sewn over the material, and these I removed and washed every Saturday evening. No sheets, no towels, and that to avoid laundry, expensive. Never was wine drunk in her house, clear water being, declared Madame de Harpin, the natural drink of man, the healthiest and least dangerous. Every time bread was sliced, A basket was put beneath the knife, so that whatever fell would not be lost into this container, went also, and with exactitude all the scraps and leavings that might survive the meal, and this compound, fried up on Sunday together with a little butter, made a banquet for the day of rest. Never was one to beat clothing or too energetically dust the furniture for fear of wearing it out. Instead, very cautiously, one tickled about with a feather. Monsieur's shoes, and Madame's as well, were double-soled with iron. They were the same shoes that had served them on their wedding day, but a much more unusual custom was the one they had me. Practice once a week there was in the apartment, a rather large room whose walls were not papered. I was expected to take a knife and scrape and shave away a certain quantity of plaster, and this I next passed through a fine sieve. What resulted from this operation became the powder, wherewith every morning I sprinkled Monsieur, Perruque, and Madame's hair, done up in a bun. Woods to God those had been the only turpitudes of which this evil pair had made habits. Nothing's more normal than the desire to conserve one's property, but what is not normal is the desire to augment it by the accession of the property of others. And it was not long before I perceived that it was only thus de Harpin acquired his wealth. Above us there lodged a solitary individual of considerable means, who was the owner of some handsome jewels, and whose belongings, whether because of their proximity or because they had passed through my master's hands, were very well known to him. I often heard him express regrets to his wife over the loss of a certain gold box worth 50 or 60 louis, which article would infallibly have remained his, said he, had he proceeded with greater cleverness. In order to console himself for the sale of the said box, the good Monsieur de Harpin projected its theft, and it was to me he entrusted the execution of his plan. After having delivered a long speech upon the indifference of robbery, upon, indeed, its usefulness in the world, since it maintains a sort of equilibrium which totally confounds the inequality of property upon the infrequence of punishment, since out of every 20 thieves it could be proven that not above 2 dies on the gallows after having demonstrated to me, with an erudition of which I had not dreamt, Monsieur du Harpin capable, that theft was honored throughout Greece, that several races yet acknowledge it, favor it, and reward it for a bold deed, simultaneously giving proof of courage and skill, 2 virtues indispensable to a warlike nation, after having, in a word, exalted his personal influence which would extricate me from all embarrassments in the event I should be detected. Monsieur du Harpin tendered me 2 lock-picks, one to open the neighbor's front door, the other his secretary, within which lay the box in question. Incessantly he enjoined me to get him this box, and in return for so important a service, I could expect, for 2 years, to receive an additional crown. "Oh, monsieur," I exclaimed, shuddering at his proposal, "is it possible a master dare thus corrupt his domestic? What prevents me from turning against you the weapons you put into my hands?" Du Harpin, much confused, fell back on a lame subterfuge what he was doing, said he, thus being done with the simple intention of testing me how fortunate that I had resisted this temptation. He added, how I should have been doomed had I succumbed, etc. I scoffed at this lie, but I was soon enough aware of what a mistake it had been to answer him with such asperity. Malefactors do not like to find resistance in those they seek to seduce. Unfortunately, there is no middle ground or median attitude when one is so unlucky as to have been approached. By them one must necessarily thereupon become either their accomplices, which is exceedingly dangerous, or their enemies, which is even more so. Had I been a little experienced, I would have quit the house forthwith, but it was already written into heaven that every one of the honest gestures that was to emanate from me would be answered by misfortunes. Monsieur du Harpin let more than a month drift by. That is to say, he waited until the end of my 2nd year with him, and waited without showing the least hint of resentment at the refusal I had given him, when one evening, having just retired to my room to taste a few hours of repose, I suddenly heard my door burst open, and there, not without terror, I saw Monsieur du Harpin and 4 soldiers of the watch standing by my bed. "Perform your duties, sirrah," said he to the men of the law. "This wretch has stolen from me a diamond worth 1,000 crowns. You will find it in her chamber, or upon her person. The fact is certain." "I have robbed you, monsieur," said I, sore troubled, and springing from my bed, Great heaven! Who knows better than you the contrary to be true? Who should be more deeply aware than you to what point I loathe robbery, and to what degree it is unthinkable I could have committed it? But du Harpin made a great uproar to drown out my words. He continued to order perquisitions, and the miserable ring was discovered in my mattress. To evidence of this strength there was nothing to reply. I was seized instantly, pinioned, and led to prison, without being able to prevail upon the authorities to listen to one word in my favor. The trial of an unfortunate creature who has neither influence nor protection is conducted with dispatch in a land where virtue is thought incompatible with misery. Where poverty is enough to convict the accused, there an unjust prepossession causes it to be supposed that he who ought to have committed a crime did indeed commit it. Sentiments are proportioned according to the guilty one's estate, and when once gold or titles are wanting to establish his innocence, the impossibility that he be innocent then appears self-evident. O ages yet to come! You shall no longer be witness to these horrors and infamies abounding. I defended myself. It did no good. In vain I furnished the best material to the lawyer whom a protocol of form required be given me. For an instant or two my employer accused me. The diamond had been discovered in my room. It was plain I had stolen it. When I wished to describe Monsieur de Harpin's awful traffic, and prove that the misfortune that had struck me was naught but the fruit of his vengeance, and the consequence of his eagerness to be rid of a creature who, through possession of his secret, had become his master, these pleadings were interpreted as so many recriminations, and I was informed that for 20 years Monsieur de Harpin had been known as a man of integrity, incapable of such a horror. I was transferred to the conciergerie, where I saw myself upon the brink of having to pay with my life, for having refused to participate in a crime I was shortly to perish. Only a new misdeed could save me. Providence willed that crime serve at least once as an aegis unto virtue, that crime might preserve it from the abyss which is some day going to engulf judges, together with their imbecility. I had about me a woman, probably 40 years old, as celebrated for her beauty as for the variety and number of her villainies. She was called Dubois, and, like the unlucky Therese, was on the eve of paying the capital penalty, but as to the exact form of it, the judges were yet mightily perplexed, having rendered herself guilty of every imaginable crime. They found themselves virtually obliged to invent a new torture for her, or to expose her to one whence we ordinarily exempt our sex. This woman had become interested in me, criminally interested, without doubt, since the basis of her feelings, as I learned afterward, was her extreme desire to make a proselyte of me. Only 2 days from the time set for our execution, Dubois came to me. It was at night. She told me not to lie down to sleep, but to stay near her side. Without attracting attention, we moved as close as we could to the prison door. "Between 7 and 8, she said. "The conciergerie will catch fire. I have seen to it, no question about it. Many people will be burned. It doesn't matter." "Therese," the evil creature went on, "the fate of others must always be as nothing to us when our own lives are at stake. Well, we are going to escape here. Of that you can be sure. 4 men in my confederates will join us, and I guarantee you we will be free. I have told you, madame, that the hand of God, which had just punished my innocence, employed crime to protect me. The fire began. It spread. The blaze was horrible. 21 persons were consumed. But we made a successful sally. The same day we reached the cottage of a poacher, an intimate friend of our band, who dwelt in the forest of Bondy. "There you are, Therese," Dubois says to me, "free. You may now choose the kind of life you wish. But were I to have any advice to give you, it would be to renounce the practice of virtue which, as you have noticed, is the courting of disaster, a misplaced delicacy, led you to the foot of the scaffold, an appalling crime rescued you from. You'd have a look about and see how useful are good deeds in this world, and whether it is really worth the trouble immolating yourself for them. Therese, you are young and attractive. Heed me. And in 2 years, ill have led you to a fortune, but don't suppose I am going to guide you there, along the paths of thought. Virtue, when one wants to get on, my dear girl, one must stop at nothing decide then. We have no security in this cottage. We've got to leave in a few hours. Oh, madame, I said to my benefactress, I am greatly indebted to you, and am far from wishing to disown my obligations. You saved my life in my view. 'Tis frightful the thing was achieved through a crime. And, believe me, had I been the one charged to commit it, I should have preferred 1,000 deaths to the anguish of participating in it. I am aware of all the dangers I risk in trusting myself to, the honest sentiments which will always remain in my heart. But whatever be the thorns of virtue, madame, I prefer them unhesitatingly, and always to the perilous favors which are crime's accompaniment. There are religious principles within me which, may it please heaven, will never desert me. If Providence renders difficult my career in life, 'tis in order to compensate me in a better world. That hope is my consolation. It sweetens my griefs. It soothes me in my sufferings. It fortifies me in distress, and causes me confidently to face all the ills it pleases God to visit upon me. That joy should straightway be extinguished in my soul, were I perchance to besmirch it with crime, and together with the fear of chastisements in this world I should have the painful anticipation of torments in the next, which would not for one instant procure me the tranquillity I thirst after. Those are absurd doctrines which will have you on the dung-heap in no time, my girl, said Dubois, with a frown. Believe me, forget God's justice, His future punishments and rewards. The lot of those platitudes lead us nowhere but to death from starvation. Oh, Therese, the callousness of the rich legitimates, the bad conduct of the poor. Let them open their purse to our needs. Let humaneness reign in their hearts, and in virtues will take root in ours, but as long as our misfortune, our patient endurance of it, our good faith, our objection only serves to double the weight of our chains. Our crimes will be their doing, and we will be fools indeed to abstain from them when they can lessen the yoke wherewith their cruelty bears us down. Nature has caused us all to be equals born. Therese, if fate is pleased to upset the primary scheme of the general law, it is up to us to correct its caprices, and through our skill to repair the usurpations of the strongest. I love to hear these rich ones, these titled ones, these magistrates and these priests. I love to see them preach virtue to us. It is not very difficult to forswear theft when one has 3 or 4 times what one needs to live it. It is not very necessary to plot murder when one is surrounded by nothing but adulators and thralls, unto whom one's will is law. Nor is it very hard to be temperate and sober when one has the most succulent dainties constantly within one's reach. They can well contrive to be sincere when there is never any apparent advantage in falsehood. But we, Therese, we whom the barbaric providence you are mad enough to idolize has condemned to slink in the dust of humiliation, as doth the serpent in grass, we who are beheld with disdain only because we are poor, who are tyrannized because we are weak, we, who must quench our thirst with gall, and who, wherever we go, tread on the thistle always. You would have us shun crime? Well, its hand alone opens up unto us the door to life, maintains us in it, and is our only protection when our life is threatened. You would have it that, degraded and in perpetual abjection, while this class dominating us has to itself all the blessings of fortune, we reserve for ourselves naught but pain, beatings, suffering, nothing but want and tears, brandings and the gibbet. No, No, Therese. No, either this providence you reverence is made only for our scorn, or the world we see about us is not at all what providence would have it. Become better acquainted with your providence, my child, and be convinced that as soon as it places us in a situation where evil becomes necessary, and while at the same time it leaves us the possibility of doing it, this evil harmonizes quite as well with its decrees as does good. And Providence gains as much, by the one as by the other, the state in which she has created us. Is equality he who disturbs is no more guilty than he who seeks to re-establish the balance. Both act in accordance with received impulses. Both have to obey those impulses and enjoy them. Chapter 7. I must confess that if ever I was shaken, it was by this clever woman's seductions, but a yet stronger voice, that of my heart to which I gave heed, combated her sophistries. I declared to Dubois that I was determined never to allow myself to be corrupted. Very well, she replied. Become what you wish. I abandon you to your sorry fate. But if ever you get yourself hanged, which is an end you cannot avoid, thanks to the fatality which inevitably saves the criminal by sacrificing the virtuous, at least remember before dying never to mention us. While we were arguing thus, Dubois' 4 companions were drinking with the poacher, and as wine disposes the malefactor's heart to new crimes, and causes him to forget his old, our bandits no sooner learned of my resolution than, unable to make me their accomplice, they decided to make me their victim, their principles, their manners, the dark retreat we were in, the security they thought they enjoyed, their drunkenness, my age, my innocence, everything encouraged them. They get up from table. They confer in whispers. They consult Dubois, doings whose lugubrious mystery makes me shiver with horror. And at last there comes an order to me then and there to satisfy the desires of each of the 4. If I go to it cheerfully, each will give me a crown to help me along my way. If they must employ violence, the thing will be done all the same, but the better to guard their secret. Once finished with me, they will stab me, and will bury me at the foot of yonder tree. I need not paint the effect this cruel proposition had upon me, madame. You will have no difficulty understanding that I sank to my knees before Dubois. I besought her a second time to be my protectress. The low creature did but laugh at my tears. Oh, by God, quoth she, here's an unhappy little one. What? You shudder before the obligation to serve 4 fine big boys, one after another? Listen to me, she added, after some reflection. My sway over these dear lads is sufficiently great for me to obtain a reprieve for you, upon condition you render yourself worthy of it. Alas, madame, what must I do? I cried through my tears. Command me, I am ready. Join us, throw in your lot with us, and commit the same deeds, without show of the least repugnance, either that, or I cannot save you from the rest. I did not think myself in a position to hesitate by accepting this cruel condition. I exposed myself to further dangers, to be sure, but they were the less immediate. Perhaps I might be able to avoid them, whereas nothing could save me from those with which I was actually menaced. I will go everywhere with you, madame, was my prompt answer to Dubois. Everywhere. I promise you shield me from the fury of these men, and I shall never leave your side while I live. Children, Dubois said to the 4 bandits, this girl is one of the company. I am taking her into it. I ask you to do her no ill. Don't put her stomach off the fit. Meteor during her first days in it. You see how useful her age and face can be to us. Let's employ them to our advantage, rather than sacrifice them to our pleasures. But such is the degree of energy in man's passions, nothing can subdue them. The persons I was dealing with were in no state to heed reason. All 4 surrounded me, devoured me with their fiery glances, menaced me in a still more terrible manner. They were about to lay hands on me. I was about to become their victim. She has got to go through with it, one of them declared. It's too late for discussion. Was she not told she must give proof of virtues in order to be admitted into a band of thieves? and once a little used, won't she be quite as serviceable as she is while a virgin? I am softening their expressions, you understand, madame. I am sweetening the scene itself, alas! Their obscenities were such that your modesty might suffer at least as much from beholding them unadorned as did my shyness. A defenseless and trembling victim, I shuddered. I had barely strength to breathe. Kneeling before the quartet, I raised my feeble arms, as much to supplicate the men as to melt Dubois' heart. "An instant," said one who went by the name of Cordifer, and appeared to be the band's chief, a man of 36 years, of a bull's strength and bearing the face of a satyr one moment. "Friends, it may be possible to satisfy everyone concerned, since this little girl's virtue is so precious to her, and since, as Dubois states it very well, this quality otherwise put into action could become worth something to us. Let's leave it to her, but we have got to be appeased. Our mood is worn, Dubois, and in the state we are in, I know, we might perhaps cut your own throat if you were to stand between us and our pleasures. Let's have Therese instantly strip as naked as the day she came into the world, and next let's have her adopt one after the other all the positions we are pleased to call for, and meanwhile Dubois will sate our hungers, while burn our incense upon the altar's entrance to which this creature refuses us." "Strip naked," I exclaimed. "O heaven, what is it thou doth require of me? When I shall have delivered myself thus to your eyes, who will be able to answer for me?" But Cordifer, who seemed in no humor either to grant me more or to suspend his desires, burst out with an oath and struck me in a manner so brutal that I saw full well compliance was my last resort. He put himself in Dubois' hands, she having been put by his in a disorder more or less the equivalent of mine, and as soon as I was as he desired me to be, having made me crouch down upon all fours so that I resembled a beast, Dubois took in hand a very monstrous object and led it to the peristyles of first one and then the other of nature's altars. And under her guidance, the blows it delivered to me, here and there, were like those of a battering ram thundering at the gates of a besieged town in olden days. The shock of the initial assault drove me back enraged. Cordifer threatened me with harsher treatments were I to retreat from these. Dubois is instructed to redouble her efforts. One of the libertines grasps my shoulders and prevents me from staggering before the concussions. They become so fierce. I am in blood, and am able to avoid not a one. "Indeed," stammers Cordifer. "In her place I'd prefer to open the doors rather than see them ruined this way. But she won't have it, and we're not far from the capitulation." Vigorously, Dubois, and the explosive eruption of this debauchee's flames, almost as violent as a stroke of lightning, flickers and dies upon ramparts ravaged without being breached. The second had me kneel between his legs, and while Dubois administered to him, as she had to the other, two enterprises absorbed his entire attention. Sometimes he slapped, powerfully but in a very nervous manner, either my cheeks or my breasts. Sometimes his impure mouth fell to sucking mine. In an instant my face turned purple, my chest red. I was in pain. I begged him to spare me. Tears leapt from my eyes, they roused him. He accelerated his activities, he bit my tongue, and the two strawberries on my breasts were so bruised that I slipped backward, but was kept from folly. They thrust me toward him. I was everywhere more furiously harassed, and his ecstasy supervened. The third bade me mount upon and straddle two somewhat separated chairs, and seating himself betwixt them, excited by Dubois, lying in his arms, he had me bend until his mouth was wet. Directly below the temple of nature, never will you imagine, madame, what this obscene mortal took it into his head to do willy-nilly. I was obliged to satisfy his every need. Just heaven! What man, no matter how depraved, can taste an instant of pleasure in such things? I did what he wished, inundated him, and my complete submission procured this foul man an intoxication of which he was incapable without this infamy. The fourth attached strings to all parts of me to which it was possible to tie them. He held the ends in his hands and sat down 7 or 8 feet from mine. Body Dubois' touches and kisses excited him prodigiously. I was standing erect 'twas by a sharp tugs now on this string, now on some other that the savage irritated his pleasures. I swayed. I lost balance again and again. He flew into an ecstasy each time, tottered finally. He pulled all the cords at once. I fell to the floor in front of him, such was his design, and my forehead, my breast, my cheeks received the proofs of a delirium he owed to none but this mania. That is what I suffered, madame, but at least my honor was respected, even though my modesty assuredly was not. Their calm restored. The bandit spoke of regaining the road, and that same night we reached Tremblay with their intention of approaching the woods of Chantilly, where it was thought a few good prizes might be awaiting us. Nothing equaled my despair at being obliged to accompany such persons, and I was determined to part with them as soon as I could do so without risk. The following day we fell hard by Louvre. Sleeping under haystacks, I felt in need of Dubois' support, and wanted to pass the night by her side. But it seemed she had planned to employ it. Otherwise, in protecting my virtue from the attacks I dreaded, 3 of the thieves surrounded her, and before my very eyes the abominable creature gave herself to all 3 simultaneously. The 4th approached me. It was the captain. "Lovely Therese," said he. "I hope you shall not refuse me at least the pleasure of spending the night with you." And as he perceived my extreme unwillingness, "Fear not," he went on, "we'll have a chat together, and I will attempt nothing without your consent." "Oh, Therese," cried he, folding me in his arms, "'tis all foolishness, don't you know, to be so pretentious with us. Why are you concerned to guard your purity in our midst? Even were we to agree to respect it, could it be compatible with the interests of the band? No need to hide it from you, my dear, for when we settle down in cities, we count on you to snare us some dupes." "Why, monsieur," I replied, "since it is certain I should prefer death to these horrors, of what use can I be to you, and why do you oppose my flight?" "We certainly do oppose it, my girl," Courtifer rejoined. "You must serve either our pleasures or our interests. Your poverty imposes the yoke upon you, and you have got to adapt to it. But, Therese, and well you know it, there is nothing in this world that cannot be somehow arranged, so listen to me, and accept the management of your own. Fate, agree to live with me, dear girl. Consent to belong to me, and be properly my own, and I will spare you the baneful role for which you are destined. I, sir, I become the mistress of a— say the word, Therese. Out with it, a scoundrel, eh? Oh, I admit it. But I have no other titles to offer you that our sort does not marry you. Are doubtless well aware marriage is one of the sacraments, Therese, and full of an undiscriminating contempt for them all. With none do we ever bother. However, be a little reasonable that, sooner or later, you lose what is so dear to you, is an indispensable necessity. Hence would it not be better to sacrifice it to a single man who thereupon will become your support and protector? Is that not better, I say, than to be prostituted to everyone? But why must it be, I replied, that I have no other alternative? Because, Therese, we have got you, and because the stronger is always the better reason. La Fontaine made the remark ages ago. Truthfully, he continued rapidly, is it not a ridiculous extravagance to assign, as you do, such a great value to the most futile of all things? How can a girl be so dull-witted as to believe that virtue may depend upon the somewhat greater or lesser diameter of one of her physical parts? What difference does it make to God or man whether this part be intact or tampered with? I will go further, it being the intention of nature that each individual fulfill on this earth all of the purposes for which he has been formed, and women existing only to provide pleasure for men, it is plainly to outrage her thus to resist the intention she has in your regard. It is to wish to be a creature useless in this world, and consequently one contemptible. This chimerical propriety, which they have had the absurdity to present to you as a virtue, and which since infancy, far from being useful to nature and society, is an obvious defiance of the one and the other. This propriety, I say, is no more than a reprehensible stubbornness, of which a person as mettlesome and full of intelligence as you should not wish to be guilty. No matter, continue to hear me out, dear girl. I am going to prove my desire to please you, and to respect your weakness. I will not by any means touch that phantom Therese, whose possession causes all your delight. A girl has more than one favor to give, and one can offer to Venus in many a temple. Will be content with the most mediocre you know, my dear. Near the Cyprian altar, there is situate an obscure grot, into whose solitude love retires, the more energetically to seduce. As such will be the altar where I will burn my incense. No disadvantages there. Therese, if pregnancies affright you, 'tis not in this manner they can come about. Never will your pretty figure be deformed this way. A maidenhead so cherished by you will be preserved unimpaired, and whatever be the use to which you decide to put it, you can propose it unattainted. Nothing can betray a girl from this quarter, however rude or multiple the attacks may be. As soon as the bee has left off sucking the pollen, the rose's calyx closes shut again. One would never imagine it had been opened. There exist girls who have known 10 years of pleasure this way, even with several men, women who were just as much married as anyone else after it all. And on their wedding nights they prove quite as virgin as could be wished. How many fathers, what a multitude of brothers have thuswise abused their daughters and sisters, without the latter, having become on that account, any the less worthy of a later hymeneal sacrifice? How many confessors have not employed the same route to satisfaction, without parents experiencing the mildest disquiet? In one word, 'tis the mystery's asylum. 'Tis there where it connects itself with love by ties of prudence. Need I tell you further, Therese, that although this is the most secret temple, it is howbeit the most voluptuous. What is necessary to happiness is found nowhere else, and that easy vastness native to the adjacent aperture falls far short of having the peccant charms of a locale, into which one does not enter without effort, where one takes up one's abode only at the price of some trouble. Women themselves reap an advantage from it, and those whom reason compels to know this variety of pleasure. Never pine after the others. Try it, Therese, try, and we shall both be contented. Chapter 8. Oh, monsieur, I replied, I have no experience of the thing, but I have heard it said that this perversion you recommend outrages women in a yet more sensitive manner. It more grievously offends nature. The hand of heaven takes its vengeance upon it in this world. Sodom provides the example. What innocence, my dear! What childishness! The libertine retorted, who ever told you such a thing? Yet a little more attention, Therese. Let me proceed to rectify your ideas. The wasting of the seed destined to perpetuate the human species, dear girl, is the only crime which can exist. Such is the hypothesis according to it. This seed is put in us for the sole purpose of reproduction, and if that were true, I would grant you that diverting is an offense. But once it is demonstrated that her situating this semen in our loins is by no means enough to warrant supposing that nature's purpose is to have all of it employed for reproduction, what then does it matter, Therese, whether it be spilled in one place or in another? Does the man who diverts it perform a greater evil than nature who does not employ all of it? Now, do not those natural losses, which we can imitate if we please, occur in an abundance of instances? Our very ability to provoke them, firstly, is an initial proof that they do not offend nature in the slightest. It would be contrary to all the equity and profound wisdom we everywhere recognize in her laws, for them to permit what might affront her. Secondly, those losses occur 100 million times every day, and she instigates them herself. Nocturnal pollutions, the inutility of semen during the periods of woman's pregnancy, are they not authorized by her laws, enjoined by them, and do they not prove that, very little concerned for what may result from this liquid to which we so foolishly attach a disproportionate value, she permits us its waste with the same indifference she herself causes it every day to be wasted? She tolerates reproduction, yes, but much as wanting to prove reproduction is one of her intentions. She lets us go ahead with our reproducing, to be sure, but it being no more to her advantage than our abstaining therefrom, the choice we happen to make is as one to her. Is it not clear that leaving us the power to create, not to create, or to destroy, we will not delight her at all or disappoint her any more by adopting toward the one or the other the attitude which suits us best? And what could be more self-evident than that the course we choose, being but the result of her power over us and the influence upon us of her actions, will far more surely please than it will risk offending her? Ah, Therese, believe me, nature frets very little over those mysteries. We are great enough fools to turn into worship of her. Whatever be the temple at which one sacrifices, immediately she allows incense to be burned there. One can be sure the homage offends her in no wise refusals to produce. Waste of the semen employed in production, the obliteration of that seed when it has germinated, the annihilation of that germ even long after its formation, all those, Therese, are imaginary crimes which are of no interest to nature, and at which she scoffs as she does at all the rest of our institutions, which offend more often than they serve her. Courtifer waxed warm while expounding his perfidious maxims, and I soon beheld him again in the state which had so terrified me the night before, in order to give his lesson additional impact. He wished instantly to join practice to precept, and, my resistances notwithstanding, his hand strayed toward the altar into which the traitor wanted to penetrate. Must I declare, madame, that blinded by the wicked man's seductions content, by yielding a little, to save what seemed the more essential, reflecting neither upon his casuistry's illogicalities, nor upon what I was myself about to risk, since the dishonest fellow, possessing gigantic proportions, had not even the possibility to see a woman in the most permissible place, and since, urged on by his native perversity, he most assuredly had no object but to maim me, my eyes, as I say, perfectly blind to all that, I was going to abandon myself and become criminal through virtue. My opposition was weakening. Already master of the throne, the insolent conqueror concentrated all his energies in order to establish himself upon it, and then there was heard the sound of a carriage moving along the highway. Upon the instant, Courtifer forsakes his pleasures for his duties. He assembles his followers and flies to new crimes. Not long afterward, we hear cries, and those bandits, all bloodied over, return triumphant and laden with spoils. "Let's decamp smartly," says Courtifer. "We've killed 3 men. The corpses are on the road. We're safe no longer. The booty is divided. Courtifer wants me to have my share. It comes to 20 louis, which I am compelled to accept. I tremble at the obligation to take such money, however. We are in a hurry. Everyone snatches up his belongings and off we go. The next day, we find ourselves out of danger, and in the forest of Chantilly during supper. The men reckon what their latest operation has been worth to them, and evaluate the total capture at no more than 200 louis. Indeed, says one of them, it wasn't worth the trouble to commit 3 murders for such a little sum. Softly, my friends, Dubois answers. It was not for the sake of their purses I exhorted you not to spare those travelers. It was solely in the interests of our security. The law's to be blamed for these crimes. The fault's not ours so long as thieves are hanged like murderers. Thefts shall never be committed without assassinations. The 2 misdeeds are punished equally. Why then abstain from the second when it may cover up the first? What makes you suppose, furthermore, the horrid creature continued, that 200 louis are not worth 3 killings? One must never appraise values save in terms of our own interests. The cessation of the victims' existences is as nothing compared to the continuation of ours. Not a mite does it matter to us whether any individual is alive or in the grave consequently. If one of the 2 cases involves what, in the smallest way, affects our welfare, we must, with perfect unremorse, determine the thing in our own favor, for in a completely indifferent matter we should. If we have any wits and are master of the situation, undoubtedly act so as to turn it to the profitable side, entirely neglecting whatever may befall our adversary. For there is no rational commensuration between what affects us and what affects others. The first we sense physically, the other only touches us morally, and moral feelings are made to deceive none, but physical sensations are authentic thus. Not only do 200 louis suffice for 3 murders, but even 30 centimes would have sufficed. For those 30 centimes would have procured a satisfaction which, although light, must necessarily affect us to a much more lively degree than would 3 men murdered, who are nothing to us, and by the wrongs done whom we are not in the least touched, no, not even scratched our organic feebleness, careless thinking, the accursed prejudices in which we were brought up, the vain terrors of religion and law. Those are what hamper idiots and confound their criminal careers. Those are what prevent them from arriving at greatness, but every strong and healthy individual, endowed with an energetically organized mind, who, preferring himself to others, as he must, will know how to weigh their interests in the balance against his own, will laugh God and mankind to the devil, will brave death and mock at the law, fully aware that it is to himself he must be faithful, that by himself all must be measured, will sense that the vastest multitude of wrongs inflicted upon others cannot offset the least enjoyment lost to himself, or be as important as his slightest pleasure purchased by an unheard-of host of villainies. Joy pleases him, is in him, it is his own. Crime's effect touches him not, is exterior to him well, I ask. What thinking man will not prefer what causes his delectation to what is alien to him? Who will not consent to commit this deed whereof he experiences nothing unpleasant, in order to procure what moves him most agreeably? Oh, madame, I said to Dubois, asking her leave to reply to her execrable sophistries, do you not at all feel that your damnation is writ in what you have just uttered? At the very most, such principles could only befit the person powerful enough to have nothing to dread from others, but we, madame, perpetually in fear and humiliated we, proscribed by all honest folk, condemned by every law, should we be the exponents of doctrines which can only whet the sword blade suspended above our heads? Would we find ourselves in this unhappy position, were we in the center of society, were we to be where, that is to say, we ought to be, without our misconduct and delivered from our miseries? Do you fancy such maxims could be any more fitting to us? How would you have him not perish, who, through blind egoism, wishes all alone to strive against the combined interests of others? Is not society right never to suffer in its midst the man who declares himself hostile to it? And can the isolated individual fight against everyone? Can he flatter himself he is happy and tranquil, if, refusing to submit to the social contract, he does not consent to give up a little of his happiness to ensure the rest? Society is maintained only by the ceaseless interexchange of considerations and good works. Those are the bonds which cement the edifices. Such a one, who instead of positive acts, offers naught but crimes, having therefore to be dreaded, will necessarily be attacked if he is the strongest, laid low by the first he offends, if he is the weakest, but destroyed at any rate. For there is in man a powerful instinct which compels him to safeguard his peace and quiet, and to strike whosoever seeks to trouble them. That is why the long endurance of criminal associations is virtually impossible, their well-being suddenly confronted by cold steel. All the others must promptly unite to blunt the threatening point. Even amongst ourselves, madame, I dare add, how can you lull yourself into believing you can maintain concord amongst ourselves, when you counsel each to heed nothing but his own self-interest? Would you have any just complaints to make against the one of us who wanted to cut the throats of the others, who did so in order to monopolize for himself what has been shared by his colleagues? Why, 'tis a splendid panegyric to virtue, to prove its necessity in even a criminal society, to prove for a certainty that this society would disintegrate in a trice were it not sustained by virtue. Your objections, Therese, said Cordifer, not the theses Dubois has been expounding. Our sophistries, our criminal fraternities, are not by any means sustained by virtue, rather by self-interest. Egoism, selfishness, this eulogy of virtue, which you have fabricated out of a false hypothesis, miscarries. It is not at all owing to virtuousness that, believing myself, let us suppose, the strongest of the band, I do not use a dagger on my comrades in order to appropriate their shares. It is because, thereupon finding myself all alone, I would deprive myself of the means which assure me the fortune I expect to have with their help similarly. This is the single motive which restrains them from lifting their arms against me. Now this motive, as you, Therese, perfectly well observe, is purely selfish, and has not even the least appearance of virtue. He who wishes to struggle alone against society's interests must. You say, expect to perish. Will he not much more certainly perish if, to enable him to exist therein, he has nothing but his misery, and is abandoned by others? What one terms the interest of society is simply the mass of individual interests unified, but it is never otherwise than by setting that this private interest can accommodate and blend with the general interest well. What would you have him cede, who has nothing he can relinquish? And he, who had much, agree that he should see his error grow apace with the discovery that he was giving infinitely more than he was getting in return, and, such being the case, agree that the unfairness of the bargain should prevent him from concluding it. Trapped in this dilemma, the best thing remaining for this man, don't you agree, is to quit this unjust society, to go elsewhere, and to accord prerogatives to a different society of men who, placed in a situation comparable to his, have their interest in combating, through the coordination of their lesser powers, the broader authority that wished to extract from the poor man what little he possessed in exchange for nothing at all. But you will say, thence will be born a state of perpetual warfare. Excellent! Is that not the perpetual state of nature? Is it not the only state to which we are really adapted? All men are born isolated, envious, cruel, and despotic, wishing to have everything and surrender nothing, incessantly struggling to maintain either their rights or achieve their ambition. The legislator comes up and says to them, cease thus to fight. If each were to retreat a little, calm would be restored. I find no fault with the position implicit in the agreement, but I maintain that two species of individuals cannot and ought not submit to it. Ever those who feel they are the thought. Stronger have no need to give up anything in order to be happy. And those who find themselves the weaker also find themselves giving up infinitely more than what is assured them. However, society is only composed of weak persons and strong. Well, if the pact must perforce displease both weak and strong, there is great cause to suppose it will fail to suit society, and the previously existing state of warfare must appear infinitely preferable, since it permitted everyone the free exercise of his strength and his industry, whereof he would discover himself deprived by a society's unjust pact which takes too much from the one and never accords enough to the other. Hence, the truly intelligent person is he who, indifferent to the risk of renewing the state of war that reigned prior to the contract, lashes out in irrevocable violation of that contract, violates it as much and often as he is able, full certain that what he will gain from these ruptures will always be more important than what he will lose if he happens to be a member of the weaker class, for such he was, when he respected the treaty by breaking it. He may become one of the stronger, and if the laws return him to the class whence he wished to emerge, the worst that can befall him is the loss of his life, which is a misfortune infinitely less great than that of existing in opprobrium and wretchedness. There are then two positions available to us: either crime, which renders us happy, or the noose, which prevents us from being unhappy. I ask whether there can be any hesitation, lovely Therese, and where will your little mind find an argument able to combat that one? Chapter 9. Oh, monsieur, I replied, with the vehemence a good cause inspires, there are 1,000, but must this life be man's unique concern? Is this existence other than a passage, each of whose stages ought only, if he is reasonable, to conduct him to that eternal felicity, the prize vouchsafed by virtue? I suppose together with you, but this, however, is rare. It conflicts with all reason's informations, but never mind. I will for an instant grant you that the villain who abandons himself to crime may be rendered happy by it in this world. But do you imagine God's justice does not await that dishonest man? That he will not have to pay in another world for what he does in this? I think not the contrary, monsieur. Believe it not, I added, tears in my eyes. 'Tis the misfortunate one's sole consolation. Take it not away from us, forsaken by mankind. Who will avenge us, if not God? Fool! No one, Therese. Absolutely no one. It is in no wise necessary that the misfortunate be avenged. They flatter themselves with the notion, because they would like to be. The idea comforts them, but it is not on that account the less false. Better still, it is essential that the misfortunate suffer their humiliation. Their anguishes are included in what nature decrees, and their miserable existence is useful to the general scheme, as is that of the prosperity which crushes them. Such is the truth, which should stifle remorse in the tyrant's soul, or in the malefactor's. Let him not constrain himself, let him blindly, unthinkingly deliver himself up to causing every hurt the idea for which may be born in him. It is only nature's voice which suggests this idea. Such is the only fashion in which she makes us her law's executors. When her secret inspirations dispose us to evil, it is evil she wishes, it is evil she requires, for the sum of crimes not being complete, not sufficient to the laws of equilibrium, the only laws whereby she is governed, she demands that there be crimes to dress the scales. Therefore, let him not be afraid. Let him not pause, whose brain is driven to concerting ill. Let him unheeding commit wrong immediately he discerns the impulsion. It is only by lagging and snuffling he outrages nature. But let us ignore ethics for a moment, since it's theology you want. Be advised, then, young innocent, that the religion you fall back upon, being nothing but the relationship between man and God, nothing but the reverence the creature thinks himself obliged to show his Creator, is annihilated instantly. This Creator's existence is itself proven illusory. Primitive man, terrified by the phenomena which harried him, had necessarily to believe that a sublime being, unknown to him, had the direction of their operation. And influence, it is native to weakness to suppose strength and to fear it the human mind, then too much in its infancy to explore, to discover in nature's depths the laws of motion, the unique springs of the entire mechanism. That struck him with awe, found it simpler to fancy a motor in this nature than to view nature as her own mover, and without considering that he would have to go to much more trouble to edify, to define this gigantic master, than through the study of nature to find the cause of what amazed him. He acknowledged this sovereign being. He elaborated rituals to worship. If from this moment each nation composed itself an overlord in conformance with its peculiar characteristics, its knowledge, and its climate, soon there were as many religions on earth as races and peoples, and not long after, as many gods as families. Nevertheless, behind all these idols it was easy to recognize the same absurd illusion, first fruit of human blindness. They apparelled it differently, but it was always the same thing. Well, tell me, Therese, merely because these idiots talk drivel about the of a wretched chimera, and about the mode of serving him, must it follow that an intelligent man has got to renounce the certain and present happiness of life, like Aesop's dog? Must he abandon the bone for the shadow, and renounce his real joys for hallucinations? No, Therese, no, there is no God. Nature sufficeth unto herself. In no wise hath she need of an author once supposed. The author is naught but a decayed version of herself, is merely what we describe in school by the phrase, a begging of the question. A God predicates a creation, that is to say, an instant when there was nothing, or an instant when all was in chaos. If one or the other of these states was evil, why did your God allow it to subsist? Was it good? Then why did he change it? But if all is now good at last, your God has nothing left to do well. If he is useless, how can he be powerful? And if he is not powerful, how can he be God? If, in a word, nature moves herself, what do we want with a motor? And if the motor acts upon matter by causing it to move, how is it not itself material? Can you conceive the effect of the mind upon matter and matter, receiving motion from the mind which itself has no movement? Examine for one cold-blooded instant all the ridiculous and contradictory qualities wherewith the fabricators of this execrable chimera have been obliged to clothe him. Verify for your own self how they contradict one another, annul one another, and you will recognize that this thick phantom, engendered by the fear of some and the ignorance of all, is nothing but a loathsome platitude, which merits from us neither an instant of faith nor a minute's examination, a pitiable extravagance, disgusting to the mind, revolting to the heart, which ought never to have issued from the darkness, save to plunge back into it, forever to be drowned. May the hope or fear of a world to come, bred of those primordial lies, trouble you not to reason, and above all give over endeavoring to forge restraints for us out of this stuff, feeble portions of a vile crude matter, upon our death, that is to say, upon the conjointure of the elements whereof we are composed with the elements composing the universal mass, annihilated forever, regardless of what our behavior has been, we will pass for an instant into nature's crucible, thence to spring up again under other shapes, and that without there being any more prerogatives for him who madly smoked up virtue's effigy, than for the other who wallowed in the most disgraceful excesses, because there is nothing by which nature is offended, and because all men, equally her womb's issue, during that term having acted not at all, save in accordance with her impulsions, will all of them meet with, after their existence, both the same end and the same fate. I was once again about to reply to these appalling blasphemies, when we heard the clatter of a horseman not far away. "To arms!" shouted Cordifer, more eager to put his systems into action than to consolidate their bases. The men leapt into life, and an instant later a luckless traveler was led into the copse where we had our camp. Questioned upon his motive for traveling alone, and for being so early abroad, upon his age, his profession, the rider answered that his name was Saint Florent, one of the most important merchants of Lyons, that he was 36 years old, that he was on his way back from Flanders, where he had been concerned with affairs relative to his business, that he had not much hard money upon his person, but many securities. He added that his valet had left him the preceding day, and that, to avoid the heat, he was journeying at night with the intention of reaching Paris the next day, where he would secure a new domestic, and would conclude some of his transactions, that, moreover, he was following an unfamiliar road, and, apparently, he must have lost his way while dozing on his horse. And having said that, he asked for his life, in return offering all he possessed. His purse was examined, his money was counted, the prize could not have been better. Saint Florent had near unto 500,000, payable upon demand at the capital, had also a few gems, and about 100 gold louis, then to see returned. "Friend," said Cordifer, clapping his pistol to Saint Florent's nose, "you understand, don't you, that after having robbed you, we cannot leave you alive?" "Oh, monsieur," I cried, casting myself at the villain's feet, "I beseech you not to present me the horrible spectacle, upon my reception into your band, of this poor man's death. Allow him to live. Do not refuse me this first request I ask of you." And quickly resorting to a most unusual ruse, in order to justify the interest I appeared to take in the captive, "The name Monsieur has just given himself," I added with warmth, "causes me to believe we are nearly related. Be not astonished, monsieur," I went on, now addressing the voyager, Be not at all surprised to find a kinsman in these circumstances. I will explain it all to you. In the light of this, I continued, once again imploring our chief, in the light of this, Monsieur, grant me the unlucky creature's life. I will show my gratitude for the favor by the completest devotion to ale that will be able to serve your interests. You know upon what conditions I can accord you what you ask, Therese. Courtifer answered, You know what I demand from you. Ah, very well, monsieur. I will do everything, I cried, throwing myself between Saint Florent and our leader, who was still about to kill him. Yes, I will do anything to spare him. Let him live, said Courtifer. But he has got to join us. That last clause is crucial. I can do nothing. If he refuses to comply with it, my comrades would be against me. Surprised, the merchant, understanding nothing of this consanguinity I was establishing, but observing his life saved if he were to consent to the proposal, saw no cause for a moment's hesitation. He was provided with meat and drink, as the men did not wish to leave the place until daybreak. Therese, Courtifer said to me, I remind you of your promise, but since I am weary tonight, rest quietly beside Dubois. I will summon you toward dawn, and if you are not prompt to come, taking this knave's life will be my revenge for your deceit. Sleep, monsieur, sleep well, I replied, and believe that she whom you have filled with gratitude has no desire but to repay it. However, such was far from my design, for if ever I believed deception permitted, it was certainly upon this occasion. Our rascals, greatly overconfident, kept at their drinking and fell into slumber, leaving me entirely at liberty beside Dubois, who, drunk like the others, soon closed her eyes too. Then, seizing my opportunity as soon as the bandits surrounding us were overcome with sleep, monsieur, I said to the young Lyonnais, The most atrocious catastrophe has thrown me against my will into the midst of these thieves. I detest both them and the fatal instant that brought me into their company. In truth, I have not the honor to be related to you. I employed the trick to save you, and to escape, if you approve it, with you from out of these scoundrels' clutches the moments propitious. I added, Let us be off. I notice your pocketbook. Take it back. Forget the money. It is in their pockets. We could not recover it without danger. Come, monsieur. Let us quit this place. You see what I am doing for you. I put myself into your keeping. Take pity on me above all. Be not more cruel than these. Men dying to respect my honor. I entrust it to you. It is my unique treasure. They have not ravished it away from me. Chapter 10. It would be difficult to render the declarations of gratitude I had from Saint Florent. He knew not in what terms to express his thanks, but we had no time to talk. It was a question of flight. With a dexterous movement, I retrieved the pocketbook, returned it to him, and treading softly we walked through the copse. Leaving the horse for fear the sound of his hoofs might rouse the men with all possible dispatch, we reached the path which is to lead us out of the forest. We had the good luck to be out of it by daybreak without having been followed by anyone before 10 o'clock. We were in Luz Arches, and there, free from all anxiety, we thought of nothing but resting ourselves. There are moments in life when one finds that despite one's riches, which may be great, one nevertheless lacks what is needed to live. Such was Saint Florent's case. 500,000 francs might be awaiting him in Paris, but he now had not a coin on his person. Mindful of this, he paused before entering the inn. Be easy, monsieur, I said upon perceiving his embarrassment. The thieves have not left me without money. Here are 20 louis. Take them, please. Use them. Give what remains to the poor. Nothing in the world could make me want to keep gold acquired by murder. Saint Florent, whose refinements of character I at the time did not exactly appreciate, was absolutely unwilling to accept what I tendered him. He asked me what my expectations were, said he would make himself bound to fulfill them, and that he desired nothing but the power to acquit himself of his indebtedness to me. It is to you I owe my life and fortune, Therese, he added, kissing my hands. I can do no better than to lay them both at your feet. Receive them, I beseech you, and permit the god of marriage to tighten the knots of friendship. I know not whether it was from intuition or chilliness of temper, but I was so far from believing that what I had done for the young man could motivate such sentiments as these. He expressed for me that I allowed him to read in my countenance the refusal I dared not articulate. He understood, insisted no further, and limited himself to asking what he could do for me. "Monsieur," said I, "if my behavior is really not without merit in your view, for my entire recompense I ask nothing more than to proceed to Lyon with you, and to have you find me a place in some correct household, where my modesty will have no more to suffer." "You could do nothing better," said Saint Florent, "and no one is in a better position than I to render this service. I have 20 relatives in the city." And the young trader then besought me to divulge my reasons for having left Paris, where I had mentioned to him I was born. I told my story with equal amounts of confidence and ingenuousness. "Oh, if it is but that," said the young man, "I will be of use to you before we reach Lyon. Fear not, Therese. Your troubles are over. The affair will be hushed. You will not be sought after, and certainly less in the asylum where I wish to leave you than in any other. A member of my family dwells near Bondy, a charming region, not far from here. I am sure it will be a pleasure for her to have you with her. I will introduce you tomorrow." In my turn, filled with gratitude, I approve a project which seems so well suited to me. We repose at Les Arches for the rest of the day, and on the morrow, it is our plan, we will gain Bondy, but 6 leagues distant. "The weather is fine," Saint Florent says to me. "Trust me, Therese, it will be most enjoyable to go afoot. We will reach my relative's estate. We'll tell of our adventure, and this manner of arriving, I should think, will make you appear in a still more interesting light." Having not the faintest suspicion of this monster's designs, and far from imagining that I was to be less safe with him than I had been when in the infamous company I had left, I agree to everything. We dine together. He not so much as murmurs when, for the night, I take a chamber separate from his, and after having waited until the warmest part of the day has passed, certain of what he tells me, that 4 or 5 hours will suffice to bring us to his relatives, we leave Les Arches and strike out on foot for Bondy. It was toward 4 o'clock in the afternoon when we entered the forest. Until then, Saint Florent had not once contradicted himself, always the same propriety, always the same eagerness to prove his sentiments for me. I should not have thought myself more secure had I been with my father. The shades of night began to descend upon the forest, and to inspire that kind of religious horror which at once causes the birth of fear in timorous spirits and criminal projects in ferocious hearts. We followed mere paths. I was walking ahead, and I turned to ask Saint Florent whether these obscure trails were really the ones we ought to be following, whether perchance he had not lost his bearings, whether he thought we were going to arrive soon. "We have arrived, whore," the villain replied, toppling me with a blow of his cane brought down upon my head. I fell unconscious. "Oh, madame, I have no idea what that man afterwards said or did, but the state I was in when I returned to my senses advised me only too well to what point I had been his victim. I was darkest night when I awoke. I was at the foot of a tree, away from any road, injured, bleeding, dishonored. Madame, such had been the reward of all I had just done, for the unlucky man in carrying infamy to its ultimate degree. The wretch, after having done to me all he had wished, after having abused me in every manner, even in that which most outrages nature, had taken my purse, containing the same money I had so generously offered him. He had torn my clothing, most of it lay in shreds and ribbons about me. I was virtually naked, and several parts of my body were lacerated. Claude, you may appreciate my situation there in the depths of the night, without resources, without honor, without hope, exposed to every peril I wished to put an end to my days had a weapon been presented to me. I would have laid hands on it and abridged this unhappy life, full only of plagues for me. Man, the monster! What did I do to him, I asked myself, to have deserved such cruel treatment at his hands? I save his life, restore his fortune to him. He snatches away what is most dear to me. A savage beast would have been less cruel. O man, thus are you when you heed nothing but your passion. Tigers that dwell in the wildest jungles would quail before such ignominies. These first pangs of suffering were succeeded by some few minutes of exhaustion. My eyes, brimming over with tears, turned mechanically towards the sky. My heart did spring to the feet of the Master who dwelleth there. That pure, glittering vault, that imposing stillness of the night, that terror which numbed my senses, that image of nature in peace, nigh unto my whelmed, distraught soul, all distilled a somber horror into me, whence there was soon born the need to pray. I cast myself down, kneeling before that potent God denied by the impious hope of the poor and the downtrodden. Holy Majesty, saintly one, I cried out in tears, thou who in this dreadful moment deigned to flood my soul with a celestial joy, who doubtless hath prevented me from attempting my life, O my protector and my guide, I aspire to thy bounties. I implore thy clemency. Behold my miseries and my torments, my resignation, and hear thou my entreaties, powerful God. Thou knowest it. I am innocent and weak. I am betrayed and mistreated. I have wished to do well in imitation of thee, and thy will hath punished it in me. May thy will be done. O my God, all its sacred effects are cherished by me. I respect them, and cease to complain of them, but if, however, I am to find naught but stings and nettles, terrestrially, is it to offend thee, O my sovereign Master, to supplicate thy puissance, to take me into thy bosom, in order untroubled to adore thee, to worship thee far away from these perverse men, who, alas, I have made me meet with evils only, and whose bloodied and perfidious hands at their pleasure drown my sorrowful days in a torrent of tears, and in an abyss of agony. Prayer is the misfortunate's sweetest comfort. Strength re-enters him once he has fulfilled this duty. My courage renewed, I raised myself up, I gathered together the rags the villain had left me, and I hid myself in a thicket so as to pass the night in less danger. The security I believed I enjoyed, the satisfaction I had just tasted by communing with my God, all combined to help me rest a few hours, and the sun was already risen high when I opened my eyes. For the wretched, the instant of awakening is hideous, the imagination, refreshed by sleep's sweet ministrations, very rapidly and lugubriously fills with the evils these moments of deceiving repose have smoothed into oblivion. Very well, I said as I examined myself. It is then true that there are human creatures nature reduces to the level of wild beasts. Lurking in this forest, like them flying the sight of man. What difference now exists between them and me? Is it worth being born for a fate so pitiable? And my tears flowed abundantly as I meditated in sorrow. I had scarcely finished with my reflections when I heard sounds somewhere about. Little by little, two men hove into view. I pricked up my ears. Come, dear friend, said one of them. This place will suit us admirably. The cruel and veiled presence of an aunt I abhor will not prevent me from tasting a moment with you the pleasures I cherish. They draw near. They station themselves squarely in front of me, and so proximately that not one of their words, not one of their gestures is able to escape me. And I observe— Just heaven, madame, said Therese, interrupting herself. Is it possible that destiny has placed me in none but situations so critical that it becomes quite as difficult for virtue to hear them recited as for modesty to describe them? That horrible crime which equally outrages both nature and social conventions. That heinous deed, in a word, which the hand of God has so often smitten, rationalized, legitimized by Cordifer, proposed by him to the unhappy Therese, despite her wishes consummated against her by the butcher who has just immolated her, in brief. I did see that revolting execration carried out before my own eyes, together with all the impure gropings and fumblings, all the frightful episodes the most meditated depravity can devise. One of the men, He who gave himself was 24 years old. Of such a bearing and presence one might suppose him of an elevated degree, the other, of about the same age, appeared to be one of his domestics. The act was scandalous and prolonged. Bending over, supported by his hands, leaning upon the crest of a little hillock, facing the thicket where I lay, the young master exposed naked to his companion, in debauch, the impious sacrificial altar. And the latter, whom the spectacle filled with ardor, caressed the idol, ready to immolate it with a spear far more awful and far more colossal than Ther, one wherewith the captain of the brigands of Bondi had menaced me, but in no wise intimidated. The young master seemed prepared unhesitatingly to brave the shaft that was presented to him. He teased it. He excited it, covered it with kisses, seized it, plunged it into himself, was in an ecstasy as he swallowed it up, aroused by criminal caresses. The infamous creature writhed and struggled under the iron, and seemed to regret it was not yet more terrible. He withstood its blows. He rose to anticipate them. He repelled them. A tender couple lawfully connected would not have caressed one another so passionately. Their mouths were pressed together, their sighs intermingled, their tongues entwined, and I witnessed each of them, drunk with lust, bring his perfidious horrors to completion in the very vortex of delight. The homage is renewed, and in order to fire the incense, nothing is neglected by him who cries aloud his demand for it. Kisses, fingerings, pollutions, debauchery's most appalling refinements. Everything is employed to revive sinking strength, and it all succeeds in reanimating them 5 times in swift succession, but that without either of them changing his role. The young lord was constantly the woman, and although there was about him what suggested the possibility, he could have acted the man in his turn. He had not for one instant even the appearance of wishing to. If he visited the altar corresponding to the one in him where sacrifices were performed, it was in the other idol's behalf, and there was never any indication the latter was threatened by assault. Chapter 11. Ah, how slowly the time seemed to pass. I dared not budge for fear of detection at last. The criminal actors in this indecent drama, no doubt surfeited, got up and were prepared to start along the road that was to take them home, when the master drew near the bush which hid me my bonnet, betrayed me. I see. He caught sight of it. Yasmin, said he to his valet, we are discovered. A girl has beheld our mysteries. Come hither. Flush the bitch into the open. Let's find out why she is here. I did not put them to the trouble of dragging me from my sanctuary. I stepped forward immediately, and, falling at their feet, "Oh, messieurs," I cried, stretching my arms toward them, "deign to have pity upon an unhappy creature whose fate more deserves your compassion than you may think there are very few. Misfortunes which can equal mine do not let the posture wherein you discover me cause any suspicion to be born in you. It is rather the consequence of my misery than of my faults. Do not augment the ills which overwhelm me. Be so kind as to diminish them by making available to me the means to escape the furies that hound me." The Comte de Bressac, that was the name of the young man, into whose hands I had fallen, possessed a mind containing a great fund of wickedness and libertinage. No very abundant amount of sympathy dwelled in his heart. Unfortunately, it is only too common to find men in whom pity has been obliterated by libertinage, whose ordinary effect is to harden, whether it be that the major part of his excesses necessitates apathy in the soul, or that the violent shock passion imparts to the nervous system decreases the vigor of its action. The fact always remains that a libertine is rarity a man of sensibility. But in addition to this harshness native to the species whose character I am sketching, there was also in Monsieur de Bressac a disgust for our sex so inveterate, a hatred so powerful for all that distinguishes it, that I encountered considerable difficulty introducing the affections into his soul, wherewith I strove to move him. "My little dove," said the Count, severity in his tone, "if you are looking for dupes, improve your style. Neither my friend nor I ever sacrifice at. Your impure temple, if it is money you are begging. Look for people who are fond of good works. We never perform any of that description. But, wretch, out with it, did you see what passed between monsieur and me? I saw you conversing together upon the sward, I replied. Nothing more, monsieur, I assure you. I should like to believe it, said the Count. For your own good, were I to imagine you had seen anything else, never would you emerge alive from where we are. Yasmin, it is early. We have time to hear the girl's adventures, and afterward we will see what's to be done with her. The young men sit down. They order me to sit near them, and thereupon, very ingenuously, I make them acquainted with all the woes that have afflicted me from the day of my birth. Well, Yasmin, said Monsieur de Brissac as soon as I had finished, for once let us be just. The equitable Themis has doomed this creature. Let us not suffer the goddess designs to be thwarted so cruelly. Let us expose the delinquent to the death penalty she has incurred. This little murder, far from being a crime, will merely take its place as a reparation in the moral scheme, since sometimes we have the misfortune to disturb that order. Let us at least courageously make amends when the occasion arises. And the cruel men, having laid hands upon me, dragged me toward the wood, laughing at my tears and screams. Well, tie each of her members to a tree. We need 4 trees placed in a rectangle, said Brissac, tearing off my clothes. Then by means of their cravats, their handkerchiefs, their braces, they make cords wherewith I am tied instantly, in keeping with their plan, that is to say, in the cruelest and most painful position imaginable. I cannot express to you what I suffered. It seemed they were rending me limb from limb, and that my belly, facing downward and strained to the utmost, was about to split at any moment. Sweat drenched my forehead. I no longer existed save through the violence of pain, had it ceased to compress my nerves. A mortal anguish would surely have seized me. The villains were amused by my posture. They considered me and applauded. Well, that's enough, Brissac said at last. For the time being she may get off with a fright. Therese, he continued, as he untied my hands and commanded me to dress myself, show a little judgment and come along with us. If you attach yourself to me, you shall never have reason to regret it. My aunt requires a second maid. I am going to present you to her, and upon the basis of your story, undertake to interest her in you. I shall make myself answerable for your conduct, but should you abuse my kindness, were you to betray my confidence, or were you not to submit yourself to my intentions? Behold these 4 trees. Therese, behold the plot of earth. They encompass. It might serve you for a sepulchre. Bear it in mind that this dreadful place is no more than a league's distance from the chateau to which I am going to lead you, and that, upon the least provocation, I will bring you back here at once. I forgot my sufferings instantly. I embraced the Count's knees, tears streaming down my cheeks. I swore to behave myself well, but quite as insensible to my joy as to my pain. Let us be off, said Brissac. Your actions will speak for you. They alone will govern your fate. We advance. Jasmine and his master exchange whispered remarks. I follow them humbly, without saying a word. In less than an hour we arrive at Madame la Marquise de Brissac's chateau, whose magnificence and the multitude of servants it contains make me see that whatever the post I must hold in the house, it will surely be more advantageous to me than that of drudge to Monsieur du Harpin. I am made to wait in an office where Jasmine most obligingly offers me everything conducive to my comfort. The young Count seeks out his aunt, acquaints her with what he has done, and a half-hour later himself comes to introduce me to the Marquise. Madame de Brissac was a woman of 46 years, still very beautiful, and who seemed highly respectable and sensible, although into her principles and remarks somewhat of austerity had entrance. For 2 years she had been the widow of the young Count's uncle, who had married her without any fortune beyond the fine name he brought with him. All the riches Monsieur de Brissac was able to hope for depended upon this aunt, what had come down to him from his father. Barely gave him the wherewithal to buy his pleasures, to which income Madame de Brissac joined a considerable allowance, but that scarcely sufficed. Nothing is so expensive. As the delights to which the Count was addicted, perhaps they are purchased at a cheaper rate than others, but they far more rapidly multiply. 50,000 crowns was the Marquise's revenue, and young Monsieur de Brissac was its sole heir. All efforts to induce him to find a profession or an occupation had failed. He could not adapt himself to whatever diverted his attentions from libertinage. The Marquise passed 3 months of the year's 12 in the country. The rest of the time she lived in Paris, and these 3 months which she required her nephew to spend with her were a kind of torture for a man who hated his aunt, and considered as wasted every moment he passed outside the city, which was the home of his pleasures. The young Count bade me relate to the Marquise the matter with which I had just made him acquainted, and as soon as I was done, your candor and naivete, Madame de Brissac said to me, do not permit me to think you untruthful. I will inquire after no other information save what will authorize me to believe you are really the daughter of the man you indicate. If it is so, then I knew your father, and that will be one more reason to take an interest in you. As for the Duharpin affair, I will assume responsibility for settling it with 2 visits paid to the Chancellor. He has been my friend for ages. In all the world there is no man of greater integrity we have, but to prove your innocence to him, all the charges leveled against you will crumble and be withdrawn. But consider well, Therese, what I promise you now will not be yours, save at the price of flawless conduct. Thus, you see that the effects of the gratitude I require will always redound to your profit. I cast myself at the Marquise's feet, assured her she would be contented with me. With great kindness she raised me up, and upon the spot gave me the post of second chambermaid in her service. At the end of 3 days, the information Madame de Brissac had sought from Paris arrived. It corresponded with what I desired. The Marquise praised me for having in no wise imposed upon her, and every thought of unhappiness vanished from my mind, to be replaced by nothing but hope for the sweetest consolations it was permitted me to expect. But it did not consort with the designs of heaven that the poor Therese should ever be happy, and if fortuitously there were born unto her some few moments of calm, it was only to render more bitter those of distress that were to succeed them. We were no sooner arrived in Paris than Madame de Brissac hastened to work in my behalf. The first President Judge wished to see me. He heard with interest the tale of my misfortunes. Duharpin's calumnies were recognized, but it was in vain they undertook to punish him, having made a great success of trafficking in counterfeit banknotes, whereby he ruined 3 or 4 families, and whence he amassed nearly 2 millions. He had just removed to England as regarded the burning of the palace prisons. They were convinced that although I had profited from the event, I was in no way to blame for causing it, and the case against me was dropped, the officiating magistrates being agreed. So I was assured that there was no need to employ further formalities. I asked no questions. I was content to learn what I was told, and you will see shortly whether I was mistaken. You may readily imagine that as a consequence of what she did for me, I became very fond of Madame de Brissac. Had she not shown me every kindness as well, had not such steps as those she had taken obligated me forever to this precious protectress? However, it was by no means the young Count's intention that I become so intimately attached to his aunt. But this seems the moment for a portrait of the monster. Monsieur de Brissac had the charms of youth, and the most attractive countenance too. If there were some defects in his figure or his features, it was because they had a rather too pronounced tendency toward that nonchalance, that softness which properly belongs only to women. It seemed that, in lending him the attributes of the feminine sex, nature had introduced its tastes into him as well. Yet what a soul lurked behind those effeminate graces! All the vices which characterized the villain's genius were to be encountered in his never had: wickedness, vindictiveness, cruelty, atheism, debauchery, contempt for all duties, and principally those out of which nature is said to fashion our delights. Never had all these qualities been carried to such an extreme. In the midst of all his faults predominated another Monsieur de Brissac, detested his aunt. The Marquise did everything conceivable to restore her nephew to the paths of virtue. Perhaps she put too much rigorousness into her attempts. The result, however, was that the Count, further inflamed by that very rigor's effects, only the more impetuously gave himself up to his predilections, and the poor Marquise gained nothing from her persecutions but his redoubled hate. Do not imagine the Count would often tell me that it is of her own accord my aunt acts in all that concerns you. Therese, believe me, were it not for my constant badgering, she would quickly forget what she has promised to do for you. She would have you feel indebted to her. But all she has done is owing exclusively to me. Yes, Therese, exactly. It is to me alone you are beholden. And the thanks I expect from you should appear the more disinterested, for although you veil a pretty face, it is not, and you know it very well. After your favors I aspire no, Therese. The services I await from you are of a radically different sort, and when you are well convinced of what I have accomplished in behalf of your tranquillity, I hope I will find what I think I have the right to expect from your spirit. So obscure were these speeches I knew not how to answer, however. Reply to him I did, on a chance as it were, and perhaps with too great a facility. Must I confess it? Alas! Yes, to conceal my shortcomings would be to wrong your confidence, and poorly to respond to the interest my misfortunes have quickened in you. Hear then, madame, of the one deliberate fault with which I have to reproach myself. What am I saying? A fault. It was a folly, an extravagance. There has never been one to equal it, but at least it is not a crime. It is merely a mistake, for which I alone have been punished, and of which it surely does not seem that the equitable hand of heaven had to make use, in order to plunge me into the abyss which yawned beneath me soon afterward. Whatever the foul treatment to which the Comte de Brissac had exposed me, the first day I had met him, it had all the same been impossible to see him so frequently without feeling myself drawn toward him by an insuperable and instinctive tenderness. Despite all my recollections of his cruelty, all my thoughts upon his disinclinations toward women, upon the depravity of his tastes, upon the gulf which separated us morally, nothing in the world was able to extinguish this nascent passion, and had the Count called upon me to lay down my life, I would have sacrificed it for him 1,000 times over. He was far from suspecting my sentiment. He was far, the ungrateful one, from divining the cause of the tears I shed every day. Nevertheless, it was out of the question for him to be in doubt of my eagerness to fly, to do his every bidding, to please him in every possible way. It could not have been he did not glimpse, did not have some inkling of my attentions, doubtless. Because they were instinctive, they were also mindless, and went to the point of serving his errors, of serving them as far as decency permitted, and always of hiding them from his aunt. This behavior had in some sort won me his confidence, and all that came from him was so precious to me. I was so blinded by the little his heart offered me, that I sometimes had the weakness to believe he was not indifferent to me. But how promptly his excessive disorders disabused me. They were such that even his health was affected. I several times took the liberty to represent to him the dangers of his conduct. He would hear me out patiently, then end by telling me that one does not break oneself of the vice he cherished. Chapter 12. Ah, Therese, he exclaimed one day, full of enthusiasm, if only you knew this fantasy's charms. If only you could understand what one experiences from the sweet illusion of being no more than a woman. Incredible inconsistency, one abhors that sex, yet one wishes to imitate it. Ah, how sweet it is to succeed, Therese. How delicious it is to be to everyone who would have to do with you, and carrying delirium, and to their ultimate period. Successively, in the very same day, to be the mistress of a porter, a marquis, a valet, a friar, to be the beloved of each one after the other, caressed, envied, menaced, beaten, sometimes victorious in their arms, sometimes a victim and at their feet, melting them with caresses, reanimating them with excesses. Oh no, Therese, you do not understand what is this pleasure for a mind constructed like mine. But, morals aside, if you are able to imagine this divine whimsy's physical sensations, there is no withstanding it. It is a titillation so lively, it is of so piquant a voluptuousness. One becomes giddy, one ceases to reason, stammers 1,000 kisses, one more tender than the next, do not inflame us with an ardor, in any way approaching to you. Drunkenness into which the agent plunges us enlaced in his arms, our mouth glued to his. We would that our entire being were incorporated into his, we would not make but a single being with him if we dare complain. 'Tis of being neglected we would have him, more robust than Hercules, enlarge us. Penetrate us we would have that precious semen, shot blazing to the depths of our entrails, cause, by its heat and its strength, our own to leap forth into his hands. Do not suppose, Therese, we are made like other men. 'Tis an entirely different structure we have, and, in creating us, heaven has ornamented the altars at which our celadons sacrifice with that very same sensitive membrane which lines your temple of Venus. We are, in that sector, as certainly women as you are in your generative sanctuary. Not one of your pleasures is unknown to us. There is not one we do not know how to enjoy, but we have in addition to them our own. And it is this delicious combination which makes us of all men on earth the most sensitive to pleasure, the best created to experience it. It is this enchanting combination which renders our tastes incorrigible, which would turn us into enthusiasts and frenetics were one to have the stupidity to punish us, which makes us worship, under the grave itself, the charming God who enthralls us. Thus the Count expressed himself, celebrating his eccentricities when I strove to speak to him of the being, to whom he owed everything, and of the grief such disorders caused his respectable aunt. I perceive nothing in but spleen and ill-humor, and especially impatience at having to see, in such hands and for so long, riches which, he would say, already ought to belong to him. I saw nothing but the most inveterate hatred for that so gentle woman, nothing but the most determined revolt against every natural sentiment. It would then be true that when, in one's tastes, one has been able so formally to transgress that law's sacred instinct, the necessary consequence of this original crime is a frightful penchant to commit every other. Sometimes I employed the means religion provides, almost always comforted by it. I attempted to insinuate its sweetnesses into this perverse creature's soul. More or less certain he could be restrained by those bonds, were I to succeed in having him strike at the lure. But the Count did not long tolerate my use of such weapons. A declared enemy of our most holy mysteries, a stubborn critic of the purity of our dogmas, an impassioned antagonist of the idea of a supreme being's existence, Monsieur de Brézac, instead of letting himself be converted by me, sought rather to work my corruption. All religions start from a false premise, Therese. He would say each supposes as necessary the worship of a creator, but that creator never existed. In this connection, put yourself in mind of the sound precepts of that certain courtier who, you told me, used to labor over your mind, as I do nothing more just, nor more precise than that man's principles, and the degradation in which we have the stupidity to keep him, does not deprive him of the right to reason well. If all nature's productions are the resultant effects of the laws whereof she is a captive, if her perpetual action and reaction suppose the motion necessary to her essence, what becomes of the sovereign master-fools, gratuitously give her? That is what your sagacious instructor said to you, dear girl. What, then, are religions if not the restraint wherewith the tyranny of the mightier sought to enslave the weaker? Motivated by that design, he dared say to him whom he claimed the right to dominate, that a god had forged the irons withal, which cruelty manacled him, and the latter, bestialized by his misery, indistinctly believed everything the former wished. Can religions, born of these rogueries, merit respect? Is there one of them, Therese, which does not bear the stamp of imposture and of stupidity? What do I descry in them all? Mysteries which cause reason to shudder, dogmas which outrage nature, grotesque ceremonies which simply inspire derision and disgust. But if amongst them all there were one which most particularly deserves our scorn and hatred, O Therese, is it not that barbaric law of the Christianity into which both of us were born? Is there any more odious? One which so spurs both the heart and mind to revolt. How is it that rational men are still able to lend any credence to the obscure mutterings, to the alleged miracles of that appalling cult's vile originator? Has there ever existed a rowdy scoundrel more worthy of public indignation? What is he but a leprous Jew who, born of a soldier in the world's meanest stews, dared fob himself off for the spokesman of him who, they say, created the universe? With such lofty pretensions, you will have to admit, Therese, at least a few credentials are necessary. But what are those of this ridiculous ambassador? What is he going to do to prove his mission? Is the earth's face going to be changed? Are the plagues which beset it going to be annihilated? Is the sun going to shine upon it by night as well as by day? Vices will soil it no more. Are we going to see happiness reign at last? Not at all. It is through Hocus-pocus, antic capers and puns. The Marquis de Sade never made one quite as clever as the Nazarenes to his disciple, "Thou art Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church," and they tell us that witty language is one of our century's innovations. That God's envoy announces himself to the world. It is in the elegant society of manual laborers, artisans and streetwalkers, that heaven's minister comes to manifest his grandeur. It is by drunken carousing with these, betting with those, that God's friend, God himself, comes to bend the toughened sinner to his laws. It is by inventing nothing for his farces, but what can satisfy either his lewdness or his gourmand's guts, that the knavish fellow demonstrates his mission, however all that may be. He makes his fortune. A few beef-witted satellites gravitate toward the villain. A sect is formed, this. Crowd's dogmas manage to seduce some Jew slaves of the Roman power. They joyfully embrace a religion which, ridding them of their shackles, makes them subject to none but a metaphysical tyranny. Their motives become evident. Their imbecility unveils itself. The seditious louts are arrested, their captain perishes, but of a death doubtless much too merciful for his species of crime, and through an unpardonable lapse of intelligence, this uncouth boor's disciples are allowed to disperse, instead of being slaughtered cheek to jowl with their leader. Fanaticism gets minds in its grip. Women shriek, fools scrape and scuffle, imbeciles believe, and lo, the most contemptible of beings, the most maladroit quacksalver, the clumsiest impostor ever to have made his entrance, there he is, behold. God, there's God's little boy, his papa's peer, and now all his dreams are consecrated. Aye, and now all his epigrams are become dogmas, and all his blunders mysteries. His fabulous father's breast opens to receive him, and that creator, once upon a time simple, of a sudden becomes compound, triple, to humor his son. This lad so worthy of his greatness, but does that sacred God stick at that? No, surely not. His celestial might is going to bestow many another and greater favor. At the beck and call of a priest, that is to say, an odd fellow foul with lies, the great God creator of all we behold, is going to abase himself to the point of descending 10 euro, 12 million times every morning in a morsel of wheat. Paste this the faithful devour, and assimilate, and God Almighty is lugged to the bottom of their intestines, where he is speedily transmuted into the vilest excrements, and all that for the satisfaction of the tender son, odious inventor of this monstrous impiety, which had its beginnings in a cabaret supper. He spake, and it was ordained. He said, "This bread, you see, will be my flesh, You will digest it as such now. I am God hence. God will be digested by you hence. The Creator of heaven and earth will be changed. Because I have spoken into the vilest stuff the body of man can exhale, and man will eat his God. Because this God is good, and because he is omnipotent. However, these blatherings increase their growth is attributed to their authenticity, their greatness, their sublimity to the puissance of him who introduced them, while in truth the commonest causes double their existence, for the credit error acquires never proved anything but the presence of swindlers on the one side and of idiots on the other. This infamous religion finally arrives on the throne, and it is a weak, cruel, ignorant and fanatical emperor who, enveloping it in the royal mantle, soils the four corners of the earth with it. Zero Therese. What weight are these arguments to carry with an inquiring and philosophic mind? Is the sage able to see anything in this appalling heap of fables but the disgusting fruit of a few men's imposture and the diddled credulity of a vast number? Had God willed it that we have some religion or other, and had he been truly powerful, or, to frame it more suitably, had there truly been a God, would it have been by these absurd means he would have imparted his instructions to us? Would it have been through the voice of a contemptible bandit he would have shown how it were necessary to serve him? Were he supreme? Were he mighty? Were he just? Were he good? This God you tell me about? Would it be through enigmas and buffooneries he would wish to teach me to serve and know him? Sovereign mover of the stars and the heart of man, may he not instruct us by employing the one, or convince us by graving himself in the other? Let him one of these days upon the sun indict the law, writ out in letters of fire, the law as he wants us to understand it, in the version that pleases him. Then from one end of the universe to the other, all mankind will read it, will behold it at once, and thereafter will be guilty if they obey it not. But to indicate his desires nowhere, but in some unknown corner of Asia, to select for witnesses the craftiest and most visionary of people, for alter ego the meanest artisan, the most absurd, him of the greatest rascality, to frame his doctrine so confusedly, it is impossible to make it out, to limit knowledge of it to a small group of individuals, to leave the others in error, and to punish them for remaining there. Why, no, Therese, no. These atrocities are not what we want for our guidance. I should prefer to die 1,000 deaths rather than believe them. When atheism will wish for martyrs, let it designate them. My blood is ready to be shed. Let us detest these horrors. Therese, let the most steadfast outrages cement the scorn which is patently their due. My eyes were barely open when I began to loathe these coarse reveries. Very early I made it a law unto myself to trample them in the dust. I took oath to return to them, never more if you would be happy. Imitate me as do I, hate, abjure, profane the foul object of this dreadful cult, and this cult, too, created for illusion, made like him to be reviled by everyone who pretends to wisdom. Chapter 13. Oh, that, monsieur, I responded, weeping. You would deprive an unfortunate of her fondest hope, were you to wither in her heart, this religion, which is her whole comfort. Firmly attached to its teachings, absolutely convinced that all the blows leveled against it are nothing but libertinage's effects and the passions. Am I to sacrifice, to blasphemies, to sophistries horrible to me, my heart's sweetest sustenance? I added 1,000 other arguments to this one. They merely caused the Count to laugh, and his captious principles, nourished by a more male eloquence, supported by readings and studies I, happily, had never performed, daily attacked my own principles without shaking them. Madame de Brésac, that woman filled with piety and virtue, was not unaware her nephew justified his wild behavior. With every one of the day's paradoxes she too often shuddered. Upon hearing them, and as she condescended to attribute somewhat more good sense to me than to her other women, she would sometimes take me aside and speak of her chagrin. Meanwhile her nephew, champing at the bit, had reached the point where he no longer bothered to hide his malign intentions, Not only had he surrounded his aunt with all of that dangerous canaille which served his pleasures, but he had even carried boldness so far as to declare to her, in my presence, that were she to take it into her head to frustrate his appetite, he would convince her of their charm by practicing them before her very eyes. I trembled. I beheld this conduct with horror. I strove to rationalize my reactions by attributing their origin to personal motives, for I wished to stifle the unhappy passion which burned in my soul, but is love an illness to be cured? All I endeavored to oppose to it merely fanned its flames, and the perfidious Count never appeared more lovable to me than when I had assembled before me everything which ought to have induced me to hate him. I had remained 4 years in this household unrelentingly persecuted by the same sorrows, forever consoled by the same sweetnesses, when this abominable man, finally believing himself sure of me, dared disclose his infamous schemes. We were in the country at the time. I alone attended upon the Marquise. Her first maid-in-waiting had obtained leave to remain in Paris through the summer to look after some of her husband's business. One evening, shortly after I had retired, and as I was taking some air upon the balcony of my room, being unable to bring myself to go to bed because of the extreme heat, I suddenly heard the Count knock. He wished to have a word or two with me. Alas! The moments that cruel author of my ills accorded me of his presence were too precious for me to dare refuse him. He enters, carefully closes the door, and flings himself into an armchair. Listen to me, Therese, and there is a note of embarrassment in his voice. I have things of the greatest importance to say to you. Swear to me you will never reveal any of them. Monsieur, I reply, do you think me capable of abusing your confidence? You have no idea what you would be risking were you to prove to me I had made a mistake in trusting you. The most frightful of all my woes should be to lose your trust. I have no need of greater menaces. Ah then, Therese, I have condemned my aunt to die, and it is your hand I must employ. My fear, I cried, recoiling in fright. Have you been able, monsieur, to conceive such projects? No. Dispose of my life if you must, but imagine not you will ever obtain from me the horror you propose. Hear me, Therese, says the Count, reasoning with me calmly. I indeed foresaw your distaste for the idea, but, as you have wit and verve, I flattered myself with the belief I could vanquish your feelings, could prove to you that this crime, which seems to you of such enormity, is, at bottom, a very banal affair. Two misdeeds present themselves, Therese, to your not very philosophic scrutiny: the destruction of a creature bearing a resemblance to us, and the evil with which this destruction is augmented when the said creature is one of our near kinsmen. With regard to the crime of destroying one's fellow, be persuaded, dear girl, it is purely hallucinatory. Man has not been accorded the power to destroy. He has, at best, the capacity to alter forms, but lacks that required to annihilate them. Well, every form is of equal worth in nature's view. Nothing is lost in the immense melting pot, where variations are wrought. All the material masses which we fall into it spring incessantly forth in other shapes, and whatsoever be our interventions in this process, not one of them, needless to say, outrages her. Not one is capable of offending her. Our depredations revive her power, they stimulate her energy, but not one attenuates her. She is neither impeded nor thwarted by any. Why? What difference does it make to her creative hand if this mass of flesh today, wearing the conformation of a bipedal individual, is reproduced tomorrow in the guise of a handful of centipedes? Dare one say the construction of this two-legged animal costs her any more than that of an earthworm, and that she should take a greater interest in the one than in the other? If then the degree of attachment, or rather of indifference, is the same, what can it be to her if, by one man's sword, another man is transpeciated into a fly or a blade of grass? When they will have convinced me of the sublimity of our species, when they will have demonstrated to me that it is really so important to nature that her laws are necessarily violated by this transmutation, then I will be able to believe that murder is a crime. But when the most thoughtful and sober study has proven to me that everything that vegetates upon this globe is of equal value in her eyes. I shall never concede that the alteration of one of these creatures into 1,000 others can in any sense upset her intentions or sort ill with her desires. I say to myself, all men, all animals, all plants growing, feeding, destroying and reproducing themselves by the same means, never undergoing a real death, but a simple variation in what modifies them all, I say, appearing today in one form and several years or hours later, in another, all may, at the will of the being who wishes to move them, change 1,000,000 times in a single day, without one of nature's directives being affected for one instant, or do I say, without this transmuter having done anything but good, since by dismantling the individuals whose basic components again become necessary to nature, he does not, by this action, improperly qualified as criminal, but render her the creative energy of which she's necessarily deprived by him who, through brutish indifference, dares not undertake any shuffling, as it were, of the deck. O Therese, it is man's pride alone erects murder as a crime. This vain creature, imagining himself the most sublime of the globe's inhabitants, its most essential, takes his departure from this false principle in order to affirm that the deed which results in his undoing can be nothing but an infamy, but his vanity, his lunacy alter the laws of nature. Not one jot, no person exists, who in the depths of his heart does not feel the most vehement desire to be rid of those by whom he is hampered, troubled, or whose death may be of some advantage to him. And do you suppose, Therese, that the difference between this desire and its effect is very great? Now, if these impressions come to us from nature, can it be presumed they irritate her? Would she inspire in us what would cause her downfall? Ah, be at ease, dear girl. We experience nothing that does not serve her. All the impulses she puts in us are the agents of her decrees. Man's passions are but the means she employs to attain her ends. If she stands in need of more individuals, she inspires lust in us, and behold, there are creations when destructions become necessary to her. She inserts vengeance, avarice, lechery, ambition into our hearts, and lo, you have murders, but she has not ceased to labor in her own behalf. And whatever we do, there can be no question of it. We are the unthinking instruments of her caprices. Ah, no, Therese, no. Nature does not leave in our hands the possibility of committing crimes which would conflict with her economy. Has it ever been known to happen that the weakest were able to offend the mightiest? What are we in comparison to her? Can she, when she created us, have placed in us what would be capable of hurting her? Can that idiotic supposition consort with the sublime and sure manner in which we see her attain her ends? Ah! Were murder not one of the human actions which best fulfilled her intentions, would she permit the doing of murder? May to imitate then be to injure her. Can she be incensed to see man do to his brethren what she herself does to him every day? Since it is proven that she cannot reproduce without destructions, is it not to act in harmony with her wishes to multiply them unceasingly? The man who moves in this direction, who plunges ahead with all possible zeal, will incontestably be the one who serves her best, since it will be he who most cooperates with the schemes she manifests constantly. The primary and most beautiful of nature's qualities is motion, which agitates her at all times, but this motion is simply a perpetual consequence of crimes. She conserves it by means of crimes only the person who most nearly resembles her, and therefore the most perfect being, necessarily will be the one whose most active agitation will become the cause of many crimes, whereas, I repeat, the inactive or indolent person, that is to say, the virtuous person, must be in her eyes, how may there be any doubt of it, the least perfect, since he tends only to apathy, to lethargy, to that inactivity which would immediately plunge everything back into chaos were his star to be in the ascendant. Equilibrium must be preserved. It can only be preserved by crimes, therefore. Crimes serve nature, if they serve her. If she demands them, if she desires them, can they offend her? And who else can be offended if she is not? But my aunt is the creature I am going to destroy. Oh, Therese! In a philosopher's view, how frivolous are these consanguinary ties. Forgive me, but I do not even wish to discuss them. So futile are they. These contemptible chains, fruit of our laws and our political institutions, can they mean anything to nature? Desert your prejudices, Therese. Leave them behind and serve me your fortune, Ismay. Oh, monsieur, I replied, terrified by the Comte de Brissac. Your mind invents this theory of an impassive, indifferent nature, deign rather to heed your heart, and you will hear it condemn all libertinage's false reasonings. Is not that heart, to whose tribunal I recommend you, the sanctuary where this nature you outrage wishes to be heard and respected? If she engraves upon it the extreme horror of the crime you meditate, will you grant me it is a damnable one? Passions, I know, are blinding you at the present moment, but once they subside, how will you not be torn by remorse? The greater your sensitivity, the more cruelly shall it sting you. Oh, monsieur! Preserve, respect this tender, invaluable friends. Life sacrifice it not. You would perish of despair. Every day, at every instant, you would be visited by the image of this cherished aunt. She whom your unthinking rage would have hurled into her tomb, you would hear her plaintive voice still pronouncing those sweet names that were your childhood's joy. She would be present during your waking hours, and appear to torture you in your dreams. She would open with her blood-stained fingers the wounds wherewith you would have mutilated her thereafter. Not one happy moment would shine for you while you dwelt upon this earth. You would become a stranger to pleasures, your every idea would be of trouble. A celestial arm, whose might you do not appreciate, would avenge the days you would have obliterated. By denouement your own, and without having tasted happiness from your felonies, you would be slain by mortal sorrow for having dared accomplish them. As I uttered these words, tears returned to my eyes. I sank to my knees before the Count, by all that is most holy. I did implore him to let fade into oblivion an infamous aberration I swore to him all my life I would conceal. But I did not know the man with whom I was dealing. I knew not to what point passions had enthroned crime in that perverse soul. The Count rose and spoke in a voice of ice. I see very well I was mistaken, Therese, said he. I regret it, perhaps as much on your account as on my own, no matter. I shall discover other means, and it will be much you shall have lost without your mistress gaining anything. The threat changed all my ideas. By not accepting the criminal role proposed to me, I was exposing myself to great personal risk, and my protectress was infallibly to perish by. Consenting to be his accomplice, I would shield myself from the Count's wrath, and would assuredly save his aunt an instant's reflection, convinced me I should agree to everything. But as so rapid a reversal would have appeared suspicious, I strove to delay my capitulation. I obliged the Count to repeat his sophistries, often little by little. I took on an air of not knowing what to reply. Brissac believed me. Vanquished, I justified my weakness by the potency of his art, and in the end I surrendered. The Count sprang into my arms. Ah, how I should have been overjoyed had his movement been inspired by another motive. What is it I am saying? The time had passed his horrible conduct. His barbarous designs had annihilated all the feelings my weakling heart had dared conceive, and I saw in him nothing but a monster. Chapter 14. You are the first woman I have ever held in my arms, said the Count, and truly, it is with all my soul. You are delicious, my child. A gleam of wisdom seems to have penetrated into your mind, that this charming mind has lain in darkness for so long. Incredible. Next, we came to facts. In 2 or 3 days, as soon, that is, as an opportunity presented itself. I was to drop a dose of poison. Bressac gave me the package that contained it into the cup of chocolate Madame customarily took in the morning. The Count assured my immunity against all consequences, and directly I consummated the deed, handed me a contract providing me with an annuity. Of 2,000 crowns he signed these promises without characterizing the state in which I was to enjoy their benefits. We separated. In the midst of all this, something most singular occurred. Something all too able to reveal the atrocious soul of the monster with whom I had to deal. I must not interrupt myself for a moment, for, no doubt, you are awaiting the denouement of the adventure in which I had become involved. 2 days following the conclusion of our criminal pact, the Count learned that an uncle, upon whose succession he had not in the least counted, had just left him an income of £80,000. Oh, heaven! I said to myself upon hearing the news. Is it then in thuswise celestial justice punishes the basest conspiracy? And straightway repenting this blasphemy spoken against Providence, I cast myself upon my knees, and implored the Almighty's forgiveness, and happily supposed that this unexpected development should at least change the Count's plans. What was my error? Ah, my dear Therese, he said that same evening, having run to my room, how prosperity does rain down upon me. Often I have told you so. The idea of a crime or an execution is the surest means to attract good fortune. None exists, save for villain. What? I responded. This unhoped-for bounty does not persuade you, monsieur, patiently to await the death you wish to hasten. Wait, the Count replied sharply. I do not intend to wait 2 minutes. Therese, are you not aware I am 28? Well, it is hard to wait at my age. No, let this affect our scheme, not in the slightest. Give me the comfort of seeing everything brought to an end before the time comes for us to return to Paris. Tomorrow, at the very latest, the day after tomorrow, I beseech you. There's been delay enough. The hour approaches for the payment of the first quarter of your annuity, for performing the act which guarantees you the money. As best I could, I disguised the fright this desperate eagerness inspired in me, and I renewed my resolution of the day before, well persuaded that if I were not to execute the horrible crime I had engaged to commit, the Count would soon notice I was playing a trick upon him, and that, if I were to warn Madame de Bressac, whatever would be her reaction to the project's disclosure, the young Count, observing himself deceived one way or another, would promptly resort to more certain methods which, causing his aunt equally to perish, would also expose me to all her nephew's vengeance. There remained the alternative of consulting the law, but nothing in the world could have induced me to adopt. I decided to forewarn the Marquise of all possible measures. That seemed the best, and I elected it. Madame, I said to her on the morrow of my last interview with the Count, Madame, I have something of the highest importance to reveal, but however vital its interest to you, I shall not broach it unless, beforehand, you give me your word of honor to bear no resentment against your nephew for what monsieur has had the audacity to concert. You will act, Madame, you will take the steps prudence enjoins, but you will say not a word. Deign to give me your promise, else I am silent. Madame de Bressac, who thought it was but a question of some of her nephew's everyday extravagances, bound herself by the oath I demanded, and I disclosed everything. The unhappy woman burst into tears upon learning of the infamy. The monster, she cried. Have I ever done anything that was not for his good? Had I wished to thwart his vices or correct them, what other motive than his own happiness could have constrained me to severity? And is it not thanks to me he inherits this legacy his uncle has just left him? Ah, Therese, prove to me that it is true. This project, put me in a way that will prevent me from doubting. I need all that may aid in extinguishing the sentiments my unthinking heart dares yet preserve for the monster. And then I brought the package of poison into view. It were difficult to furnish better proof, Yet the Marquise wished to experiment with it. We made a dog swallow a light dose, shut up the animal, and at the end of 2 hours it was dead after being seized by frightful convulsions. Any lingering doubt by now dispelled, Madame de Brissac came to a decision. She bade me give her the rest of the poison, and immediately sent a courier with a letter to the Duc de Sanzeval, related to her, asking him to go directly, but in secrecy, to the Secretary of State, and to expose the atrocity of a nephew, whose victim she might at any moment become, to provide himself with a letter de cachet, to make all possible haste to come and deliver her from the wretch who had so cruelly plotted to take her life. But the abominable crime was to be consummated. Some inconceivable permission must have been granted by heaven, that virtue might be made to yield to villainy oppressions. The animal upon which we had experimented revealed everything to the Count. He heard it howling, knowing of his aunt's fondness for the beast. He asked what had been done to it. Those to whom he spoke knew nothing of the matter, and made him no clear answer from this moment. His suspicions began to take shape. He uttered not a word, but I saw that he was disquieted. I mentioned his state to the Marquise. She became further upset, but could think of nothing to do save urge the courier to make yet greater haste, and, if possible, still more carefully to hide the purpose of his mission. She advised her nephew that she was riding to Paris to beg the Duc de Sanzeval to waste not a moment to take up the matter of the recently deceased uncle's inheritance, for if no one were to appear to claim it, there was litigation to be feared. She added that she had requested the Duke to come and give her a complete account of the affair, in order that she might learn whether or not she and her nephew would be obliged to make a journey to Paris. Too skillful a physiognomist to fail to notice the embarrassment in his aunt's face, to fail to observe, as well, some confusion written upon mine. The Count smiled at everything, and was no less on his guard. Under the pretext of taking a promenade, he leaves the chateau. He lies in wait for the courier, at a place the man must inevitably pass. The messenger, far more a creature of the Count than his aunt's trustworthy minion, raises no objections when his master demands to see the dispatches he is carrying. And Brissac, once convinced of what no doubt he calls my treachery, gives the courier 100 louis, together with instructions never to appear again at the Marquise's. He returns to the chateau, rage in his heart, however. He restrains himself. He encounters me. As usual, he kills me, asks whether it shall not be tomorrow, points out it is essential the deed be performed before the Duke's arrival, then goes to bed with a tranquil air about which nothing is to be remarked. At the time I knew nothing. I was the dupe of everything. Were the appalling crime to be committed, as the Count's actions informed me later, he would, of course, have too committed himself. But I did not know how. I conjectured much. What good would it do to tell you what I imagined? Rather, let us move ahead to the cruel manner in which I was punished for not having wished to undertake the thing. On the day after the messenger was intercepted, Madame drank her chocolate as she always did, dressed, seemed agitated, and sat down at table. Scarcely was I out of the dining room when the Count accosted me. Therese, and nothing could have been more phlegmatic than his manner as he spoke. I have found a more reliable method than the one I proposed to attain our objectives, but numerous details are involved, and I dare not come so often to your room at precisely 5 o'clock. Be at the corner of the park. I'll join you. We will take a walk together in the woods. While on our promenade, I'll explain it all. I wish to affirm, madame, that, whether because of the influence of Providence, whether owing to an excessive candor, whether to blindness, nothing gave me a hint of the terrible misery awaiting. I believed myself so safe, thanks to the Marquise's secret arrangements, that I never for a moment imagined that the Count had been able to discover them. Nevertheless, I was not entirely at ease. Le parieur et vertu, quant on promet le crime, one of our tragic poets has said, but perjury is always odious to a delicate and sensitive spirit which finds itself compelled to resort to it. My role embarrassed me. However that may be, I came to the rendezvous. The Count was not late in getting there. He came up to me very gay and easy, and we set off into the forest the while, He but laughed banteringly and jested, as was his habit when we were together. When I sought to guide the conversation to the subject which he had desired to discuss, he told me to wait yet a little. He said he feared we might be observed. It did not seem to him we were in a safe enough place. Very gradually, without my perceiving it, we approached the 4 trees to which I had been so cruelly bound long ago. Upon seeing the place, a quiver ran through me. All the horror of my fate rose up before my eyes. And fancy whether my terror was not doubled when I caught sight of the preparations which had been made in that horrible place. Ropes hung from one of the tree's huge mastiffs were leashed to each of the other 3, and seemed to be waiting for nothing but done. Me, in order to fall to sating the hunger announced by their gaping, foam-flecked jaws. One of the Count's favorites guarded them, whereupon the perfidious creature ceased to employ all but the very foulest epithets. "Scum," quoth he, "do you recognize that bush whence I dragged you like a wild beast, only to spare a life you deserved to lose? Do you recognize these trees, unto which I threatened to lash you? Were you ever to give me cause to repent my kindness? Why did you agree to perform the task I demanded, if you intended to betray me to my aunt? And how could you imagine it was virtue you served by imperiling the freedom of him to whom you owe all your happiness? By necessity placed between 2 crimes, why have you chosen the more abominable? Alas, I did not choose the less, but you should have refused," the Count continued, in his rage seizing one of my arms and shaking me furiously. "Yes, certainly, refused, and not consented to betray me." Then Monsieur de Brissac told me how he had gone about the interception of Madame's messages, and how the suspicion had been born which had led him to decide to stop. "What has your duplicity done for you, unworthy creature? You have risked your life without having saved my aunts. The die is cast. Upon my return to the chateau, I will find a fortune awaiting me. But you must perish before you expire. You must learn that the virtuous road is not always the safest, and that there are circumstances in this world when complicity in crime is preferable to informing." And without giving me time to reply, without giving evidence of the least pity for the frightful situation I was in, he dragged me toward the tree destined for me, and by which his valet stood expectantly. "Here she is," he said, "the creature who wanted to poison my aunt, and who may already have committed the terrible crime in spite of my efforts to prevent it, no doubt. It would have been better to have put her into the hands of justice, but the law would have taken away her life, and I prefer to leave it to her in order that she have longer to suffer." The 2 villains then lay hands on me. In an instant they stripped me naked. "Pretty buttocks," said the Count in a tone of cruelest irony, brutally handling those objects. "Superb flesh. Excellent lunch for the dogs. When no article of clothing is left upon me, I am secured to the tree by a rope attached around my waist, so that I may defend myself as best I can. My arms are left free, and enough slack is provided for me to advance or retreat about 2 yards. The arrangements completed, the Count, very much moved, steps up to have a look at my expression. He turns and passes around me his savage way of handling me seems to say that his murderous fingers would like to dispute the rage of his mastiff's steel teeth. "Come," says he to his lieutenant, "free the animals, the time has arrived." They are loosed. The Count excites them. All 3 fling themselves upon my poor body. One would think they were sharing it in such wise that not one of its parts would be exempt from assault. In vain I drive them back. They bite and tear me with renewed fury, and throughout this horrible scene, Brissac, the craven Brissac, as if my torments had ignited his perfidious lust, the beastly man gives himself up, while he regards me, to his companions' criminal caresses. "Enough," said he after several minutes had gone by. "That will do. Tie up the dogs and let's abandon this creature to her sweet fate." "Well indeed, Therese," says he as he severs my bonds. "Virtue is not to be practiced at some expense, eh? Pension of 2,000 crowns. Would that not have been worth more than the bites you are covered with? But in my state I can scarcely hear him. I slump to the foot of the tree, and am about to lose consciousness. "It is most generous of me to save your life," continues the traitor whom my sufferings inflame. "At least take good care how you make use of this favor." Then he orders me to get up, dress, and quit the place at once, as my blood is flowing everywhere, in order that my few clothes, the only clothes I have, not be stained. I gather some grass to quiet myself. Bressak paces to and fro, much more preoccupied with his thoughts than concerned with me. My swollen flesh, the blood that continues to stream from my multiple wounds, the atrocious pain I am enduring, everything makes the operation of dressing well nigh impossible. Never once does the dishonest man who has just put me into this horrible state, him for whom I once would have sacrificed my life, never once does he deign to show me the least hint of sympathy. When at length I am ready, "Go wherever you wish," says he, "you must have some money left. I will not take it from you, but beware of reappearing at any one of my houses in the city or the country. There are two excellent reasons for not doing so. You may just as well know, first of all, that the affair you thought finished is not at all over. They informed you that the law was done with you. They told you what is not true. The warrant for your arrest still holds. The case is still warm. You were left in this situation so that your conduct might be observed. In the second place, you are going to pass, insofar as the public is concerned, for the Marquise's murderer. If she yet breathes, I am going to see to it she carries this notion into the grave. The entire household will share it. And there you have two trials still to face. Instead of one, instead of a vile usurer, you have for an adversary a rich and powerful man, who is determined to hound you into hell itself if you misuse the life his compassion leaves to you." Chapter 15. "Ah, monsieur," was my response, "whatever have been your severities with me, fear not that I will retaliate. I thought myself obliged to take steps against you when it was a question of your aunt's life, but where only the unhappy Therese is involved, I shall never do anything. Adieu, monsieur. May your crimes render you as happy as your cruelties have made me to suffer, and no matter what the fate reserved to me by heaven, while it shall prolong my deplorable life, I shall only employ my days in uttering prayers for you." The Count raised his head. He could not avoid glancing at me upon hearing these words, and as he beheld me quavering and covered with tears, and doubtless was afraid lest he be moved by what he saw, the cruel one went away, and I saw him never more. Entirely delivered unto my agony, I fell back again and lay by the tree there, giving free rein to my hurt. I made the forest resound with my groans. I pressed my stricken frame against the earth, and shed upon the sward all my tears. "Oh my God," I cried out, "thou hast so willed it. It was grained in thy eternal decrees that the innocent were to fall unto the guilty, and were to be their prey. Dispose of me. O Lord, I am yet far away from what thou didst suffer for us. May those I endure, as I adore thee, render me worthy some day of thou. What rewards thou keepeth for the lowly, when he hath thee before him in his tribulations, and let his anguishes be unto thy greater glorification." Night was closing. It was almost beyond my power to move. I was scarcely able to stand erect. I cast my eyes upon the thicket where 4 years earlier I had slept a night when I had been in circumstances almost as unhappy. I dragged myself along as best I could, and having reached the very same spot, tormented by my still bleeding wounds, overwhelmed by my mind's anxieties and the sorrows of my heart, I passed the cruelest night imaginable. By dawn, thanks to my youth and my vigorous temperament, some of my strength was restored. Greatly terrified by the proximity of that baneful chateau, I started away from it without delay. I left the forest, and resolved at any price to gain the first habitation which might catch my eye, I entered the town of Saint Marcel, about 5 leagues distant from Paris. The first demanded the address of a surgeon. One was given me. I presented myself, and besought him to dress my wounds. I told him that, in connection with some affair at whose source lay love, I had fled my mother's house, quit Paris, and during the night had been overtaken in the forest by bandits who, in revenge for my resistance to their desires, had set their dogs upon me. Rodin, as this artist was called, examined me with the greatest attention, found nothing dangerous about my injuries had I come to him directly. He said he would have been able to guarantee that in the space of a fortnight he would have me as fresh and whole as I had been before my adventure, however. The night passed in the open, and my worry had infected my wounds, and I could not expect to be well in less than a month. Rodin found space in his own house to lodge me, took all possible care of me, and on the 30th day there no longer existed upon my body a single vestige of Monsieur de Bressac's cruelties. As soon as I was fit to take a little air, my first concern was to find in the town some girl sufficiently adroit and intelligent to go to the Marquis's chateau and find out what had taken place there since my departure. This apparently very dangerous inquisitiveness would without the slightest doubt have been exceedingly misplaced, but here it was not a question of mere curiosity. What I had earned while with the Marquise remained in my room. I had scarcely 6 louis about me, and I possessed above 40 at the chateau. I did not suppose the Count would be unkind enough to refuse me what was so legitimately mine. Persuaded that, his first fury once past, he would not wish to do me such an injustice, I wrote a letter calculated to touch him as deeply as possible. I was careful to conceal my address, and I begged him to send back my old clothes together with the small sum that would be found in my chamber. A lively and spirited peasant girl of 25 undertook to deliver my letter and promised to do her best to bring me back all the information she could garner upon the various subjects, about which I gave her to understand. I needed to be enlightened. I insisted that above all else she hide the name of the place where I was, that she not breathe a word of me in whatever form or connection, and that she say she had taken the letter from a man who had brought it from somewhere 15 leagues away. Jeanette left, and 24 hours later she came back with the reply, "It still exists." I have it here, madame, but before you read it, deign to learn what had transpired at the Count's chateau since I had been out of it. Having fallen seriously ill the very day I left, the Marquis de Brissac had been seized by frightful pains and convulsions, and had died the next morning. The family had rushed to the chateau, and the nephew, seemingly gripped in the greatest desolation, had declared that his aunt had been poisoned by a chambermaid who had taken flight the same day. Inquiries were made, and they had the intention to put the wretch to death, were she to be found. As for the rest, the Count discovered that the inheritance had made him much wealthier than he had ever anticipated. He would be the Marquise's strong-box, pocket-book, and gems, all of them objects of value, which no one had known anything, put the nephew, apart from his revenues, in possession of more than 600,000 francs in chattels or cash. Behind his affected grief, the young man had, it was said, considerable trouble concealing his delight, and the relatives convoked for the autopsy demanded by the Count, after having lamented the unhappy Marquise's fate and sworn to avenge her, should the culprit fall into their hands, had left the young man in undisputed and peaceful possession of his villainy. Monsieur de Brissac himself had spoken to Jeanette. He had asked a number of questions to which the girl had replied with such frankness and decision that he had resolved to give her his response without pressing her further. "There is the fatal letter," said Therese, handing it to Madame de Larsange. "Yes, there it is, madame. Sometimes my heart has need of it, and I will keep it until I die. Read it. Read it without shuddering, if you can." Madame de Larsange, having taken the note from a lovely adventurous hands, read therein the following words: "The criminal capable of having poisoned my aunt is brazen indeed. Dare thus write to me after her execrable deed. Better still is the care with which she conceals her retreat, for she may be sure she will be discomfited if she is discovered. But what is it she has the temerity to demand? What are these references to money? Does what she left behind equal the thefts she committed, either during her sojourn in the house or while consummating her final crime? Let her avoid sending a second request similar to this, for she has advised her ambassador will be arrested and held until the law acquaints itself with the place where the guilty party is taking cover. Madame de Losange returned the note to Therese continue. "My dear child," said she, "the man's behavior is horrifying to be swimming in gold and to deny her legitimate earnings to a poor creature who merely did not want to commit a crime. That is a gratuitous infamy entirely without example. Alas, Madame," Therese continued, resuming her story, "I was in tears for 2 days over that dreadful letter. I was far more afflicted by the thought of the horrible deed it attested than by the refusal it contained. Then I groaned. Then I am guilty. Here am I a second time denounced to justice for having been overly respectful of the law. So be it. I repent nothing. I shall never know the least remorse so long as my soul is pure. And may I never be responsible for any evil other than that of having too much heeded the equitable and virtuous sentiments which will never abandon me. I was, however, simply unable to believe that the pursuits and inquiries the Count mentioned were really true, for they seemed highly implausible. It would be so dangerous for him to have me brought into court that I imagined there was far greater reason for him to be frightened at the prospect of having to confront me than I had cause to tremble before his menaces. These reflections led me to decide to stay where I was and to remain, if possible, until the augmentation of my funds might allow me to move on. I communicated my plan to Rodi, who approved it and even suggested I keep my chamber in his house. But first of all, before I speak of what I decided to do, it is necessary to give you an idea of this man and his entourage. Rodin was 40 years of age, dark-haired, with shaggy eyebrows, a sparkling bright eye. There was about him what bespoke strength and health, but at the same time, libertinage. In wealth he was risen far above his native station, possessing from 10 to 12,000 pounds a year, owing to which, if Rodin practiced his surgical art, it was not out of necessity, but out of taste. He had a very attractive house in St. Marcel, which, since the death of his wife 2 years previously, he shared with 2 girls, who were his servants, and with another, who was his own daughter. This young person, Rosalie by name, had just reached her 14th year in her, were gathered all the charms most capable of exciting admiration, the figure of a nymph, an oval face, clear, lovely, extraordinarily animated, delicate pretty features, very piquant as well, the prettiest mouth possible, very large dark eyes, soulful and full of feeling, chestnut brown hair falling to below her waist, skin of an incredible whiteness, aglow, smooth, already the most beautiful throat in all the world, and furthermore, wit, vivacity, and one of the most beautiful souls nature has yet created. With respect to the companions with whom I was to serve in this household, they were 2 peasant girls. One of them was a governess, the other the cook. She who held the first post could have been 25, the other 18 or 20, and both were extremely attractive. Their looks suggested a deliberate choice, and this in turn caused the birth of some suspicions as to why Rodin was pleased to accommodate me. What need has he of a third woman? I asked myself. And why does he wish them all to be pretty? Assuredly, I continued, there is something in all this that little conforms with the regular manners from which I wish never to stray. Well, see. In consequence, I besought Monsieur Rodin to allow me to extend my convalescence at his home for yet another week, declaring that, at the end of this time, he would have my reply to what he had very kindly proposed. I profited from this interval by attaching myself more closely to Rosalie, determined to establish myself in her father's house only if there should prove to be nothing about it whence I might be obliged to take umbrage. With these designs I cast appraising glances in every direction, and, on the following day, I noticed that this man enjoyed an arrangement which straightway provoked in me furious doubts concerning his behavior. Chapter 16. Monsieur Rodin kept a school for children of both sexes during his wife's lifetime. He had obtained the required charter, and they had not seen fit to deprive him of it after he had lost her. Monsieur Rodin's pupils were few but select in all. There were but 14 girls and 14 boys. He never accepted them. Under 12, and they were always sent away upon reaching the age of 16. Never had monarch prettier subjects than Rodin. If there were brought to him one who had some physical defect or a face that left something to be desired, he knew how to invent 20 excuses for rejecting him. All his arguments were very ingenious. They were always colored by sophistries to which no one seemed able to reply thus. Either his corps of little-day students had incomplete ranks, or the children who filled them were always charming. These youngsters did not take their meals with him, but came twice a day, from 7 to 11 in the morning, from 4 to 8 in the afternoon. If, until then, I had not yet seen all of this little troop, it was because, having arrived at Rodin's during the holidays, his scholars were not attending classes toward the end of my recovery. They reappeared. Rodin himself took charge of the boys' instruction. His governess looked after that of the girls, whom he would visit as soon as he had completed his own. Lessons he taught his young pupils: writing, arithmetic, a little history, drawing, music, and for all that no other master but himself was employed. I early expressed to Rosalie my astonishment that her father, while performing his functions as a doctor, could at the same time act as a schoolmaster. It struck me as odd, said I, that being able to live comfortably without exercising either the one or the other of these professions, he devoted himself to both. Rosalie, who by now had become very fond of me, fell to laughing at my remark. The manner in which she reacted to what I said only made me the more curious, and I besought her to open herself entirely to me. "Listen," said that charming girl, speaking with all the candor proper to her age, and all the naivete of her amiable character. "Listen to me. Therese, I am going to tell you everything, for I see you are a well-brought-up girl. Incapable of betraying the secret I am going to confide to you. Certainly, dear friend, my father could make ends meet without pursuing either of these two occupations, and if he pursues both at once, it is because of the two motives I am going to reveal to you. He practices medicine because he has a liking for it. He takes keen pleasure in using his skill to make new discoveries. He has made so many of them, he has written so many authoritative texts based upon his investigations, that he is generally acknowledged the most accomplished man in France at the present time. He worked for 20 years in Paris, and for the sake of his amusements he retired to the country. The real surgeon at St. Marcel is someone named Rombaut, whom he has taken under his tutelage, and with whom he collaborates upon experiments. And now, Therese, would you know why he runs a school? Libertinage, my child. Libertinage alone, a passion he carries to its extremes. My father finds in his pupils of either sex objects whose dependence submits them to his inclinations, and he exploits them. But wait a moment. Come with me, said Rosalie. Today is Friday, one of the 3 days during the week when he corrects those who have misbehaved. It is in this kind of punishment my father takes his pleasure. Follow me, I tell you. You shall see how he behaves. Everything is visible from a closet in my room which adjoins the one where he concludes his business. Let's go there without making any noise. And above all, be careful not to say a word both about what I am telling you and about what you are going to witness. It was a matter of such great importance to familiarize myself with the customs of this person who had offered me asylum that I felt I could neglect nothing which might discover. Then to me I follow hard upon Rosalie's heels. She situates me near a partition. Through cracks between its ill-joined boards, one can view everything going on in the neighboring room. Hardly have we taken up our post when Rodin enters, leading a 14-year-old girl. Blonde and as pretty as love, the poor creature is sobbing away. All too unhappily aware of what awaits her, she comes in with moans and cries. She throws herself down before her implacable instructor. She entreats him to spare her, but his very inexorability fires the first sparks of the unbending Rodin's pleasure. His heart is already aglow, and his savage glances spring alive with an inner light. "Why, no, no," he cries, "not for 1 minute. This happens far too frequently, Julie. I repent my forbearance and leniency. Their sole result has been repeated misconduct on your part. But could the gravity of this most recent example of it possibly allow me to show clemency, even supposing I wished to? A note passed to a boy upon entering the classroom. Sir, I protest to you. I did not, but I saw it, my dear, I saw it. Don't believe a word of it, Rosalie whispered to me. These are trifles he invents by way of pretext. That little creature is an angel. It is because she resists him. He treats her harshly. Meanwhile, Rodin, greatly aroused, had seized the little girl's hands, tied them to a ring fitted high upon a pillar, standing in the middle of the punishment room. Julie is without any defense. Any save the lovely face languishingly turned toward her executioner, her superb hair in disarray, and the tears which inundate the most beautiful face in the world, the sweetest, the most interesting. Rodin dwells upon the picture, is fired by it. He covers those supplicating eyes with a blindfold, approaches his mouth and dares kiss them. Julie sees nothing more. Now, able to proceed as he wishes, Rodin removes the veils of modesty. Her blouse is unbuttoned, her stays untied. She is naked to the waist, and yet further below. What whiteness! What beauty! These are roses strewn upon lilies by the Grace's very hands. What being is so heartless, so cruel as to condemn to torture charms so fresh, so poignant? What is the monster that can seek pleasure in the depths of tears and suffering and woe? Rodin contemplates. His inflamed eye roves. His hands dare profane the flowers his cruelties are about to wither. All takes place directly before us. Not a detail can escape us now. The libertine opens and peers into. Now he closes up again those dainty features which enchant him. He offers them to us under every form. But he confines himself to these only, although the true temple of love is within his reach. Rodin, faithful to his creed, casts not so much as a glance in that direction, to judge by his behavior. He fears even the sight of it if the child's posture exposes those charms. He covers them over again. The slightest disturbance might upset his homage. He would have nothing distract him. Finally, his mounting wrath exceeds all limits. At first he gives vent to it through invectives. With menaces and evil language he affrights this poor little wretch, trembling before the blows wherewith she realizes she is about to be torn. Rodin is beside himself. He snatches up a catenary tails that has been soaking in a vat of vinegar, to give the thongs tartness and sting. Well, there, says he, approaching his victim. Prepare yourself. You have got to suffer. He swings a vigorous arm. The lashes are brought whistling down upon. Every inch of the body exposed to them. 25 strokes are applied. The tender pink rosiness of this matchless skin is in a trice run into scarlet. Julie emits cries, piercing screams which rend me to the soul. Tears run down from beneath her blindfold, and like pearls shine upon her beautiful cheeks, whereby Rodin is made all the more furious. He puts his hands upon the molested parts, touches, squeezes, worries them, seems to be readying them for further assaults. They follow fast upon the first. Rodin begins again. Not a cut he bestows is unaccompanied by a curse, a menace, a reproach. Blood appears. Rodin is in an ecstasy. His delight is immense as he muses upon the eloquent proofs of his ferocity. He can contain himself no longer. The most indecent condition manifests his overwrought state. He fears not to bring everything out of hiding. Julie cannot see it. He moves to the breach and hovers there. He would greatly like to mount as a victor. He dares not. Instead, he begins to tyrannize anew. Rodin whips with might and main, and finally manages, thanks to the leathern stripes, to open this asylum of the Graces and of joy. He no longer knows who he is, or where his delirium has attained to such a pitch the use of reason is no longer available to him. He swears. He blasphemes. He storms. Nothing is exempt from his savage blows. All he can reach is treated with identical fury. But the villain pauses nevertheless. He senses the impossibility of going further without risking the loss of the powers which he must preserve for new operations. Dress yourself, he says to Julie. loosening her bonds and readjusting his own costume. And if you are once again guilty of similar misconduct, bear it firmly in mind you will not get off quite so lightly. Julie returns to her class. Rodin goes into the boys and immediately brings back a young scholar of 15. Lovely. As the day Rodin scolds him, doubtless more at ease, with the lad. He wheedles and kisses while lecturing him. You deserve to be punished, he observes, and you are going to be. Having uttered these words, he oversteps the last bounds of modesty with the child. For in this case, everything is of interest to him. Nothing is excluded. The veils are drawn aside. Everything is palpated indiscriminately. Rodin alternates threats, caresses, kisses, curses. His impious fingers attempt to generate voluptuous sentiments in the boy, and in his turn, Rodin demands identical ministrations. Very well, cries the satyr, spying his success. There you are in the state I forbade. I dare swear that with 2 more movements you'd have the impudence to spit at me. But too sure of the titillations he has produced, the libertine advances to gather a homage, and his mouth is the temple offered to the sweet. Incense his hands excite it to jet forth. He meets the spurts, devours them, and is himself ready to explode. But he wishes to persevere to the end. Ah, I am going to make you pay for this stupidity, says he and gets to his feet. He takes the youth's 2 hands, he clutches them tight, and offers himself entirely to the altar at which his fury would perform a sacrifice. He opens it. His kisses roam over it. His tongue drives deep into it, is lost in it. Drunk with love and ferocity, Rodin mingles the expressions and sentiments of each. Ah, little weasel, he cries, I must avenge myself upon the illusion you create in me. The whips are picked up. Rodin flogs, clearly more excited by the boy than he was by the Vestal. His blows become both much more powerful and far more numerous. The child bursts into tears. Rodin is in 7th heaven. But new pleasures call. He releases the boy and flies to other sacrifices. A little girl of 13 is the boy's successor, and she is followed by another youth who is in turn abandoned for a girl. Rodin whips 5 boys. 4 girls. The last is a lad of 14, endowed with a delicious countenance. Rodin wishes to amuse himself. The pupil resists out of his mind with lust. He beats him, and the villain, losing all control of himself, hurls his flame scummy jets upon his young charge's injured parts. He wets him from waist to heels, enraged at not having had strength enough to hold himself in check until the end. Our corrector releases the child very testily, and after warning him against such tricks in the future, he sends him back to the class. Such are the words I heard, those the scenes which I witnessed. Dear heaven, I said to Rosalie when this appalling drama came to its end, how is one able to surrender oneself to such excesses? How can one find pleasure in the torments one inflicts? Ah, replied Rosalie, you do not know everything. Listen, she said, leading me back into her room. What you have seen has perhaps enabled you to understand that when my father discovers some aptitudes in his young pupils, he carries his horrors much further. He abuses the girls in the same manner he deals with the boys. Rosalie spoke of that criminal manner of conjugation whereof I myself had believed I might be the victim with the brigands' captaine, into whose hands I had fallen after my escape from the conciergerie, and by which I had been soiled by the merchant from Lyons. By this means, Rosalie continued, the girls are not in the least dishonored. There are no pregnancies to fear, and nothing prevents them from finding a husband. Not a year goes by without his corrupting nearly all the boys in this way, and at least half the other children. Of the 14 girls you have seen, 8 have already been spoiled by these methods, and he has taken his pleasure with 9 of the boys. The 2 women who serve him are submitted to the same horrors. Oh, Therese, Rosalie added, casting herself into my arms. Oh, dear girl, and I too. Yes, He seduced me in my earliest years. I was barely 11 when I became his victim. When, alas, I was unable to defend myself against him. But, mademoiselle, I interrupted, horrified. At least religion remained to you. Were you unable to consult a confessor and avow everything? Oh, you do not know that as he proceeds to pervert us, he stifles in each of us the very seeds of belief. He forbids us all religious devotions. And, furthermore, could I have done so? He had instructed me scarcely at all. The little he had said pertaining to these matters had been motivated by the fear that my ignorance might betray his impiety. But I had never been to confession. I had not made my first communion, so deftly did he cover all these things with ridicule, and insinuate his poisonous self into even our smallest ideas, that he banished forever all their duties out of them whom he suborned, or if they are compelled by their families to fulfill their religious duties, they do so with such tepidness, with such complete indifference, that he has nothing to fear from their indiscretion. But convince yourself, Therese. Let your own eyes persuade you, she continued, very quickly drawing me back. Into the closet whence we had emerged, come hither. That room, where he chastises his students, is the same wherein he enjoys us. The lessons are over now. It is the hour when, warmed by the preliminaries, he is going to compensate himself for the restraint his prudence sometimes imposes upon him. Go back to where you were, dear girl, and with your own eyes behold it all. However slight my curiosity concerning these new abominations, it was by far the better course to leap back into the closet. Rather than have myself surprised with Rosalie during the classes, Rodin would, without question, have become suspicious. And so I took my place. Scarcely was I at it when Rodin enters his daughter's room. He leads her into the other. The two women of the house arrive, and thereupon the impudicious Rodin, all restraints upon his behavior removed, free to indulge his fancies to the full, gives himself over in a leisurely fashion and undisguisedly to committing all the irregularities of debauchery. The two peasants, completely nude, are flogged with exceeding violence while he plies his whip upon the one. The other pays him back in kind. And during the intervals when he pauses for rest, he smothers with the most uninhibited, the most disgusting caresses, the same altar in Rosalie who, elevated upon an armchair, slightly bent over, presents it to him at last. There comes this poor creature's turn. Rodin ties her to the stake, as he tied his scholars. And while one after another, and sometimes both at once, his domestics flay him, he beats his daughter, lashes her from her ribs to her knees, utterly transported by pleasure. His agitation is extreme. He shouts, he blasphemes, he flagellates. His thongs bite deep everywhere, and wherever they fall, there immediately he presses his lips, both the interior of the altar and his victim's mouth. Everything, the beforehand excepted, everything is devoured by his suckings, without changing the disposition of the others, contenting himself with rendering it more propitious. Rodin by and by penetrates into pleasure's narrow asylum meanwhile. The same throne is offered by the governess to his kisses. The other girl beats him. With all her remaining strength, Rodin is in seventh heaven. He thrusts, he splits, he tears. 1,000 kisses, one more passionate than the other, express his ardor. He kisses whatever is presented to his lust. The bomb bursts, and the libertine besotted dares. Taste the sweetest of delights in the sink of infamy. Rodin sat down to dine. After such exploits, he was in need of restoratives. That afternoon, there were more lessons and further corrections. I could have observed new scenes had I desired, but I had seen enough to convince myself and to settle upon a reply to make to this villain's offers. The time for giving it approached. 2 days after the events I have described, he himself came to my room to ask for it. He surprised me in bed by employing the excuse of looking to see whether any traces of my wounds remained. He obtained the right, which I was unable to dispute, of performing an examination upon me, naked. And as he had done the same thing twice a day for a month, and had never given any offense to my modesty, I did not think myself able to resist. But this time Rodin had other plans when he reaches the object of his worship. He locks his thighs about my waist, and squeezes with such force that I find myself, so to speak, quite defenseless. Therese, says he, the while moving his hands about in such a manner as to erase all doubt of his intents, you are fully recovered, my dear, and now you can give me evidence of the gratitude withal, which I have beheld your heart overflowing nothing simpler than the form your thanks would take. I need nothing beyond this, the traitor continued, binding me with all the strength at his command. Yes, this will do. Merely this. Here is my recompense. I never demand anything else from women. But, he continued, 'tis one of the most splendid I have seen in all my life. What roundness, fullness, unusual elasticity, what exquisite quality in the skin. Oh my! But I absolutely must put this to use. Chapter 17. Whereupon Rodin, apparently already prepared to put his projects into execution, is obliged, in order to proceed to the next stage, to relax his grip for a moment. I seize my opportunity and extricating myself from his clutches. Monsieur, I say, I beg you to be well persuaded that there is nothing in the entire world which could engage me to consent to the horrors you seem to wish to commit. My gratitude is due to you, indeed it is, but I will not pay my debt in a criminal coin. Needless to say, I am poor, and most unfortunate, but no matter, here is the small sum of money I possess, I continue, producing my meager purse. Take what you esteem just, and allow me to leave this house, I beg of you, as soon as I am in a fitting state to go. Rodin, confounded by the opposition he little expected from a girl devoid of means, and whom, according to an injustice, very ordinary amongst men, he supposed dishonest by the simple fact she was sunk in poverty, Rodin, I say, gazed at me attentively. Therese, he resumed after a minute's silence, Therese, it is hardly appropriate for you to play the virgin with me. I have, so it would seem to me, some right to your complaisance. But however, it makes little difference. Keep your silver, but don't leave me. I am highly pleased to have a well-behaved girl in my house, the conduct of these others I have about me being far from impeccable. Since you show yourself so virtuous in this instance, you will be equally so, I trust, in every other. My interests would benefit therefrom. My daughter is fond of you. Just a short while ago she came and begged me to persuade you not to go, and so rest with us, if you will. I invite you to remain. Monsieur, I replied, I should not be happy here. The two women who serve you aspire to all the affection you are able to give them. They will not behold me without jealousy, and sooner or later I will be forced to leave you. Be not apprehensive, Rodin answered. Fear none of the effects of these women's envy. I shall be quite capable of keeping them in their place by maintaining you in yours, and you alone will possess my confidence without any resultant danger to yourself. But in order to continue to deserve it, I believe it would be well for you to know that the first quality, the foremost, I require in you, Therese, is an unassailable discretion. Many things take place here, many which do not sort with your virtuous principles. You must be able to witness everything, hear all, and never speak a syllable of it. Ah, Therese, remain with me. Stay here, Therese, my child. It will be a joy to have you in the midst of the many vices to which I am driven by a fiery temper, an unrestrainable imagination, and a much rotted heart. At least I will have the comfort of a virtuous being dwelling close by, and upon whose breast I shall be able to cast myself as at the feet of a god, when, glutted by my debauches, oh heaven, I did think at this moment, then virtue is necessary. It is then indispensable to man, since even the vicious one is obliged to find reassurance in it, and make use of it as of a shelter. And then, recollecting Rosalie's requests that I not leave her, and thinking to discern some good principles in Rodin, I resolved to stay with him. Therese, Rodin said to me several days later, I am going to install you near my daughter in this way. You will avoid all frictions with the other two women, and I intend to give you £300 wages. Such a post was, in my situation, a kind of godsend, inflamed by the desire to restore Rosalie to righteousness, and perhaps even her father, too. Were I able to attain some influence over him, I repented not of what I had just done. Rawdon, having had me dress myself, conducted me at once to where his daughter was. Rosalie received me with effusions of joy, and I was promptly established. Ere a week was gone by, I had begun to labor at the conversions after which I thirsted, but Rawdon's intransigence defeated all my effort. "Do not believe," was the response he made to my wise counsels, "that the kind of deference I showed to the virtue in you proves that I either esteem virtue or have the desire to favor it over vice. Think nothing of the sort, Therese. 'Twould be to deceive yourself on the basis of what I have done in your regard. Anyone who was to maintain, as consequential to my behavior, the importance or the necessity of virtue would fall into the very largest error, and sorry I would be were you to fancy that such is my fashion of thinking. The rustic hovel to which I repair for shelter when during the hunt, the excessive heat of the sun's rays falls perpendicularly upon me. That hut is certainly not to be mistaken for a superior. Building its worth is merely circumstantial. I am exposed to some sort of danger. I find something which affords protection. I use it. But is this something the grander on that account? Can it be the less contemptible? In a totally vicious society, virtue would be totally worthless. Our societies not being entirely of this species, one must absolutely either play with virtue or make use of it so as to have less to dread from its faithful followers. If no one adopts the virtuous way, it becomes useless. I am then not mistaken when I affirm that it owes its necessity to naught but opinion or circumstances. Virtue is not some kind of mode whose value is incontestable. It is simply a scheme of conduct, a way of getting along, which varies according to accidents of geography and climate, and which consequently has no reality, the which alone exhibits its futility. Only what is constant is really good. What changes perpetually cannot claim that characterization. That is why they have declared that immutability belongs to the ranks of the Eternal's perfections, but virtue is completely without this quality. There is not, upon the entire globe, two races which are virtuous in the same manner. Hence, virtue is not in any sense real, nor in any wise intrinsically good, and in no sort deserves our reverence. How is it to be employed? As a prop, as a device. It is politic to adopt the virtue of the country one inhabits, so that those who practice it, either because they have a taste for it, or who have to cultivate it because of their station, will leave you in peace, and so that this virtue, which happens to be respected in your area, will guarantee you, by its conventional preponderance, against the assaults delivered by them who profess vice. But, once again, all that is at the dictation of variable circumstances, and nothing in all that assigns a real merit to virtue. There are, furthermore, such virtues as are impossible to certain men now. How are you going to persuade me that a virtue in conflict or in contradiction with the passions is to be found in nature? And if it is not in nature and natural, how can it be good? In those men we are speaking of, there will certainly be vices opposed to these virtues, and these vices will be preferred by these men, since they will be the only modes, the only schemes of being which will be thoroughly agreeable to their peculiar physical constitutions, or to their uncommon organs. In this hypothesis, there would then be some very useful vices. Well, how can virtue be useful if you demonstrate to me that what is contrary to virtue is useful? In reply to that, one hears that virtue is useful to others, and that, in this sense, it is good, for, if it is posited that I must do only what is good to others, in my turn, I will receive only good. And this argument is pure sophistry. In return for the small amount of good I receive at the hands of others, thanks to the virtue they practice, my obligation to practice virtue in my turn causes me to make 1,000,000 sacrifices for which I am in no wise compensated. Receiving less than I give, I hence conclude a very disadvantageous bargain. I experience much more ill from the privations I endure in order to be virtuous than I experience good from those who do it to me, the arrangement being not at all equitable. I therefore must not submit to it, and certain, by being virtuous, not to cause others as much pleasure as I receive pain, by compelling myself to be good. Would it not be better to give up procuring them a happiness which must cost me so much distress? There now remains the harm I may do others by being vicious, and the evil I myself would suffer, were everyone to resemble me. Were we to acknowledge an efficient circulation of vices, I am certainly running a grave danger. I concede it, but the grief experienced by what I risk is offset by the pleasure I receive from causing others to be menaced and there. You see, equality is re-established, and everyone is more or less equally happy, which is not the case and cannot be the case in a society where some are good and others are bad, because from this mixture perpetual pitfalls result, and no pitfalls exist in the other instance. In the heterogeneous society, all interests are unalike. There you have the source of an infinite number of miseries. In the contrary association, all interests are identical. Each individual composing it is furnished with the same proclivities, the same penchants. Each one marches together with all the others, and to the same goal they are all happy. But idiots complain to you. Evil does not make for happiness. No, not when everyone has agreed to idolize good, but merely cease to prize. Instead, deflate, heap abuse upon what you call good, and you will no longer revere anything but what formerly you had the idiocy to call evil, and every man will have the pleasure of committing it not at all, because it will be permitted that might be, upon occasion, a reason for the diminishment of its appeal, but because the law will no longer punish it, and it is the law, through the fear it inspires, which lessens the pleasure nature has seen to it, we take in crime. I visualize a society where it will be generally admitted that incest, let us include this offense together with all the others, that incest, I say, is criminal. Those who commit incest will be unhappy, because opinion, laws, beliefs, everything will concert to chill their pleasure. Those who desist from doing this evil, those who, because of these restraints, will not dare, will be equally unhappy. Thus, the law that prescribes incest will have done nothing but cause wretchedness. Now, I visualize another society neighboring the first. In this one, incest is no crime at all. Those who do not desist will not be unhappy, and those who desire it will be happy. Hence, the society which permits this act will be better suited to mankind than the one in which the act is represented as a crime. The same pertains to all other deeds, clumsily denominated. Criminal regard them from this point of view, and you create crowds of unhappy persons permit them. And not a complaint is to be heard for he who cherishes this act, whatever it happens to be, goes about performing it in peace and quiet, and he who does not care for it either remains in a kind of neutral indifference toward it, which is certainly not painful, or finds restitution for the hurt he may have sustained by resorting to a host of other injuries, wherewith in his turn he belabors whosoever has aggrieved him. Thus everyone in a criminal society is either very happy indeed, or else in a paradise of unconcern. Consequently, there's nothing good, nothing respectable, nothing that can bring about happiness in what they call virtue. Let those who follow the virtuous track be not boastingly proud of the concessions wrung from us by the structural peculiarities of our society. 'Tis purely a matter of circumstance, an accident of convention, that the homages demanded of us take a virtuous form, but in fact, this worship is a hallucination, and the virtue which obtains a little pious attention for a moment is not on that account the more noble. Such was the infernal logic of Rodin's wretched passions. But Rosalie, gentle and less corrupt. Rosalie, detesting the horrors to which she was submitted, was a more docile auditor and more receptive to my opinions. I had the most ardent desire to bring her to discharge her primary religious duties, but we would have been obliged to confide in a priest, and Rodin would not have one in a house he beheld them, and the beliefs they professed, with horror nothing in the world, would have induced him to suffer one. To come near his daughter to lead the girl to a confessor was equally impossible. Rodin never allowed Rosalie to go abroad unless he accompanied her. We were therefore constrained to bide our time until some occasion might present itself, and while we waited I instructed the young person. By giving her a taste for virtue, I inspired in her another for religion. I revealed to her its sacred dogmas and its sublime mysteries. And I so intimately attached these two sentiments to her youthful heart that I rendered them indispensable to her life's happiness. "Oh, mademoiselle," I said one day, my eyes welling with tears at her compunction, "can man blind himself to the point of believing that he is not destined to some better end? Is not the fact he has been endowed with the capacity of consciousness of his God sufficient evidence that this blessing has not been accorded him, safe to meet the responsibilities it imposes? Well, what may be the foundation of the veneration we owe the Eternal, if it is not that virtue of which he is the example? Can the Creator of so many wonders have other than good laws? And can our hearts be pleasing unto him if their element is not good? It seems to me that, for sensitive spirits, the only valid motives for loving that Supreme Being must be those gratitude inspires. Is it not a favor thus to have caused us to enjoy the beauties of this universe? And do we not owe him some gratitude in return for such a blessing? But a yet stronger reason establishes, confirms the universal chain of our duties. Why should we refuse to fulfill those required by his decrees, since they are the very same which consolidate our happiness amongst mortals? Is it not sweet to feel that one renders oneself worthy of the Supreme Being simply by practicing those virtues which must bring about our contentment on earth, and that the means which render us worthy to live amongst our brethren are the identical ones which give us the assurance of a rebirth in the life still to come, close by the throne of God? Ah, Rosalie, how blind are they who would strive to ravish away this our hope! Mistaken, benighted, seduced by their wretched passions, they prefer to deny eternal verities, rather than abandon what may render them deserving of them. They would rather say, "These people deceive us," than admit they deceive themselves. The lingering thought of what they are preparing themselves to lose troubles them in their low riot and sport. It seems to them less dreadful to annihilate hope of heaven than to be deprived of what would acquire it for them. But when those tyrannical passions finally weaken and fade in them, when the veil is torn away, when there is no longer anything left in their disease-eaten hearts to counter the imperious voice of that God, the delirium disregardingly misprized, oh, Rosalie, what must it be, this cruel awakening and how much its accompanying remorse must inflate the price to be paid for the instant's error that blinded them? Such is the condition wherein man has got to be in order to construe his proper conduct. 'Tis neither when in drunkenness, nor when in the transport produced by a burning fever he ought to be believed or his sayings marked, but when his reason is calmed and enjoys its full lucid energy, he must seek after the truth. 'Tis then he divines and sees it. 'Tis then with all our being we yearn after that sacred one, of whom we were once so neglectful. We implore him. He becomes our whole solace. We pray to him. He hears our entreaties. Why then should I deny him? Why should I be unheeding of this object so necessary to happiness? Why should I prefer to say with the misguided man, "There is no God," while the heart of the reasoning part of humankind every instant offers me proofs of this divine being's existence? Is it then better to dream amongst the mad than rightly to think with the wise? All derives nevertheless from this initial principle: immediately there exists a God. This God deserves to be worshipped, and the primary basis of this worship indisputably is virtue. From these elementary truths I easily deduced the others, and the deistic Rosalie was soon made a Christian. But by what means, I repeat, Could I join a little practice to the morality? Rosalie, bound to obey her father, could at the very most do no more than display her disgust for him, and with a man like Rodin, might that not become dangerous? He was intractable, not one of my doctrines prevailed against him, but although I did not win him over, he for his part at least did not shake me. However, such an academy, dangers so permanent, so real, caused me to tremble for Rosalie. So much so, in fact, that I could not find myself in any wise guilty in engaging her to fly from this perverse household. It seemed to me that to snatch her from her incestuous father were a lesser evil than to leave her prey to all the risks she must run by staying with him. I had already delicately hinted at the idea, and perhaps I was not so very far from success, when all of a sudden Rosalie vanished from the house, all my efforts to find out where she was failed. When I interrogated his women or Rodin himself, I was told she had gone to pass the summer months with a relative who lived 10 leagues away. When I made inquiries around the neighborhood, they were at first astonished to hear such a question from a member of the household. Then, as had Rodin and his domestics, they would answer that she had been seen. Everyone had bade her farewell the day before. The day she had left, I received the same replies everywhere. I asked Rodin why this departure had been kept secret from me. Why had I not been allowed to accompany my mistress? He assured me the unique reason had been to avoid a scene difficult for both Rosalie and me, and that I would certainly see the person I loved very soon. I had to be content with these answers, but it was more difficult to be convinced of their truth. Was it presumable that Rosalie, and how great was her affection for me, could have consented to leave me without so much as one word? And according to what I knew of Rodin's character, was there not much to fear for the poor girl's fate? I resolved to employ every device to learn what had become of her, and in order to find out, every means seemed justifiable. The following day, noticing I was alone in the house, I carefully investigated every corner of it. I thought I caught the sound of moans, emanating from a very obscure cellar. I approached a pile of firewood seemed to be blocking a narrow door at the end of a passageway. By removing the obstructions I am able to advance. Further noises are to be heard. I believe I detect a voice. I listen more carefully. I am in doubt no longer. Therese. I hear at last. Oh, Therese, is it you? Yes, my dear, my most tender friend, I cry, recognizing Rosalie's accents. Yes. 'Tis Therese heaven sends to your rescue. And my numerous questions scarcely allow this interesting girl time to reply. At length I learn that several hours before her disappearance, Rimbaud, Rodin's friend and colleague, had examined her naked, and that she had received an order from her father to ready herself to undergo, at Rimbaud's hands, the same horrors Rodin exposed her to every day that she had resisted that Rodin, furious, had seized her and himself presented her to his companion's frantic attacks, that, next, the two men had spoken together in whispers for a very long time, leaving her naked the while, and periodically renewing their probings. They had continued to amuse themselves with her, in the same criminal fashion, and had maltreated her in 100 different ways that, after this session, which had lasted 4 or 5 hours, Rodin had finally said he was going to send her to the country to visit one of her family, but that she must leave at once and without speaking to Therese, for reasons he would explain the day afterward, for he intended to join her immediately. He had given Rosalie to understand he meant to marry her, and this accounted for the examination Rimbaud had given her, which was to determine whether she were capable of becoming a mother. Rosalie had indeed left under an old woman's guardianship she had crossed through the town. In passing, said farewell to several acquaintances, but immediately night had fallen. Her conductress had led her back to her father's house. She had entered at midnight. Rodin, who was waiting for her, had seized her, had clapped his hand over her mouth to stifle her voice, and, without a word, had plunged her into the cellar where, in truth, she had been decently well fed and looked after. I have everything to fear, the poor thing added my father's conduct toward me, since he put me here. His discourses, what preceded Rimbaud's examination, Everything, Therese. Everything suggests that these monsters are going to use me in one of their experiments, and that your poor Rosalie is doomed. After copious tears had flowed from my eyes, I asked the unhappy girl whether she knew where the key to the cellar was kept. She did not, but she did not believe their custom was to take it with them. I sought for it everywhere in vain, and by the time the hour arrived, you or me, to return upstairs, I had been dead. Able to give the dear child no more by way of aid than consoling words, a few hopes, and many tears. She made me swear to come back the next day, I promised, even assuring her that if by that time I had discovered nothing satisfactory regarding her, I would leave the house directly, fetch the police and extricate her, at no matter what price, from the terrible fate threatening her. Chapter 18. I went up. Rimbaud was dining with Rodin that evening. Determined to stick at nothing to clarify my mistress' fate, I hid myself near the room where the two friends were at table, and their conversation was more than enough to convince me of the horror of the project wherewith both were occupied. It was Rodin who was speaking. Anatomy will never reach its ultimate state of perfection until an examination has been performed upon the vaginal canal of a 14 or 15-year-old child who has expired from a cruel death. It is only from the contingent contraction we can obtain a complete analysis of a so highly interesting part. The same holds true, Rimbaud replied. For the hymeneal membrane we must, of course, find a young girl for the dissection. What the deuce is there to be seen after the age of puberty? Nothing. The menstrual discharges rupture the hymen, and all research is necessarily inexact. Your daughter is precisely what we need. Although she is 15. She is not yet mature. The manner in which we have enjoyed her has done no damage to the membranous tissue, and we will be able to handle her with complete immunity from interference. I am delighted you have made up your mind at last. Oh, I certainly have, Rodin rejoined. I find it odious that feudal considerations check the progress of science. Did great men ever allow themselves to be enslaved by such contemptible chains? And when Michelangelo wished to render a Christ after nature, did he make the crucifixion of a young man the occasion for a fit of remorse? Why, no. He copied the boy in his death agonies. But it is a question of the advance of our art, how absolutely essential such means become and how the evil in permitting them dwindles to insignificance. Only think of it. You sacrifice one, but you save 1,000,000. Perhaps may one hesitate when the price is so modest? Is the murder operated by the law of a species different from the one we are going to perform? And is not the purpose of those laws, which are commonly found so wise, the sacrifice of one in order to save 1,000? But what other way can one approach the problem? Rimbaud demanded. There is certainly no other by which to obtain any information. In those hospitals where I worked as a young man, I saw similar experiments by the thousand, but in view of the ties which attach you to this creature, I must confess I was afraid you would hesitate. What? Because she is my daughter? A capital reason, Rodin roared. And what rank do you then fancy this title must allot her in my heart? I place roughly the same value, weighing the matter very nicely, upon a little semen which has hatched its chick, and upon that I am pleased to waste while enjoying myself. One has the power to take back what one has given amongst no race that has ever dwelled upon earth. Has there been any disputing the right to dispose of one's children as one sees fit? The Persians, the Medes, the Armenians, the Greeks enjoyed this right in its fullest latitude. The constitution decreed by Lycurgus, that paragon of lawgivers, not only accorded fathers every right over their offspring, but even condemned to death those children parents did not care to feed, or those which were discovered malformed. A great proportion of savage peoples kill their young immediately they are born. Nearly all the women of Asia, Africa, and America practice abortions, and are not for that reason covered with discredit. Cook discovered the custom widespread in all the South Sea islands. Romulus permitted infanticide. The law of the 12 Tables similarly tolerated it, and until the era of Constantine the Romans exposed or killed their children with impunity. Aristotle recommended this pretended crime. The Stoic sect regarded it as praiseworthy. It is still very much in use in China. Every day one counts lying in the streets and floating in the canals of Peking. More than 10,000 individuals immolated or abandoned by their parents. And in that wisely governed empire, whatever be the child's age, a father need but put it into the hands of a judge to be rid of it. According to the laws of the Parthians, one killed one's son, one's daughter, or one's brother. Even at the age of nubility, Caesar discovered the custom universal amongst the Thlar. Gauls. Several passages in the Pentateuch prove that amongst the children of God, one was allowed to kill one's children, and finally, God himself ordered Abraham to do just that. It was long believed, declares a celebrated modern author, that the prosperity of empires depends upon the slavery of children. This opinion is supported by the healthiest logic. Why? A monarch will fancy himself authorized to sacrifice 20 or 30,000 of his subjects in a single day to achieve his own ends, and a father is not to be allowed, when he esteems it propitious, to become the master of his children's lives. What absurdity! Oh, folly! Oh, what is this inconsistency, this feebleness in them upon whom such chains are binding? A father's authority over his children, the only real one, the one that serves as basis to every other. That authority is dictated to us by the voice of nature herself, and the intelligent study of her operations provides examples of it at every turn and instant. Tsar Peter was in no doubt as to this right. He used it habitually, and addressed a public declaration to all the orders of his empire, in which he said that, according to laws human and divine, a father had the entire and absolute right to sentence his children to death, without appeal and without consulting the opinion of anyone at all. It is nowhere but in our own barbarous France that a false and ludicrous pity has presumed to suppress this prerogative. No, Rodin pursued with great feeling. No, my friend, I will never understand how a father, who had the kindness to provide it with life, may not be at liberty to bestow death upon his issue. 'Tis the ridiculous value we attach to this life, which eternally makes us speak drivel about the kind of deed to which a man resorts in order to disencumber himself of a fellow creature. Believing that existence is the greatest of all goods, we stupidly fancy we are doing something criminal when we convey someone away from its enjoyment, but the cessation of this existence, or at least what follows it, is no more an evil than life is a good, or rather, if nothing dies, if nothing is destroyed, if nothing is lost to nature, if all the decomposed parts of any body whatsoever merely await dissolution to reappear immediately under new forms, how indifferent is this act of murder, and how dare one find any evil in it? In this connection I ought to act according to nothing but my own whim. I ought to regard the thing as very simple indeed, especially so when it becomes necessary to an act of such vital importance to mankind. When it can furnish such a wealth of knowledge henceforth, it is an evil no longer, my friend. It is no longer a crime. No, not a petty misdemeanor. It is the best, the wisest, the most useful of all actions, and crime would exist only in refusing oneself the pleasure of committing it. "Ha!" said Rimbaud, full of enthusiasm for these appalling maxims. "I applaud you, my dear fellow. Your wisdom enchants me, but your indifference is astonishing. I thought you were amorous. In love with a girl? Ah, Rimbaud! I supposed you knew me better. I employ those creatures when I have nothing better to hand the extreme penchant I have for pleasures of the variety you have watched me taste. Makes very precious to me all the temples at which this sort of incense can be offered, and to multiply my devotions, I sometimes assimilate a little girl into a pretty little boy. But should one of these female personages unhappily nourish my illusion for too long, my disgust becomes energetically manifest, and I have never found but one means to satisfy it deliciously. You understand me, Choperic, the most voluptuous of France's kings, held the same views. His boisterous organ proclaimed aloud that in an emergency one could make use of a woman, but upon the express condition one exterminated her, immediately one had done with her. Cf. Cund, a work entitled The Jesuits in Fine Fettle for 5 years. This little wench has been serving my pleasures. The time has come for her to pay for my loss of interest by the loss of her existence. The meal ended from those two madmen's behavior, from their words, their actions, their preparations, from their very state, which bordered upon delirium. I was very well able to see that there was not a moment to be lost, and that the hour of the unhappy Rosalie's destruction had been fixed for that evening. I rushed to the cellar, resolved to deliver her, or die. "Oh, dear friend," I cried, "there is not an instant to waste. The monsters, it is to be tonight. They are going to come." And upon saying that, I make the most violent efforts to batter down the door. One of my blows dislodges something. I reach out my hand. It is the key. I seize it. I hasten to open the door. I embrace Rosalie. I urge her to fly. I promise to follow her. She springs forward. Just heaven. It was again decreed that virtue was to succumb, and that sentiments of the tenderest commiseration were going to be brutally punished, lit by the governess. Rodin and Rimbaud appeared of a sudden. The former grasped his daughter the instant she crossed the threshold of the door, beyond which, a few steps away, lay deliverance. "Ah, wretch, where are you going?" Rodin shouts, bringing her to a halt while Rimbaud lays hands upon me. "Why," he continues, glancing at me, "here is the rascal who has encouraged your flight. Therese, now we behold the results of your great virtuous principles. The kidnapping of a daughter from her father." "Certainly," was my steadfast reply, "and I must do so when that father is so barbarous as to plot against his daughter's life." Well, well, espionage and seduction. Rodin pursued all a servant's most dangerous vices upstairs. "Up with you, I say, the case requires to be judged." Dragged by the two villains, Rosalie and I are brought back to the apartments. The doors are bolted. The unlucky daughter of Rodin is tied to the posts of a bed, and those two demoniacs turn all their rage upon me. Their language is of the most violent. The sentence pronounced upon me appalling. It is nothing less than a question of a vivisection, in order to inspect the beating of my heart, and upon this organ to make observations which cannot practicably be made upon a cadaver. Meanwhile I am undressed, and subjected to the most impudicious fondlings. "Before all else," says Rimbaud, "my opinion is a stout attack ought to be delivered upon the fortress your lenient proceedings have respect." "Why, 'tis superb! Do you mark that velvet texture, the whiteness of those two half-moons defending the portal? Never was there a virgin of such freshness." "Virgin, but so she is, or nearly," says Rodin, "once raped. And then it was despite her wishes since then, untouched. Here, let me take the wheel a moment." And the cruel one added to Rimbaud's, his homage made up of those harsh and savage caresses which degrade rather than honor the idle. Had whips been available, I should have been cruelly dealt with. Whips were indeed mentioned, but none were found. They limited themselves to what the bare hand could achieve. They set me afire. The more I struggled, the more rigidly I was held. When, however, I saw them about to undertake more serious matters, I flung myself prostrate before my executioners and offered them my life. "But when you are no longer a virgin," said Rimbaud, "what is the difference? What are these qualms? We are only going to violate you as you have been already. And not the least peccadillo will sit on your conscience. You will have been vanquished by force." And comforting me in this manner, the infamous one placed me on a couch. "No," spoke up Rodin, interrupting his colleague's effervescence, of which I was on the brink of becoming the victim. "No, let's not waste our powers with this creature. Remember, we cannot further postpone the operations scheduled for Rosalie, and our vigor is necessary to carry them out. Let's punish this wretch in some other manner." Upon saying which, Rodin put an iron in the fire. "Yes," he went on, "let's punish her 1,000 times more than we would were we to take her life. Let's brand her this disgrace, joined to all the sorry business about her body. We'll get her hanged if she does not first die of hunger. Until then, she will suffer, and our more prolonged vengeance will become the more delicious." Wherewith Rimbaud seized me, and the abominable Rodin applied behind my shoulder the red-hot iron with which thieves are marked. "Let her dare appear in public, the whore," the monster continued, exhibiting the ignominious letter, "and ill sufficiently justify my reasons for sending her out of the door with such secrecy and promptitude. They bandage me, dress me, and fortify me with a few drops of brandy, and under the cover of night, the two scientists conduct me to the forest's edge and abandon me cruelly there, after once again having sketched what dangers a recrimination would expose me to were I to dare bring complaint in my present state of disgrace. Anyone else might have been little impressed by the menace. What would I have to fear as soon as I found the means to prove that what I had just suffered had been the work not of a tribunal, but of criminals? But my weakness, my natural timidity, the frightful memory of what I had undergone at Paris, and recollections of the Chateau de Brissac, it all stunned me, terrified me. I thought only of flight, and was far more stirred by anguish at having to abandon an innocent victim to those two villains, who were without doubt ready to immolate her, than I was touched by my own ills. More irritated, more afflicted morally than in physical pain, I set off at once, but completely unoriented, never stopping to ask my way. I did but swing in a circle around Paris, and on the 4th day of traveling, I found I had got no further than Ursing. Knowing this road would lead me to the southern provinces, I resolved to follow it and try to reach those distant regions, fancying to myself that the peace and calm so cruelly denied me in those parts of France where I had grown up were, perhaps, awaiting me in others, more remote, fatal error. How much there remained of grief and pain yet to experience. Chapter 19. Whatever had been my trials until that time, at least I was in possession of my innocence. Merely the victim of a few monsters' attempts, I was still able to consider myself more or less in the category of an honest girl. The fact was, I had never been truly soiled save by a rape operated 5 years earlier, and its traces had healed. A rape consummated at an instant when my numbed state had not even left me the faculty of sensation. Other than that, what was there with which I could reproach myself? Nothing, oh, nothing, doubtless, and my heart was chaste. I was overweeningly proud of it. My presumption was to be punished. The outrages awaiting me were to be such that in a short while it would no longer be possible, however slight had been my participation, for me to form the same comforting ideas in the depths of my heart. This time, I had my entire fortune about me, that is to say, about 100 crowns, comprising the total of what I had saved from Bressic's clutches and earned from Rodin. In my extreme misery, I was able to feel glad that this money, at least, had not been taken from me. I flattered myself with the notion that through the frugality, temperance, and economy to which I was accustomed, this sum would amply suffice until I was so situated as to be able to find a place of some sort. The execration they had just stamped upon my flesh did not show. I imagined I would always be able to disguise it, and that this brand would be no bar to making my living. I was 22 years old, in good health, and had a face which, to my sorrow, was the object of eulogies all too frequent. I possessed some virtues which, although they had brought me unremitting injury, nevertheless, as I have just told you, were my whole consolation, and caused me to hope that heaven would finally grant me, if not rewards, at least some suspension of the evils they had drawn down upon me. Full of hope and courage, I kept my road until I gained Sens, where I rested several days. A week of this, and I was entirely restored. I might perhaps have found work in that city, but penetrated by the necessity of getting further away, I resumed my journeying with thee. Design of seeking my fortune in Dauphiny, I had heard this province much spoken of. I fancied happiness attended me there, and we are going to see with what success I sought it out. Never, not in a single one of my life circumstances, had the sentiments of religion deserted me, despising the vain casuistries of strong-headed thinkers, believing them all to emanate from libertinage, rather than consequent upon firm persuasion. I had dressed my conscience and my heart against them, and by means of the one and the other, I had found what was needed in order to make them stout reply. By my misfortunes often forced to neglect my pious duties, I would make reparation for these faults whenever I could find the opportunity. I had just, on the 7th of August, left Auxerre. I shall never forget that date. I had walked about 2 leagues, the noonday heat beginning to incommode me. I climbed a little eminence crowned by a grove of trees. The place was not far removed from the road. I went there with the purpose of refreshing myself, and obtaining a few hours of sleep without having to pay the expense of an inn, and up there, I was in greater safety than upon the highway. I established myself at the foot of an oak, and after a frugal lunch, I drifted off into sweet sleep. Well did I rest for a considerable time, and in a state of complete tranquillity. And then, opening my eyes, it was with great pleasure I mused upon the landscape which was visible for a long distance. From out of the middle of a forest that extended upon the right, I thought I could detect, some 3 or 4 leagues from where I was, a little bell tower rising modestly into the air. "Beloved solitude," I murmured, "what a desire I have to dwell a time in thee, and thou afar," said I, addressing the abbey. "Thou must be the asylum of a few gentle, virtuous recluses who are occupied with none but God, with naught but their pious duties or a retreat unto some holy hermits devoted to religion alone. Men who, far removed from that pernicious society where incessant crime, brooding heavily, threatfully over innocence, degrades it, annihilates it. If there must all virtues dwell, of that I'm certain, and when mankind's crimes exile them out of the world, 'tis thither they go in that isolated place to commune with the souls of those fortunate ones who cherish them and cultivate them every day. I was absorbed in these thoughts when a girl of my age, keeper of a flock of sheep, grazing upon the plateau, suddenly appeared before my eyes. I question her about that habitation. She tells me what I see is a Benedictine monastery occupied by 4 solitary monks of peerless devotion, whose continence and sobriety are without example. "Once a year," says the girl, "a pilgrimage is made to a miraculous virgin who is there, and from her pious folk obtain all their heart's desire. Singularly eager immediately to go and implore aid at the feet of this holy Mother of God, I asked the girl whether she would like to come and pray with me. 'Tis impossible," she replies, "for her mother awaits her, but the road there is easy." She indicates it to me. She assures me the superior of the house, the most respectable, the most saintly of men, will receive me with perfect good grace, and will offer me all the aid whereof I can possibly stand in need. Dom Severino, so he is called, continues the girl, is an Italian closely related to the Pope, who overwhelms him with kindnesses. He is gentle, honest, correct, obliging, 55 years old, and has spent above 2/3 of his life in France. You will be satisfied with him, mademoiselle. The shepherdess concluded. Go and edify yourself in that sacred quiet, and you will only return from it improved. This recital only inflamed my zeal the more. I became unable to resist the violent desire I felt to pay a visit to this hallowed church, and there, by a few acts of piety, to make restitution for the neglect whereof I was guilty. However great was my own need of charities, I gave the girl a crown, and set off down the road leading to St. Mary-Anthiwood, as was called the monastery toward which I directed my steps. When I had descended upon the plain and I could see the spire no more for guide, I had nothing but the forest ahead of me, and before long I began to fear that the distance, of which I had forgotten to inform myself, was far greater than I had estimated at first, but was in no wise discouraged. I arrived at the edge of the forest, and, some amount of daylight still remaining, I decided to forge on, considering I should be able to reach the monastery before nightfall. However, not a hint of human life presented itself to my gaze, not a house, and all I had for road was a beaten path I followed virtually at random. I had already walked at least 5 leagues without seeing a thing when, the star having completely ceased to light the universe, it seemed I heard the tolling of a bell. I hearken, I move toward the sound, I hasten. The path widens ever so little. At last I perceive several hedges, and soon afterward the monastery. Than this isolation, nothing could be wilder. More rustic, there is no neighboring habitation. The nearest is 6 leagues removed, and dense tracts of forest surround the house on all sides. It was situated in a depression. I had a goodly distance to descend in order to get to it, and this was the reason I had lost sight of the tower. A gardener's cabin nestled against the monastery's walls. It was there one applied before entering. I demanded of this gatekeeper whether it were permitted to speak to the superior. He asked to be informed of my errand. I advised him that a religious duty had drawn me to this holy refuge, and that I would be well repaid for all the trouble I had experienced to get to it were I able to kneel an instant before the feet of the miraculous Virgin and the saintly ecclesiastics in whose house the divine image was preserved. The gardener rings, and I penetrate into the monastery, but as the hour is advanced, and the fathers are at supper, he is some time in returning. At last he reappears with one of the monks. Mademoiselle, says he, here is Dom Clement, steward to the house. He has come to see whether what you desire merits. Interrupting the superior. Clement, whose name could not conceivably have been less descriptive of his physiognomy, was a man of 48 years, of an enormous bulk. Of a giant's stature. Somber was his expression. Fierce his eye. The only words he spoke were harsh, and they were expelled by a raucous voice. Here was a satiric personage indeed. A tyrant's exterior. He made me tremble. And then, despite all I could do to suppress it, the remembrance of my old miseries rose to smite my troubled memory in traits of blood. What do you want? The monk asked me. His air was surly, his mien grim. Is this the hour to come to a church? Indeed, you have the air of an adventuress. Saintly man, said I, prostrating myself. I believed it was always the hour to present oneself at God's door. I have hastened from far off to arrive here full of fervor and devotion. I ask to confess, if it is possible, and when what my conscience contains is known to you, you will see whether or not I am worthy to humble myself at the feet of the holy image. But this is not the time for confession, said the monk, his manner softening. Where are you going to spend the night? We have no hospice. It would have been better to have come in the morning. I gave him the reasons which had prevented me from doing so, and, without replying, Clement went to report to the superior. Several minutes later the church was opened. Don Severino himself approached me, and invited me to enter the temple with him. Dom Severino, of whom it would be best to give you an idea at once, was, as I had been told, a man of 55, but endowed with handsome features, a still youthful quality, a vigorous physique, Herculean limbs, and all that without harshness, a certain elegance and pliancy, reigned over the whole, and suggested that in his young years he must have possessed all the traits which constitute a splendid man. There were in all the world no finer eyes than his nobility shone in his features, and the most genteel, the most courteous tone was there throughout. An agreeable accent which colored every one of his words enabled one to identify his Italian origin, and, I admit it, this monk's outward graces did much to dispel the alarm the other had caused me. My dear girl, said he very graciously, although the hour is unseasonable, and though it is not our usage to receive so late, I will, however, hear your confession, and afterward we will confer upon the means whereby you may pass the night in decency tomorrow. You will be able to bow down before the sacred image which brings you here. We enter the church. The doors are closed. A lamp is lit near the confessional. Severino bids me assume my place. He sits down and requests me to tell him everything with complete confidence. I was perfectly at ease with a man who seemed so mild-mannered, so full of gentle sympathy. I disguised nothing from him. I confessed all my sins. I related all my miseries. I even uncovered the shameful mark wherewith the barbaric Rodin had branded me. Severino listened to everything with keenest attention. He even had me repeat several details, wearing always a look of pity and of interest, but a few movements. A few words betrayed him, nevertheless. Alas! It was only afterward I pondered them thoroughly. Later, when able to reflect calmly upon this interview, it was impossible not to remember that the monk had several times permitted himself certain gestures which dramatized the emotion that had heavy entrance into many of the questions he put to me. And those inquiries not only halted complacently, and lingered lovingly over obscene details, but had borne with noticeable insistence upon the following 5 points. 1. Whether it were really so that I were an orphan, and had been born in Paris. 2. Whether it were a certainty I were bereft of kin, and had neither friends, nor protection, nor, in a word, anyone to whom I could write. 3. Whether I had confided to anyone, other than to the shepherdess who had pointed out the monastery to me, my purpose in going there, and whether I had not arranged some rendezvous upon my return. 4. Whether it were certain that I had known no one since my rape, and whether I were fully sure the man who had abused me had done so on the side nature condemns as well as on the side she permits. 5. Whether I thought I had not been followed, and whether anyone, according to my belief, might have observed me enter the monastery. After I had answered these questions in all modesty, with great sincerity, and most naively very well, said the monk, rising and taking me by the hand, "Come, my child. Tomorrow I shall procure you the sweet satisfaction of communing at the feet of the image you have come to visit. Let us begin by supplying your primary needs," and he led me toward the depths of the church. "Why?" said I, sensing a vague inquietude arise in me despite myself. "What is this, Father? Why are we going inside?" "And where else, my charming pilgrim?" answered the monk, introducing me into the sacristy. "Do you really fear to spend the night with 4 saintly anchorites? Oh, we shall find the means to succor you, my dearest angel. And if we do not procure you very great pleasures, you will at least serve ours in their most extreme amplitude." These words sent a thrill of horror through me. I burst out in a cold sweat. I fell to shivering. It was night. No light guided our footsteps. My terrified imagination raised up the spectre of death, brandishing its scythe over my head. My knees were buckling, and at this point a sudden shift occurred in the monk's speech. He jerked me upright and hissed horror. "Pick up your feet and get along, no complaints, don't try resistance. Not here, it would be useless." These cruel words restore my strength. I sense that if I falter I am doomed. I straighten myself. Oh, heaven! I say to the traitor, must I then be once again my good sentiments' victim? Must the desire to approach what is most respectable in religion be once again punished as a crime? We continue to walk. We enter obscure byways. I know not where I am going. I was advancing a pace ahead of Dom Severino. His breathing was labored. Words flowed incoherently from his lips. One might have thought he was drunk now and again. He stopped me, twined his left arm about my waist while his right hand, sliding beneath my skirts from the rear, wandered impudently over that unseemly part of ourselves which, likening us to men, is the unique object of the homages of those who prefer that sex for their shameful pleasures. Several times the libertine even dared apply his mouth to these areas' most secluded lair, and then we recommenced our march. A stairway appears before us. We climb 30 steps or 40. A door opens. Brightness dazzles my eyes. We emerge into a charmingly appointed, magnificently illuminated room there. I see 3 monks and 4 girls grouped around a table served by 4 other women, completely naked. At the spectacle I recoil. Trembling Severino shoves me forward over the threshold, and I am in the room with him. "Gentlemen," says he as we enter, "allow me to present you with one of the veritable wonders of the world, a Lucretia who simultaneously carries upon her shoulder the mark stigmatizing girls who are of evil repute, and in her conscience all the candor, all the naivete of a virgin. One lone violation, friends, and that 6 years ago hence, practically a vestal. Indeed, I do give her to you as such. The most beautiful, moreover. O Clement, how that cheerless countenance of yours will light up when you fall to work on those handsome masses. What elasticity, my good fellow! What rosiness! Ah, suck!" cried the half-intoxicated Clement, getting to his feet and lurching toward me. "We are pleasantly met, and let us verify the fact. I will leave you for the briefest possible time in suspense about my situation, madame," said Therese. "But the necessity to portray these other persons in whose midst I discovered myself obliges me to interrupt the thread of my story. You have been made acquainted with Don Severino. You suspect what may be his predilections, alas. In these affairs, his deprivation was such, he had never tasted other pleasures. And what an inconsistency in nature's operations was here! For with the bizarre fantasy of choosing none but the straighter path, this monster was outfitted with faculties so gigantic that even the broadest thoroughfares would still have appeared too narrow for him. Chapter 20. As for Clement, he has been drawn for you already. To the superficies I have delineated, join ferocity, a disposition to sarcasm, the most dangerous roguishness, intemperance in every point, a mordant, satirical mind, a corrupt heart, the cruel tastes Rodin displayed with his young charges, no feelings, no delicacy, no religion, the temperament of one who for 5 years had not been in heat, a state to procure himself other joys than those for which savagery gave him an appetite, And you have there the most complete characterization of this horrid man. Antonin, the third protagonist in these detestable orgies, was 40 small, slight of frame but very vigorous, as formidably organized as Severino, and almost as wicked as Clement, an enthusiast of that colleague's pleasures, but giving himself over to them with a somewhat less malignant intention, for while Clement, when exercising this curious mania, had no objective but to vex, to tyrannize a woman, and could not enjoy her in any other way, Antonin, using it with delight in all its natural purity, had recourse to the flagellative aspect only in order to give additional fire and further energy to her whom he was honoring with his favors. In a word, one was brutal by taste, the other by refinement. Jerome, the eldest of the 4 recluses, was also the most debauched every taste, every passion, every one of the most bestial irregularities were combined in this monk's soul. To the caprices rampant in the others, he joined that of loving to receive what his comrades distributed amongst the girls, and if he gave, which frequently happened, it was always upon condition of being treated likewise in his turn. All the temples of Venus were, what was more, as one to him, but his powers were beginning to decline, and for several years he had preferred that which, requiring no effort of the agent, left to the patient the task of arousing the sensations and of producing the ecstasy. The mouth was his favorite temple, the shrine where he liked best to offer, and while he was in the pursuit of those choice pleasures, he would keep a second woman active. She warmed him with the lash. This man's character was quite as cunning, quite as wicked as that of the others in whatever shape or aspect vice could exhibit itself. Certain it was immediately to find a spectator in this infernal household. You will understand it more easily, madame, if I explain how the society was organized. Prodigious funds had been poured by the order into this obscene institution. It had been in existence for above a century, and had always been inhabited by the 4 richest monks. the most powerful in the order's hierarchy. They, the highest birth, and of a libertinage of sufficient moment to require burial in this obscure retreat, the disclosure of whose secret was well provided against, as my further explanations will cause you to see in the sequel. But let us return to the portraits. The 8 girls who were present at the supper were so much separated by age, I cannot describe them collectively, but only one by one that they were so unlike with respect to their years astonished me. I will speak first of the youngest and continue in order. This youngest one of the girls was scarcely 10 pretty but irregular features, a look of humiliation because of her fate, an air of sorrow and trepidation. The second was 15, the same trouble written over her countenance, a quality of modesty degraded, but a bewitching face, of considerable interest all in all. The third was 20, pretty as a picture, the loveliest blonde hair fine, regular, gentle features. She appeared less restive, more broken to the saddle. The fourth was 30. She was one of the most beautiful women imaginable, candor, quality, decency in her bearing, and all a gentle spirit's virtues. The fifth was a girl of 36, 6 months pregnant, dark-haired, very lively, with beautiful eyes, but having, so it seemed to me, lost all remorse, all decency, all restraint. The sixth was of the same age, a tall creature of grandiose proportions, a true giantess, fair of face, but whose figure was already ruined in excess flesh. When I first saw her, she was naked, and I was readily able to notice that not one part of her body was unstamped by signs of the brutality of those villains whose pleasures her unlucky star had fated her to serve. The seventh and eighth were 2 very lovely women of about 40. Let us continue with the story of my arrival in this impure place. I did tell you that no sooner had I entered than each one approached me. Clement was the most brazen. His foul lips were soon glued to my mouth. I twisted away in horror. But I was advised all resistance was pure affectation, pretense, and useless. I should do best by imitating my companions. You may without difficulty imagine, declared Dom Severino, that a recalcitrant attitude will be to no purpose in this inaccessible retreat. You have, you say, undergone much suffering, but that greatest of all woes a virtuous girl can know is yet missing from the catalogue of your troubles. Is it not high time that lofty pride be humbled? And may one still expect to be nearly a virgin at 22? You see about you companions who, upon entering here, like yourself thought to resist, and who, as prudence will bid you to do, ended by submitting when they noticed that stubbornness could lead them to incur penalties, for I might just as well declare to you, Therese, the superior continued, showing me scourges, ferules, withes, cords, and 1,000 other instruments of torture. Yes, you might just as well know it. There you see what we use upon unmanageable girls. Decide whether you wish to be convinced. What do you expect to find here? Mercy. We know it not humaneness. Our sole pleasure is the violation of its laws. Religion. 'Tis as naught to us. Our contempt for it grows the better acquainted with it. We become allies. Sin. Friends. Judges. There's none of that in this place, dear girl. You will discover nothing but cruelty, egoism, and the most sustained debauchery and impiety. The completest submissiveness is your lot. And that is all. Cast a glance about the impenetrable asylum which shelters you. Never has an outsider invaded these premises. The monastery could be taken, searched, sacked, and burned, and this retreat would still be perfectly safe from discovery. We are in an isolated outbuilding, as good as buried within the 6 walls of incredible thickness surrounding us entirely. And here you are, my child, in the midst of 4 libertines who surely have no inclination to spare you, and whom your entreaties, your tears, your speeches, your genuflections, and your outcries will only further inflame. To whom, then, will you have recourse? To what? Will it be to that God you have just implored with such earnestness, and who, by way of reward for your fervor, only precipitates you into further snares, each more fatal than the last. To that illusory God we ourselves outrage all day long by insulting his vain commandments. And so, Therese, you conceive that there is no power, of whatever species you may suppose, which could possibly deliver you out of our hands, and there is neither in the category of things real, nor in that of miracles, any sort of means which might permit you successfully to retain this virtue, you yet glory in which might, in fine, prevent you from becoming, in every sense and in every manner, the prey of the libidinous excesses to which we, all four of us, are going to abandon ourselves with you. Therefore, little slut, off with your clothes, offer your body to our lusts, let it be soiled by them instantly, or the severest treatment will prove to you what risks a wretch like yourself runs by disobeying us. This harangue, this terrible order I felt, left me no shifts, but would I not have been guilty had I failed to employ the means my heart prompted in me? My situation left me this last resource. I fall at Dom Severino's feet. I employ all a despairing soul's eloquence to supplicate him not to take advantage of my state or abuse. Yet the bitterest tears spring from my eyes and inundate his knees. All I imagine to be of the strongest, all I believe the most pathetic, I try everything with this man. Great God, what was the use? Could I have not known that tears merely enhance the object of a libertine's coveting? How was I able to doubt that everything I attempted in my efforts to sway those savages had the unique effect of arousing them? "Take the bitch," said Severino in a rage. "Seize her. Clement, let her be naked in a minute, and let her learn that it is not in persons like ourselves that compassion stifles nature." My resistance had animated Clement. He was foaming at the mouth. He took hold of me. His arms shook nervously, interspersing his actions with appalling blasphemies. He had my clothing torn away in a trice. A lovely creature came from the superior, who ran his fingers over my flanks. May God blast me if I've ever seen one better made friends. The monk pursued. "Let's put order into our procedures. You know our formula for welcoming newcomers. She might be exposed to the entire ceremony, don't you think? Let's omit nothing, and let's have the 8 other women stand around us, to supply our wants and to excite them. A circle is formed immediately. I am placed in its center, and there, for more than 2 hours, I am inspected, considered, handled by those 4 monks, who, one after the other, pronounce either encomiums or criticisms. You will permit me, madame," our lovely prisoner said with a blush, "to conceal a part of the obscene details of this odious ritual. Allow your imagination to figure all that debauch can dictate to villains in such instances. Allow it to see them move to and fro between my companions and me, comparing, confronting, contrasting, airing opinions, and indeed it still will not have but a faint idea of what was done in those initial orgies. Very mild, to be sure, when matched against all the horrors I was soon to experience." "Let's to it," says Severino, whose prodigiously exalted desires will brook no further restraint, and who in this dreadful state gives the impression of a tiger about to devour its prey. "Let each of us advance to take his favorite pleasure." And placing me upon a couch in the posture expected by his execrable projects, and causing me to be held by 2 of his monks, the infamous man attempts to satisfy himself in that criminal and perverse fashion which makes us to resemble none but the we do not possess, while degrading the one we have. But either the shameless creature is too strongly proportioned, or nature revolts in me at the merest suspicion of these pleasures. Severino cannot overcome the obstacles he presents himself, and he is repulsed immediately. He spreads, he presses, thrusts, tears. All his efforts are in vain in his fury. The monster lashes out against the altar at which he cannot speak his prayers. He strikes it, he pinches it, he bites it. These brutalities are succeeded by renewed challenges the chastened flesh yields. The gate cedes, The ram bursts through, terrible screams rise from my throat. The entire mass is swiftly engulfed, and darting its venom the next moment. Robbed then of its strength, the snake gives ground before the movements I make to expel it, and Severino weeps with rage. Never in my life have I suffered so much. Clement steps forward. He is armed with a cadenattails. His perfidious designs glitter in his eyes. "'Tis I," says he to Severino. "'Tis I who shall avenge you, father. I shall correct this silly drab for having resisted your pleasures. He has no need of anyone else to hold me with one arm. He enlaces me and forces me, belly down, across his knees. What is going to serve his caprices is nicely discovered. At first he tries a few blows. It seems they are merely intended as a prelude. Soon inflamed by lust, the beast strikes with all his force. Nothing is exempt from his ferocity, everything from the small of my back to the lower part of my thighs. The traitor lays cuts upon it, all daring to mix love with these moments of cruelty. He fastens his mouth to mine, and wishes to inhale the sighs agony wrests from me. And why, my tears flow. He laps them up, now he kisses, now he threatens. But the rain of blows continues while he operates. One of the women excites him, kneeling before him. She works with each hand at diverse tasks, the greater her success. The more violent the strokes delivered me, I am nigh to being rent, and nothing yet announces the end of my sufferings. He has exhausted every possibility. Still he drives on. The end I await is to be the work of his delirium alone. A new cruelty stiffens him. My breasts are at the brute's mercy. He irritates them, uses his teeth upon them. The cannibal snaps, bites. This excess determines the crisis. The incense escapes him. Frightful cries, terrifying blasphemies, shouts characterize its spurtings, and the monk, enervated, turns me over to Jerome. "I will be no more of a threat to your virtue than Clement was," said this libertine as he caressed the blood-spattered altar at which Clement had just sacrificed. "But I should indeed like to kiss the furrows where the plough passed. I too am worthy to open them, and should like to pay them my modest respects. But I should like even more," went on the old satyr, inserting a finger where Severino had lodged himself. "I should like to have the hen lay, and 'twould be most agreeable to devour its egg." "Does one exist?" "Why, yes, indeed, by God. Oh, my dear, dear little girl. How very soft. His mouth takes the place of his finger. I am told what I have to do. Full of disgust, I do it. In my situation, alas, am I permitted to refuse? The infamous one is delighted. He swallows then, forcing me to kneel before him. He glues himself to me in this position. His ignominious passion is appeased in a fashion that cannot justify any complaint on my part. While he acts thus, the fat woman flogs him. Another puts herself directly above his mouth, and acquits herself of the same task I have just been obliged to execute. "'Tis not enough," says the monster. "Each one of my hands has got to contain, for one cannot get one's fill of these goodies." The two prettiest girls approach. They obey. There you have the excesses to which society has led Jerome. At any rate, thanks to impurities, he is happy, and at the end of half an hour my mouth finally receives, with a loathing you must readily appreciate, this evil man's disgusting homage. Antonin appears. "Well," says he, "let's have a look at this so very spotless virtue. I wonder whether, damaged by a single assault, it is really what the girl maintains. His weapon is raised and trained upon me. He would willingly employ Clement's devices, I have told you. That active flagellation pleases him quite as much as it does the other monk. But, as he is in a hurry, the state in which his colleague has put me suffices him. He examines this state, relishes it, and leaving me in that attitude of which they are all so fond, he spends an instant pawing the two hemispheres poised at the entrance in a fury. He rattles the temple's porticos. He is soon at the sanctuary, although quite as violent as Severino's. Antonin's assault, launched against a less narrow passage, is not as painful to endure. The energetic athlete seizes my haunches and, supplying the movements I am unable to make, he shakes me, pulls me to him vivaciously. One might judge by this Hercules redoubling efforts that, not content to be master of the place, he wishes to reduce it to a shambles. Such terrible attacks, so new to me, cause me to succumb but unconcerned for my pain. The cruel victor thinks of nothing but increasing his pleasure. Everything embraces. Everything conspires to his voluptuousness. Facing him, raised upon my flanks, the 15-year-old girl, her legs spread open, offers his mouth the altar, at which he sacrifices in me leisure. He pumps that precious natural juice, whose emission nature has only lately granted the young child on her knees. One of the older women bends toward my vanquisher's loins, busies herself about them, and, with her impure tongue animating his desires, she procures them their ecstasy while, to inflame himself yet further, the debauchee excites a woman with either hand. There is not one of his senses which is not tickled, not one which does not concur in the perfection of his delirium. He attains it. But my unwavering horror for all these infamies inhibits me from sharing it. He arrives there alone. His jets, his cries, everything proclaims it, and despite myself, I am flooded with the proofs of a fire. I am but one of six to light, and one of six to light. Thereupon I fall back upon the throne which has just been the scene of my immolation, no longer conscious of my existence, save through my pain and my tears, my despair and my remorse. Chapter 21. However, Don Severino orders the women to bring me food, but far from being quickened by these attentions, an access of furious grief assails my soul. I, who located all my glory, all my felicity and my virtue, I who thought that provided I remained well behaved at all times, I could be consoled for all fortune's ills. I cannot bear the horrible idea of seeing myself so cruelly sullied by those from whom I should have been able to expect the greatest comfort, and aid. My tears flowed in abundance. My cries made the vault ring. I rolled upon the floor. I lacerated my breast, tore my hair, invoked my butchers, begged them to bestow death upon me. And madame, would you believe it? This terrible sight excited them all the more. Ah, said Severino, I've never enjoyed a finer spectacle. Behold, good friends, see the state it puts me in. It is really unbelievable what feminine anguish obtains from me. Let's go back to work, quoth Clement, and in order to teach her to bellow at fate, let the bit be more sharply handled in this second assault. The project is no sooner conceived than put into execution. Up steps Severino, but his speeches notwithstanding, his desires require a further degree of irritation, and it is only after having used Clement's cruel measures that he succeeds in marshalling the forces necessary to accomplish his newest crime. Great God! What excess of ferocity! Could it be that those monsters would carry it to the point of selecting the instant of a crisis of moral agony as violent as that I was undergoing, in order to submit me to so barbarous a physical one? 'Twould be an injustice to this novice, said Clement, were we not to employ in its major form what served us so well in its merely episodic dimension. And thereupon he began to act, adding my word upon it, I will treat her no better than did you. One instant, said Antonin to the superior whom he saw about to lay hands upon me again, while your zeal is exhaled into this pretty maiden's posterior parts. I might, it seems to me, make an offering to the contrary God. We will have her between us two. The position was so arranged I could still provide Jerome with a mouth. Clement fitted himself between my hands. I was constrained to arouse him. All the priestesses surrounded. This frightful group each lent an actor what she knew was apt to stir him most profoundly, however. It was I supported them all. The entire weight bore down upon me alone. Severino gives the signal. The other three follow close after him. And there I am a second time infamously defiled by the proofs of those blackguards, disgusting luxury. Well, cries the superior, that should be adequate for the first day. We must now have her remark that her comrades are no better treated than she. I am placed upon an elevated armchair, and from there I am compelled to witness those other horrors which are to terminate the orgies. The monks stand in queue, all the sisters file before them, and receive whiplashes from each next. They are obliged to excite their torturers with their mouths, while the latter torment and shower invectives upon them. The youngest, she of 10, is placed upon a divan, and each monk steps forward to expose her to the torture of his choice. Near her is the girl of 15. It is with her each monk, after having meted out punishment, takes his pleasure. She is the butt. The eldest woman is obliged to stay near close attendance upon the monk presently performing, in order to be of service to him either in this operation or in the act which concludes it. Severino uses only his hands to molest what is offered him, and speeds to engulf himself in the sanctuary of his whole delight, and would she whom they have posted nearby presents to him, armed with a handful of nettles. The eldest woman retaliates upon him for what he has a moment ago done to the child. 'Tis in the depths of painful titillations the libertine's transports are born. Consult him, will he confess to cruelty? But he has done nothing he does not endure in his turn. Clement lightly pinches the little girl's flesh. The enjoyment offered within is beyond his capabilities, but he is treated as he has dealt with the girl, and at the feet of the idol he leaves the incense. He lacks the strength to fling into its sanctuary. Antonin entertains himself by kneading the fleshier parts of the victim's body, fired by her convulsive struggling. He precipitates himself into the district offered to his chosen pleasures. In his turn he is mauled, beaten, and ecstasy is the fruit of his torments. Old Jerome employs his teeth only, but each bite leaves a wound, whence blood leaps instantly forth after receiving a dozen. The target tenders him her open mouth. Therein his fury is appeased, while he is himself bitten quite as severely as he did bite. The saintly fathers drink and recover their strength. The 36-year-old woman, 6 months pregnant, as I have told you, is perched upon a pedestal 8 feet high. Unable to pose but one leg, she is obliged to keep the other in the air round about her. On the floor are mattresses garnished 3 feet deep with thorns. Splines, holly, a flexible rod, is given to her that she may keep herself erect. It is easy to see, on the one hand, that it is to her interest not to tumble, and on the other, that she cannot possibly retain her balance. The alternatives divert the monks. All 4 of them cluster around her. During the spectacle, each has 1 or 2 women to excite him in divers manners, great with child as she is. The luckless creature remains in this attitude for nearly a quarter of an hour. At last, strength deserts her. She falls upon the thorns, and our villains, wild with lust, one last time step forward to lavish upon her body their ferocity's abominable homage. The company retires. The superior put me into the keeping of the 30-year-old girl of whom I made mention. Her name was Omphale. She was charged to instruct me, to settle me in my new domicile. But that night I neither saw nor heard anything. Annihilated, desperate, I thought of nothing but to capture a little rest. In the room where I had been installed, I noticed other women who had not been at the supper. I postponed consideration of these new objects until the following day, and occupied myself with naught else but repose. Omphale left me to myself. She went to put herself to bed. Scarcely had I stepped into mine, when the full horror of my circumstances presented itself to me in yet more lively colors. I could not dispel the thought of the execrations I had suffered, nor of those to which I had been a witness. Alas! If at certain times those pleasures had occurred to my wandering imagination, I had thought them chaste, as is the God who inspires them. Given by nature in order to comfort human beings, I had fancied them the product of love and delicacy. I had been very far from believing that man, after the example of savage beasts, could only relish them by causing his companion to shudder. Then, returning to my own black fate, "Oh, just heaven," I said to myself. "It is then absolutely certain that no virtuous act will emanate from my heart without being answered at once by an agonizing echo. And of what evil was I guilty, great God, in desiring to come to accomplish some religious duties in this monastery? Do I offend heaven by wanting to pray? Incomprehensible decrees of Providence, deign," I continued. "Deign to open wide my eyes, cause me to see if you do not wish me to rebel against you." Bitterest tears followed these musings, and I was still inundated with them when daylight appeared. Then Omphale approached my bed. "Dear companion," she said, "I come to exhort you to be courageous. I too wept during my first days, but now the thing has become a habit, as have I. You will become accustomed to it all. The beginnings are terrible. It is not simply the necessity to sat these debauchees' hungers, which is our life's torture. It is the loss of our freedom. It is the cruel manner in which we are handled in this terrible house. The wretched take comfort in seeing other sufferers about them. However trenchant were my anguishes, they were assuaged for an instant. I begged my companion to inform me of the ills I had to expect. In a moment my instructress said, "But first get up and let me show you about our retreat. Observe your new companions, then we'll hold our conversation." Following Omphale's suggestion, I began by examining the chamber we were in. It was an exceedingly large chamber, containing 8 little beds covered with clean calico spreads. By each bed was a partitioned dressing room, but all the windows which lit both these closets and the room itself were raised 5 feet above the floor and barred inside and out. In the middle of the room was a large table, secured to the floor, and it was intended for eating or work 3 doors bound, and braced with iron closed the room on our side. No fittings or keyholes were to be seen on the other. Enormous bolts. "And this is our prison?" "Alas, yes, my dear," Omphale replied. "Such is our unique dwelling place not far from here. The 8 other girls have a similar room, and we never communicate with each other save when the monks are pleased to assemble us all at one time." I peered into the alcove destined for me. It was 8 feet square. Daylight entered it, as in the great room, by a very high window fitted all over with iron. The only furniture was a bidet, a lavatory basin, and a chaise percée. I re-emerged my companions, eager to see me. Gathered round in a circle, they were 7. I made the 8th. Omphale, inhabiting the other room, was only in this to indoctrinate me were I to wish it. She would remain with me, and one of the others would take her place in her own chamber. I asked to have the arrangement made. But before coming to Omphale's story, it seems to me essential to describe the 7 new companions fate had given me. I will proceed according to age, as I did with the others. The youngest was 12 years old, a very animated, very spirited physiognomy, the loveliest hair, the prettiest mouth. The second was 16. She was one of the most beautiful blondes imaginable, with truly delicious features, and all the grace, all the sweetness of her age, mingled with a certain interesting quality, the product of her sadness, which rendered her yet 1,000 times more beautiful. The third was 23, very pretty, but an excessive effrontery. Too much impudence degraded, so I thought, the charms nature had endowed her with. The fourth was 26. She had the figure of Venus, but perhaps her forms were rather too pronounced, a dazzling fair skin, a sweet, open, laughing countenance, beautiful eyes, a mouth a trifle large but admirably furnished, and superb blonde hair. The fifth was 32. She was 4 months pregnant, with an oval, somewhat melancholic face, large soulful eyes. She was very pale. Her health was delicate. She had a harmonious voice, but the rest seemed somehow spoiled. She was naturally a libertine, she was, I was told, exhausting herself. The sixth was 33, a tall, strapping woman, the loveliest face in the world, the loveliest flesh. The seventh was 38, a true model of figure and beauty. She was the superintendent of my room Omphale, forewarned me of her malicious temper, and principally of her taste for women. To yield is the best way of pleasing her. My companion told me, resist her, and you will bring down upon your head every misfortune that can befall you in this house. Bear it in mind. Omphale asked permission of Ursule, which was the superintendent's name, to instruct me. Ursule consented upon condition I kiss her. I approached her impure tongue, sought to attach itself to mine, and meanwhile her fingers labored to determine sensations she was far indeed from obtaining. However, I had to lend myself to everything, my own feelings notwithstanding, and when she believed she had triumphed, she sent me back to my closet where Omphale spoke to me in the following manner: all the women you saw yesterday, my dear Therese, and those you have just seen, are divided into 4 classes, each containing 4 girls. The first is called the children's class. It includes girls ranging from the most tender age to those of 16. A white costume distinguishes them. The second class, whose color is green, is called the youthful class. It contains girls of from 16 to 21. The third is the class of the age of reason. Its vestments are blue. Its ages are from 21 to 30, and both you and I belong to it. The fourth class, dressed in reddish-brown, is intended for those of mature years. It is composed of anyone over 30. These girls are either indiscriminately mingled at the Reverend Father's suppers, or they appear there by class. It all depends upon the whims of the monks, but when not at the meals, they are mixed in the 2 dormitories, as you are able to judge by those who are lodged in ours. The instruction I have to give you, said Omphale, divides under the headings of 4 primary articles. In the first, we will treat of what pertains to the house. In the second, we will place what regards the behavior of the girls, their punishment, their feeding habits, etc., etc., etc. The third article will inform you of the arrangement of these monks' pleasures, of the manner in which the girls serve them. The fourth will contain observations on personnel changes. I will not, Therese, describe the environs of this frightful house, for you are as familiar with them as I. I will only discuss the interior. They have shown it all to me, so that I can give a picture of it to newcomers, whose education is one of my chores, and in whom, by means of this account, I am expected to dash all hope of escape. Yesterday, Severino explained some of its features, and he did not deceive you, my dear. The church and the pavilion form what is properly called the monastery, but you do not know where the building we inhabit is situated, and how one gets here. 'Tis thus in the depths of the sacristy. Behind the altar is a door hidden in the wainscoting, and opened by a spring. This door is the entrance to a narrow passage, quite as dark as it is long, whose windings your terror, upon entering, prevented you from noticing. The tunnel descends at first, because it must pass beneath a moat 30 feet deep. Then it mounts after the moat, and, leveling out, continues at a depth of no more than 6 feet beneath the surface. Thus it arrives at the basements of our pavilion, having traversed the quarter of a league from the church. 6 thick enclosures rise to baffle all attempts to see this building from the outside, even were one to climb into the church tower. The reason for this invisibility is simple. The pavilion hugs the ground. Its height does not attain 25 feet, and the compounded enclosures, some stone walls, others living palisades formed by trees, growing in straight proximity to each other, are all of them at least 50 feet high from whatever direction the place is observed. It can only be taken for a dense clump of trees in the forest, never for a habitation it is. Hence, as I have said, by means of a trap door opening into the cellars, one emerges from the obscure corridor, of which I gave you some idea, and of which you cannot possibly have any recollection, in view of the state you must have been while walking through it. This pavilion, my dear, has, in all, nothing but basements, a ground floor, an entresol, and a first floor above it. There is a very thick roof covered with a large tray, lined with lead, filled with earth, and in which are planted evergreen shrubberies which, blending with the screens surrounding us, give to everything a yet more realistic look of solidity The basements form a large hall in the middle. Around it are distributed 8 smaller rooms, of which 2 serve as dungeons for girls who have merited incarceration, and the other 6 are reserved for provisions. Above are located the dining room, the kitchens, pantries, and 2 cabinets the monks enter when they wish to isolate their pleasures and taste them with us out of their colleagues. Cite the intervening story is composed of 8 chambers, whereof 4 have each a closet. These are the cells where the monks sleep and introduce us when their lubricity destines us to share their beds. The 4 other rooms are those of the serving friars, one of whom is our jailer, another, the monk's valet, a third the doctor, who has in his cell all he needs for emergencies, and the 4th is the cook. These 4 friars are deaf and dumb. It would be difficult to expect, as you observe, any comfort or aid from them. Furthermore, they never pass time in our company, and it is forbidden to accost or attempt to communicate with them. Above the entresol are 2 seraglios. They are identical, as you see. Each is a large chamber edged by 8 cubicles. Thus, you understand, dear girl, that, supposing one were to break through the bars in a casement and descend by the window, one would still be far from being able to escape, since there would remain 5 palisades, a stout wall, and a broad moat to get past, and were one even to overcome these obstacles, where would one be? In the monastery's courtyard, which, itself securely shut, would not afford, at the first moment, a very safe egress. A perhaps less perilous means of escape would be, I admit, to find, somewhere in our basements, the opening to the tunnel that leads out. But how are we to explore these underground cellars, perpetually locked up as we are? Were one even to be able to get down there, this opening would still not be found, for it enters the building in some hidden corner, unknown to us and itself, barricaded by grills to which they alone have the key. However, were all these difficulties vanquished, were one in the corridor, the route would still not be any the more certain for us, for it is strewn with traps with which only they are familiar, and into which anyone who sought to traverse the passageways would inevitably fall without the guidance of the monks. And so you must renounce all thought of escape, for it is out of the question. Trees, believe me. Were it thinkable, I should long have fled this detestable place, but that cannot be. They who come here never leave, save upon their death. And thence is born this impudence, this cruelty, this tyranny. These villains use with us nothing inflames them. Nothing stimulates their imagination like the impunity guaranteed them by this impregnable retreat, certain never to have other witnesses to their excesses than the very victims they feast upon. Sure indeed their perversities will never be revealed. They carry them to the most abhorrent extremes delivered of the law's restraints. Having burst the checks religion imposes, unconscious of those of remorse, there is no atrocity in which they do not indulge themselves, and by this criminal apathy they're abominable. Passions are so much more agreeably pricked that nothing, they say, incenses them like solitude and silence, like helplessness on one hand and impunity on the other. The monks regularly sleep every night in this pavilion. They return here at 5 in the afternoon, and go to the monastery the following morning at 9. Except for one of the 4, chosen daily, who spends the day here, he is known as the officer of the day. We will soon see what his duties are. As for the 4 subaltern friars, they never budge from here. In each chamber we have a bell, which communicates with the jailer's cell. The superintendent alone has the right to ring for him, but when she does so in time of her need or ours, everyone comes running instantly when they return each day. The fathers themselves bring the necessary victuals and give them to the cook, who prepares our meals in accordance with their instructions. There is an artesian well in the basements, abundant wines of every variety in the cellars. We pass on to the second article, which relates to the girl's manners, bearing, nourishment, punishment, etc. Chapter 22. Our number is always maintained. Constant affairs are so managed that we are always 16, 8 in either chamber, and as you observe, always in the uniform of our particular class before the day is over. You will be given the habit appropriate to the one you are entering. During the day, we wear light costume of the color which belongs to us in the evening. We wear gowns of the same color and dress our hair with all possible elegance. The superintendent of the chamber has complete authority over us. Disobedience to her is a crime. Her duty is to inspect us before we go to the orgies. And if things are not in the desired state, she is punished, as well as we. The errors we may commit are of several kinds. Each has its particular punishment, and the rules, together with the list of what is to be expected when they are broken, are displayed in each chamber the officer of the day, the person who comes, as I explained a moment ago, to give us orders, to designate the girls for the supper, to visit our living quarters, and to hear the superintendent's complaints. This monk, I say, is the one who each evening metes out punishment to whoever has merited it. Here are the crimes together with the punishments exacted for them. Failure to rise in the morning at the prescribed hour, 30 strokes with the whip for it, is almost always with whipping we are punished. It were perfectly to be expected that an episode in these libertines' pleasures would have become their preferred mode of correction. The presentation during the pleasurable act, either through misunderstanding, or for whatsoever may be the reason, of one part of the body, instead of some other which was desired. 50 strokes improper dress, or an unsuitable coiffure, 20 strokes failure to have given prior notice of incapacitation, due to menstruation, 60 strokes upon the day, the cruelty. Surgeon confirms the existence of a pregnancy, 100 strokes are administered negligence, incompetence, or refusal in connection with luxurious proposals, 200 strokes. And how often their infernal wickedness finds us wanting on that head, without our having made the least mistake. How frequently it happens that one of them will suddenly demand what he very well knows we have just accorded another, and cannot immediately do again. One undergoes the punishment, none the less, our remonstrances. Our pleadings are never heeded. One must either comply or suffer the consequences. Imperfect behavior in the chamber, or disobedience shown the superintendent, 60 strokes the appearance of tears, chagrin, sorrow, remorse, even the look of the slightest return to religion, 200 strokes. If a monk selects you as his partner when he wishes to taste the last crisis of pleasure, and if he is unable to achieve it, whether the fault be his, which is most common, or whether it be yours upon the spot, 300 strokes the least hint of revulsion at the monk's propositions, of whatever nature these propositions may be, 200 strokes an attempt at, or concerted escape or revolt, 9 days confinement in a dungeon, entirely naked, and 300 lashes each day caballing, the instigation of plots, the sowing of unrest, etc. Immediately upon discovery, 300 strokes projected suicide, refusal to eat the stipulated food or the proper quantity, 200 strokes disrespect shown toward the monks, 180 strokes dock. Those only are crimes beyond what is mentioned there. We can do whatever we please. Sleep together, quarrel, fight, carry drunkenness, riot, and gormandizing to their furthest extremes. Swear, blaspheme, none of that makes the faintest difference. We may commit those faults, and never a word will be said to us. We are rated for none but those I have just mentioned. But if they wish, the superintendents can spare us many of these unpleasantnesses. However, this protection, unfortunately, can be purchased only by complacencies frequently more disagreeable than the sufferings for which they are substitutes. These women, in both chambers, have the same taste, and it is only by according them one's favors that one enters into their good graces. Spurn one of them, and she needs no additional motive to exaggerate her report of your misdeeds. The monks, the superintendents, serve double their powers, and far from reprimanding them for their injustice, unceasingly encourage it in them. They are themselves bound by all those regulations, and are the more severely chastised, if they are suspected of leniency. Not that the libertines need all that any order to vent their fury upon us, but they welcome excuses. The look of legitimacy that may be given to a piece of viciousness renders it more agreeable in their eyes, adds to its piquancy, its charm. Upon arriving here, each of us is provided with a little store of linen. We are given everything by the half-dozen, and our supplies are renewed every year, but we are obliged to surrender what we bring here with us. We are not permitted to keep the least thing. The complaints of the 4 friars I spoke of are heard just as are the superintendent's. Their mere delation is sufficient to procure our punishment. But they at least ask nothing from us, and there is less to be feared from that quarter than from the superintendents who, when vengeance informs their maneuvers, are very demanding and very dangerous. Our food is excellent and always copious, were it not that their lust derives benefits thence. This article might not be so satisfactory, but as their filthy debauches profit thereby, they spare themselves no pains to stuff us with food. Those who have a bent for flogging seek to fatten us, and those, as Jerome phrased it yesterday, who like to see the hen lay, are assured by means of abundant feeding of a greater yield of eggs. Consequently, we eat 4 times a day at breakfast. Between 9 and 10 o'clock, we are regularly given volaille au riz, fresh fruit or compotes, tea, coffee, or chocolate at 1 o'clock. Dinner is served. Each table of 8 is served alike, a very good soup, 4 entrees, a roast of some kind, 4 second courses, dessert in every season. At 5:30 an afternoon lunch of pastries and fruit arrives. There can be no doubt of the evening meal's excellence if it is taken with the monks when we do not join them at table, as often happens, since but 4 of us from each chamber are allowed to go. We are given 3 roast plates and 4 entremets. Each of us has a daily ration of 1 bottle of white wine, 1 of red, and a half bottle of brandy. They who do not drink that much are at liberty to distribute their quota to the others. Among us are some great gourmands who drink astonishing amounts, who get regularly drunk, all of which they do without fear of reprimand, and there are, as well, some for whom these 4 meals still do not suffice. They have but to ring, and what they ask for will be brought them at once. The superintendents require that the food be consumed, and if someone persists in not wishing to eat, for whatever reason, upon the 3rd infraction that person will be severely punished. The monk's supper is composed of 3 roast dishes, 6 entrees followed by a cold plate, and 8 entremets, fruit, 3 kinds of wine, coffee and liqueurs. Sometimes all 8 of us are at table with them. Sometimes they oblige 4 of us to wait upon them, and these 4 dine afterward. It also happens from time to time that they take only 4 girls for supper. They are, ordinarily, an entire class. When our number is 8, there are always 2 from each class. I need hardly tell you that no one ever visits us. Under no circumstances is any outsider ever admitted into this pavilion. If we fall ill, we are entrusted to the surgeon friar only, and if we die, we leave this world without any religious ministrations. Our bodies are flung into one of the spaces between the circumvallations, and that's an end to it. And the cruelty is signal. If the sick one's condition becomes too grave, or if there is fear of contagion, they do not wait until we are dead to dispose of us, though still alive. We are carried out and dropped in the place I mentioned during the 18 years I have been here. I have seen more than 10 instances of this unexampled ferocity, concerning which they declare it is better to lose 1 than endanger 16. The loss of a girl, they continue, is of very modest import, and it may be so easily repaired there is scant cause to regret it. Let us move on to the arrangements concerning the monk's pleasures, and to all of what pertains to the subject. We rise at exactly 9 every morning, and in every season we retire at a later or an earlier hour, depending upon the monk's supper. Immediately we are up, the officer of the day comes on his rounds. He seats himself in a large armchair, and each of us is obliged to advance. Stand before him with our skirts raised upon the side he prefers. He touches, he kisses, he examines, and when everyone has carried out this duty, he identifies those who are to participate at the evening's exercises. He prescribes the state in which they must be. He listens to the superintendent's report, and the punishments are imposed. Rarely does the officer leave without a luxurious scene, in which all 8 usually find roles. The superintendent directs these libidinous activities, and the most entire submission on our part reigns during them. Before breakfast it often occurs that one of the reverend fathers has one of us called from bed. The jailer friar brings a card, bearing the name of the person desired. The officer of the day sees to it she is sent. Not even he has the right to withhold her. She leaves and returns when dismissed. This first ceremony concluded, we breakfast from this moment till evening. We have no more to do but at 7 o'clock in summer. At 6 in winter. They come for those who have been designated. The jailer friar himself escorts them. And after the supper, they who have not been retained for the night come back to the seraglio. Often, all return other girls have been selected for the night, and they are advised several hours in advance, what costume they must make their appearance. Sometimes only the girls of the watch sleep out of the chamber. Girls of the watch? I interrupted. What function this? I will tell you, my historian replied. Upon the first day of every month, each monk adopts a girl who must serve a term as his servant, and as the target of all his shameful desires. Only the superintendents are exempted, for they have the task of governing their chambers. The monks can neither exchange girls during the month, nor make them serve 2 months in succession. There is nothing more cruel, more taxing than this drudgery, and I have no idea how you will bear up under it. When 5 o'clock strikes, the girl of the watch promptly descends to the monk she serves, and does not leave his side until the next day. At the hour, he sets off for the monastery. She rejoins him when he comes back. She employs these few hours to eat and rest, for she must remain awake all night throughout the whole of the term. She spends with her master. I repeat to you, the wretch remains constantly on hand to serve as the object of every caprice which may enter the libertine's head-cuffs. Slaps, beatings, whippings, hard language, amusements. She has got to endure all of it. She must remain standing all night long in her patron bedroom, at any instant, ready to offer herself to the passions which may stir that tyrant, but the cruelest, the most ignominious aspect of this servitude is the terrible obligation she is under to provide her mouth or her breast for the relief of the one and the other of the monsters. Needs he never uses any other. Vaza, she has got to be the willing recipient of everything, and the least hesitation or recalcitrance is straightway punished by the most savage reprisals. During all the scenes of lust, these are the girls who guarantee pleasure's success, who guide and manage the monk's joys, who tidy up whoever has become out. Covered with filth, for example, a monk dirties himself. While enjoying a woman, it is his aide's duty to repair the disorder he wishes to be excited. The task of rousing him falls to the wretch, who accompanies him everywhere, dresses him, undresses him, is ever at his elbow, who is always wrong, always at fault, always beaten at the suppers. Her place is behind her master's chair, or, like a dog, at his feet under the table, or upon her knees, between his thighs, exciting him with her mouth. Sometimes she serves as his cushion. His seat, his torch at other times, all 4 of them, will be grouped around the table in the most lecherous, but at the same time, the most fatiguing attitudes. If they lose their balance, they risk either falling upon the thorns placed nearby, or breaking a limb, or being killed. Such cases have been known, and meanwhile the villains make merry, enact debauches, peacefully get drunk upon meats, wines, lust, and upon cruelty. "Oh, heaven," said I to my companion, trembling with horror. "Is it possible to be transported to such excesses? What infernal place is this? Listen to me, Therese. Listen, my child. You have not yet heard it all. Not by any means," said Omphale. "Pregnancy, reverenced in the world, is the very certitude of reprobation amongst these villains here. The pregnant woman is given no dispensations, brutalities, punishments, and watches continue. On the contrary, a gravid condition is the certain way to procure oneself troubles, sufferings, humiliations, sorrows, how often do they not by dint of blows cause abortions in them, whose fruits they decide not to harvest? And when indeed they do allow the fruit to ripen, it is in order to sport with it. What I am telling you now should be enough to warn you to preserve yourself from this state as best you possibly can. But is one able to? Of course, there are certain devices, sponges, but if Antonin perceives what you are up to, beware of his wrath. The safest way is to smother whatever might be the natural impression by striving to unhinge the imagination, which, with monsters like these, is not difficult. We have here as well, my instructress continued, certain dependencies and alliances of which you probably know very little, and of which it were well you had some idea, although this has more to do with the fourth article A with, that is to say, the one that treats of our recruitings, our retrenchments, and our exchanges. I am going to anticipate for a moment, in order to insert the following details. You are not unaware, Therese, that the 4 monks composing this brotherhood stand at the head of their order, all belong to distinguished families. All 4 are themselves very rich, independently of the considerable funds allocated by the Benedictines for the maintenance of this bower of bliss, into which everyone hopes to enter in his turn. They who do arrive here contribute a large proportion of their property and possessions to the foundation already established. These 2 sources combined yield more than 100,000 crowns annually, which is devoted solely to finding recruits and meeting the house's expenses. They have a dozen discreet and reliable women, whose sole task is to bring them every month a new subject, no younger than 12, nor older than 30. The conscriptee must be free of all defects, and endowed with the greatest possible number of qualities, but principally with that of eminent birth. These abductions, well paid for, and always effected a great distance from here, bring no consequent discomfitures. I have never heard of any that resulted in legal action. Their extreme caution protects them against everything. They do not absolutely confine themselves to virgins. A girl who has been seduced already, or a married woman, may prove equally pleasing, but a forcible abduction has got to take place. Rape must be involved, and it must be definitely verified. This circumstance arouses them. They wish to be certain. Their crimes cost tears. They would send away any girl who was to come here voluntarily. Had you not made a prodigious defense, had they not recognized a veritable fund of virtue in you, and consequently the possibility of crime, they would not have kept you 24 hours. Everyone here, Therese, comes of a distinguished line, my dear friend. You see before you the only daughter of the Comte d'A, carried off from Paris at the age of 12, and destined one day to have a dowry of 100,000 crowns. I was ravished from the arms of my governess, who was taking me by carriage, unoccupied save for ourselves. From my father's country seat to the Abbey of Panthemont, where I was brought up, my guardian disappeared. She was in all likelihood bought. I was fetched hither by post-chaise. The same applies to all the others. The girl of 20 belongs to one of the noblest families of Poitou. The one 16 years old is the daughter of the Baron D., one of the greatest of the Lorraine squires, counts, dukes, and margraves, are the fathers of the girls of 23, 12, and 32 in a word. There is not one who cannot claim the loftiest titles, not one who is not treated with the greatest ignominy. But these depraved men are not content to stop at these horrors. They have wished to bring dishonor into the very bosom of their own family. The young lady of 26, without doubt one of the most beautiful amongst us, is Clement's daughter. She of 36 is the niece of Jerome. As soon as a new girl has arrived in this cloaca, as soon as she has been sealed in here forever to become a stranger to the world, another is immediately retrenched. Such as our sufferings complement the cruelest of our afflictions is to be in ignorance of what happens to us during these terrible and disquieting dismissals. It is absolutely impossible to say what becomes of one upon leaving this place. From all the evidence we in our isolation are able to assemble, it seems as if the girls the monks retire from service never appear again. They themselves warn us. They do not conceal from us that this retreat is our tomb, but do they assassinate us? Great heaven! Would murder, the most execrable of crimes, Would murder be for them what it was for that celebrated Marquis de Retz? See Historique de Bretagne by Dom Lobineau. Maréchal de Retz Gilles de Hay, Marshal of Charles V, Army de Tort. A species of erotic entertainment whose cruelty, exalting their perfidious imaginations, were able to plunge their senses into a more intense drunkenness. Accustomed to extracting joy from suffering only, to know no delectation save what is derived from inflicting torment and anguish. Would it be possible they were distracted to the point of believing that by redoubling, by ameliorating the delirium's primary cause, one would inevitably render it more perfect, and that without principles as without faith, wanting manners as they are lacking in virtues? The scoundrels, exploiting the miseries into which their earlier crimes plunged us, were able to find satisfaction in the later ones which snatch our lives away from us. I don't know. If one questions them upon the matter, they mumble unintelligibilities, sometimes responding negatively, sometimes in the affirmative. What is certain is that not one of those who has left, despite the promises she made us to denounce these men to the authorities, and to strive to procure our liberation, not one, I say, has ever kept her word. Once again do they placate us, dissuade us, or do they eliminate the possibility of our preferring charges? What we ask those who arrive for news of them who have gone, they never have any to communicate. What becomes of these wretches? That is what torments me, Therese. That is the fatal incertitude which makes for the great unhappiness of our existence. I have been in this house for 18 years. I have seen more than 200 girls depart from it. Where are they? All of them having sworn to help us, why has not one kept her vow? Nothing, furthermore, justifies our retirement age, loss of looks. This is not what counts caprice as their single rule. They will dismiss today the girl they most caressed yesterday, and for 10 years they will keep another, of whom they are the most weary, such is the story of this chamber's superintendent. She has been 12 years in the house, and to preserve her I have seen them get rid of 15-year-old children whose beauty would have rendered the very Graces jealous. She who left a week ago was not yet 16, lovely as Venus herself. They had enjoyed her for less than a year, but she became pregnant, and, as I told you, Therese, that is a great sin in this establishment. Last month, they retired one of 16, a year ago one of 20, 8 months pregnant, and recently, another when she began to feel the first pangs of childbirth. Do not imagine that conduct has any bearing upon the matter. I have seen some who flew to do their every bidding, and who were gone within 6 months' time, others sullen, peevish, fantastical, whom they kept a great number of years hence. It is useless to prescribe any kind of behavior to. Our newly arrived, those monsters' whimsy burst all circumscriptions, and caprice forms the unique law by which their actions are determined. Chapter 23. When one is going to be dismissed, one is notified the same morning, never earlier as usual. The officer of the day makes his appearance at 9 o'clock and says, "Let us suppose, Omphale, the monastery is sending you into retirement. I will come to take you this evening." Then he continues about his business. But you do not present yourself for his inspection. He examines the others. Then he leaves the person about to be released, embraces her comrades. She makes 1,000 promises to strive in their behalf, to bring charges, to bruit abroad what transpires in the monastery. The hour strikes. The monk appears, the girl is led away, and not a word is heard of her. Supper takes place in the usual fashion. We have simply been able to remark that upon these days the monks rarely reach pleasure's ultimate episodes. One might say they proceed gingerly and with unwonted care. However, they drink a great deal more, sometimes even to inebriation. They send us to our chamber at a much earlier hour. They take no one to bed with them. Even the girls of the watch are relegated to the seraglios. Very well, I say to my companion. If no one has helped you, it is because you have had to deal with frail, intimidated creatures, or women with children who dared not attempt anything for you. That they will kill us is not my fear, at least. I don't believe they do that. Reasoning beings could carry crime to that point. It is unthinkable. I know that full well. After what I have seen and undergone, I perhaps ought not defend mankind as I do. But, my dear, it is simply inconceivable that they can execute horrors, the very idea of which defies the imagination. Oh, dear companion, I pursued with great emotion. Would you like to exchange that promise, which for my part I swear I will fulfill? Do you wish it? Yes. Ah, I swear it to you in the name of all I hold most holy, in the name of the God who makes me to breathe, and whom only I adore. I vow to you I will either die in the undertaking, or destroy these infamies. Will you promise me the same? Do not doubt it, Omphale replied. But be certain of these promises. Futility others more embittered than you, stauncher, no less resolute, and not so scrupulous, in a word. Friends who would have shed their last drop of blood for us, have not kept identical vows and so dear Therese, and so allow my cruel experience to consider ours equally vain, and to count upon them no more. And the monks, I said, do they also vary? Do new ones often come here? No, answered Omphale. Antonin has been here 10 years, Clement 18, Jerome 30, Severino 25. The superior was born in Italy. He is closely allied to the Pope, with whom he is in intimate contact. Only since his arrival have the so-called miracles of the Virgin assured the monasteries reputation and prevented scandalmongers from observing too closely what takes place here. But when he came, the house was already furnished as presently. You see it to be, it has subsisted in the same style and upon this footing for above a century, and all the superiors who have governed it have perpetuated a system which so amicably smiles upon their pleasures. Severino, the most libertine man of our times, has only installed himself here in order to lead a life consonant with his tastes. He intends to maintain this abbey's secret privileges as long as he possibly can. We belong to the Diocese of Auxerre, but whether or not the bishop is informed, we never see him. Never does he set foot in the monastery, generally speaking. Very few outsiders come here except toward the time of the festival, which is that of Notre Dame des Hautes. According to the monks, 10 persons do not arrive at this house over the period of a 12-month, however. It is very likely that when strangers do present themselves, the superior takes care to receive them with hospitality by appearances of religion and austerity he imposes upon them. They go away content, the monastery is eulogized, and thus these villains' impunity is established upon the people's good faith and the credulity of the devout. Omphale had scarcely concluded her instruction when 9 o'clock told the superintendent called us to come quickly, and the officer of the day did indeed enter. 'Twas Antonin, according to custom. We drew ourselves up in a line. He cast a rapid glance upon the group, counted us, and sat down then, one by one. We went forward and lifted our skirts, on the one side as high as the navel, on the other, up to the middle of the back. Antonin greeted the homage with the blasé unconcern of satiety then. Clapping an eye upon me, he asked how I liked this newest of my adventures. Getting no response but tears, shall manage, he said with a laugh. In all of France there's not a single house where girls are finished as nicely as they are in this. From the superintendent's hands he took the list of girls who had misbehaved. Then, addressing himself to me again, he caused me to shudder each gesture. Each movement which seemed to oblige me to submit myself to these libertines was for me as a sentence of death. Antonin commanded me to sit on the edge of a bed, and when I was in this posture, he bade the superintendent uncover my breast, and raise my skirt to above my waist. Himself spread my legs as far apart as possible. He seats himself before this prospect. One of my companions comes and takes up the same pose on top of me, in such a way that it is the altar of generation instead of my visage which is offered to Antonin. With these charms raised to the level of his mouth, he readies himself for pleasure. A third girl, kneeling before him, begins to excite him with her hands, and a fourth, completely naked, with her fingers indicates where he must strike my body. Gradually, this girl begins to arouse me, and what she does to me, Antonin does as well, with both his hands to two other girls on his left and right. One cannot imagine the language, the obscene speeches by which that debauchee stimulates himself at last. He is in the state he desires. He is led to me, but everyone follows him, moves with him, endeavors to inflame him yet further. While he takes his pleasure, his naked hind parts are exposed. Omphale takes possession of them and neglects nothing in order to irritate him: rubbings, kisses, pollutions. She employs them all completely afire. Antonin leaps toward me. I wish to stuff her this time, he says, beside himself. These moral deviations determine the physical. Antonin, who has the habit of uttering terrible cries during the final instance of drunkenness, emits dreadful ones. Everyone surrounds. Everyone serves him. Everyone labors to enrich his ecstasy, and the libertine attains it in the midst of the most bizarre episodes of luxury and deprivation. These groupings were frequent, for when a monk indulged in whatever form of pleasure, all the girls regularly surrounded him in order to fire all his part sensations. That voluptuousness might, if one may be forgiven the expression, more surely penetrate into him through every pore. Antonin left. Breakfast was brought and my companions forced me to eat. I did so to please them. We had not quite finished when the superior entered, seeing us still at table. He dispensed us from ceremonies which were to have been identical with those we had just executed for Antonin. We must give a thought to dressing her, said he, looking at me, and then he opened a wardrobe and threw upon my bed several garments of the color appropriate to my class, and several bundles of linen as well. Try that on, he said, and give me what belongs to you. I donned the new clothes and surrendered my old, but, in anticipation of having to give them up, I had, during the night, prudently removed my money from my pockets and had concealed it in my hair. With each article of clothing I took off, Severino's ardent stare fell upon the feature newly exposed, and his hands wandered to it at once. At length, when I was half naked, the monk seized me, put me in the position favorable to his pleasure. That is to say, in the one exactly opposite to the attitude Antonin had made. Me assume I wished to ask him to spare me, but spying the fury already kindled in his eyes, I decide the obedient is the safer way. I take my place. The others form a ring around me. Severino is able to see nothing but a multitude of those obscene altars, in which he delights. His hands converge upon mine. His mouth fastens upon it. His eyes devour it. He is at the summit of pleasure. With your approval, madame, said the beautiful Therese, I shall limit myself to a foreshortened account of the first month I spent in that monastery. That is, I will confine myself to the period's principal anecdotes. The rest would be pure repetition. The monotony of that sojourn would make my recital tedious. Immediately afterward, I should, it seems to me, move on to the events which finally produced my emergence from this ghastly sewer. I did not attend supper that first day. I had simply been selected to pass the night with Dom Clement. In accordance with custom, I was outside his cell some few minutes before he was expected to return to it. The jailer opened the door, then locked it when I had gone in. Clement arrives as warm with wine as lust. He is followed by the 26-year-old girl, who at the time was officiating as his watch. Previously informed of what I am to do, I fall to my knees. As soon as I hear him coming, he nears me, considers me in my humbled posture, then commands me to rise and kiss him upon the mouth. He savors the kiss for several moments, and imparts to it all the expression, all the amplitude one could possibly conceive. Meanwhile, Armand, as his thrall was named, undresses me by stages, when the lower part of the loins, with which she had begun, is exposed. She bids me turn around and display to her uncle the area his taste cherish. Clement examines it, feels it then, reposing himself in an armchair, orders me to bring it close so that he can kiss it. Armand is upon her knees, rousing him with her mouth, Clement places his at the sanctuary, the temple I present to him, and his tongue strays into the path situate at its center. His hands fasten upon the corresponding altar in Armand, but as the clothing the girl is still wearing impedes him, he commands her to be rid of it. This is soon done, and the docile creature returns to her uncle to take up a position in which, while exciting him with only the hand, she finds herself better within reach of Clements. The impure monk uninterruptedly occupied with me in like fashion, then tells me to give the largest possible vent to whatever winds may be hovering in my bowels, and these I am to direct into his mouth. This eccentricity struck me as revolting, but I was at the time far from perfect acquaintance with all the irregularities of debauch. I obey, and straightway feel the effect of this intemperance. More excited, the monk becomes more impassioned. He suddenly applies bites to 6 different places upon the fleshy globes I have put at his disposal. I emit a cry and start forward involuntarily, whereat he stands, advances toward me, rage blazing in his eyes, and demands whether I know what I am risking by unsettling him. I make 1,000 apologies. He grasps the corset still about my torso, rips it away, and my blouse too, in less time than it takes to tell. Ferociously he seizes my breasts, spouting invectives as he squeezes, wrings, crushes them. Armand undresses him, and there we are, all 3 of us, naked. Upon Armande his attention comes to bear for a moment. He deals her savage blows with his fists, kisses her mouth, nibbles her tongue and lips. She screams pain, now and again, sends the girl into uncontrollable gales of weeping. He has her stand upon a chair, and extracts from her just what he desired from me. Armand dissatisfies him with one hand. I excite him, and during this luxury, I whip him gently with the other. He also bites Armand, but she holds herself somehow in check, not daring to stir a hair. The monster's tooth marks are soon printed upon the lovely girl's flesh. They are to be seen in a number of places, brusquely wheeling upon me. Therese, he says, you are going to suffer cruelly. He had no need to tell me so, for his eyes declared it, but too emphatically. You are going to be lashed everywhere, he continues. Everywhere, without exception. And as he spoke, he again laid hands upon my breasts and mauled them brutally. He bruised their extremities with his fingertips, and occasioned me very sharp pain. I dared not say a word for fear of irritating him yet more. But sweat bathed my forehead, and willy-nilly, my eyes filled with tears, he turns me about, makes me kneel on the edge of a chair, upon whose back I must keep my hands without removing them for a single instant. He promises to inflict the gravest penalties upon me if I lift them, seeing me ready and well within range. He orders Armand to fetch him some birch rods. She presents him with a handful, slender and long. Clement snatches them, and recommending that I not stir, he opens with a score of stripes upon my shoulders, and the small of my back. He leaves me for an instant, returns to Armande, brings her back. She too is made to kneel upon a chair 6 feet from where I am. He declares he is going to flog us simultaneously, and the first of the 2 to release her grip, utter a cry, or shed a tear will be exposed on the spot to whatever torture he is pleased to inflict. He bestows the same number of strokes upon Armande he has just given me, and positively upon the identical places. He returns to me, kisses everything he has just left off molesting, and raising his sticks, says to me, steady, little slut. You are going to be used like the last of the damned. Whereupon I receive 50 strokes, all of them directed between the region bordered by the shoulders and the small of the back. He dashes to my comrade and treats her likewise. We pronounce not a word. Nothing may be heard but a few stifled groans. We have enough strength to hold back our tears. There was no indication as to what degree the monk's passions were inflamed. He periodically excited himself briskly, but nothing rose. Returning now to me, he spent a moment eyeing those 2 fatty globes, then still intact, but about to undergo torture in their turn. He handled them. He could not prevent himself from prying them apart, tickling them, kissing them another 1,000 times. "Well," said he, "be courageous." And a hail of blows descended upon these masses, lacerating them to the thighs. Extremely animated by the starts, the leaps, the grinding of teeth, the contortions the pain drew from me, examining them, battening upon them rapturously, he comes and expresses upon my mouth, which he kisses with fervor, the sensations agitating him. "This girl entertains me," he cries. "I have never flogged another with as much pleasure." And he goes back to his niece, whom he treats with the same barbarity. There remained a space between the upper thigh and the calves, and this he struck with identical vehemence, first the one of us, then the other. "Fin," he said, now approaching me. "Let's change hands and visit this place here and now." Wielding a cat and nine tails, he gives me 20 cuts from the middle of my belly to the bottom of my thighs. Then, wrenching them apart, he slashed at the interior of the layer my position bears to his whip. "There it is," says he, "the bird I am going to pluck." Several thongs having, through the precautions he had taken, penetrated very deep, I could not suppress my screams. "Well, well," said the villain, "I must have found the sensitive area at last. Steady there. Calm yourself. Well visited a little more thoroughly, however." His niece is put in the same posture, and treated in the same manner once again. He reaches the most delicate region of a woman's body. But whether through habit, or courage, or dread of incurring treatment yet worse, she has enough strength to master herself, and about her nothing is visible beyond a few shivers and spasmodic twitchings. However, there was by now a slight change in the libertine's physical aspect, and although things were still lacking in substance, thanks to strokings and shakings, a gradual improvement was being registered. "On your knees," the monk said to me. "I am going to whip your titties." "My titties? Oh, my father." "Yes, those two lubricious masses which never excite me, but I wish to use them thus." And upon saying this, he squeezed them, he compressed them violently. "Oh, father, they are so delicate." "You will kill me." "No matter, my dear, provided I am satisfied." And he applied 5 or 6 blows, which happily I parried with my hands. Upon observing that he binds them behind my back, nothing remains with which to implore his mercy but my countenance and my tears, for he has harshly ordered me to be silent. I strive to melt him, but in vain. He strikes out savagely at my now unprotected bosom. Terrible bruises are immediately rid out, and black and blue blood appears as his battering continues. My suffering wrings tears from me. They fall upon the vestiges left by the monster's rage, and render them, says he, yet 1,000 times more interesting. He kisses those marks. He devours them, and now and again returns to my mouth, to my eyes whose tears he licks up with lewd delight. Armande takes her place. Her hands are tied. She presents breasts of alabaster, and the most beautiful roundness. Clement pretends to kiss them, but to bite them is what he wishes. And then he lays on, and that lovely flesh, so white, so plump, is soon nothing more in its butcher's eyes but lacerations and bleeding. Stripes. "Wait one moment," says the berserk monk. "I want to flog simultaneously the most beautiful of behinds and the softest of breasts." He leaves me on my knees, and bringing Armande toward me, makes her stand facing me with her legs spread, in such a way that my mouth touches her womb, and my breasts are exposed between her thighs. And below her, behind by this means, the monk has what he wants before him. Armande's buttocks and my titties in close proximity. Furiously he beats them both. But my companion, in order to spare me blows, which are becoming far more dangerous for me than for her, has the goodness to lower herself, and thus shield me by receiving upon her own person the lashes that would inevitably have wounded me. Clement detects the trick and separates us. Shall gain nothing by that, he fumes. And if today I have the graciousness to spare that part of her, 'twill only be so as to molest some other, at least as delicate. As I rose, I saw that all those infamies had not been in vain. The debauchee was in a most brilliant state, and it made him only fee. More furious, he changes weapons, who opens a cabinet where several martinets are to be found, and draws out one armed with iron tips. I fall to trembling. "There, Therese," says he, showing me the martinet. "You'll see how delicious it is to be whipped with this. You'll feel it, my rascal." But for the instant, I prefer to use this other one. It was composed of small knotted cords, 12 in all. At the end of each was a knot somewhat larger than the others, about the size of a plum pit. "Come near. Up. The cavalcade. The cavalcade," says he to his niece. She, knowing what is meant, quickly gets down on all fours, her rump raised as high as possible, and tells me to imitate her. I do.